Chapter 16. Rain threatened at Rosa Sharon. The high humidity took its toll on those unaccustomed to it, and tempers were short. During the morning, the clouds became more opaque and the atmosphere grew more sultry. The models who weren't needed retired to their rooms to rest in air-conditioned comfort. Since the weather was too unstable for outdoor shooting, they decided to do some interior shots utilizing the vanity table in Claire and Yasmin's bedroom. Per Rue's suggestion, Dana was modeling the backless bra. With it, she wore ivory satin tap pants, thigh-high hosiery, and ivory satin high heels. Claire had asked the Monteiths where in the nearest town she might locate a wedding gown to borrow. "Why, we have one!" they exclaimed in unison. Their niece had used Rosa Sharon for her wedding several months earlier, and the gown was still stored in their attic. They assured Claire that their niece would be flattered to have it used in the French silk catalog. It was brought down and removed from its protective hanging bag. Luckily, it wasn't stark white, so it matched the color of the sample lingerie. Rue steamed out the wrinkles, muttering all the while, "Just what we needed, more goddamn humidity." Now the bridal gown was hanging beside the vanity table, suggesting that Dana was a bride preparing for the ceremony. The vanity had been repositioned so that the three-way mirror reflected the French doors opening onto the balcony. It would be a tricky shot to get without Leon and all his lighting equipment being reflected as well. "I want Dana holding up her hair," Yasmin said, "so that we get a full view of the bra's construction." The makeup artist wasn't finished with Dana's body makeup, so Yasmin asked Claire to sit on the stool while they calculated the position of the lighting in conjunction with the mirrors and camera angles. Claire sat and faced the mirror. "I hardly look like a bride," she said, critically assessing her reflection. Her linen shirt had wilted and she had sweated off most of her makeup. "Maybe the bride of Frankenstein." "Lift your hair off your neck," Yasmin told her. "Gladly." She swept her hair into a double fist, lifting it to the top of her head and keeping her elbows parallel with her shoulders. Her eyes caught movement at the French doors. Cassidy parted the sheer curtains and stepped into the room. He drew up short. Their eyes met in the mirror. "Perfect, Claire," Yasmin cried. "That's perfect. That's exactly the expression I want. Did you see that, Dana?" Surprised, expectant, a little breathless. But when she looked over her shoulder and saw that Cassidy was the cause of Claire's flustered expression, her enthusiasm quickly cooled. "What are you doing here?" she asked, obviously displeased. She turned back to Claire. "Did you invite him?" "No," she answered. Her eyes fixed on the ADA, Leon left the lighting to his assistant and sidled up to Cassidy, laying a hand on his arm. "And who are you?" "He's a cop from New Orleans," Yasmin replied. Cassidy smiled affably but gently disengaged his arm from Leon's clutches. "I'm not a cop." Claire stood and motioned the model into place. "We need to get this shot. Everybody ready?" Dana took her place on the vanity stool. Rue and the other stylists fussed around her. Yasmin went back to consulting with Leon about ways to vary the shot. Claire, trying to hide her anger, drew Cassidy to a corner of the room. "What are you trying to pull, coming here?" "I didn't know I was going to be on center stage when I came through the curtains." He was momentarily distracted by Dana, who looked resplendently bridal and mouth-wateringly sexy in the golden light Leon was shining on her. "Our photography sessions are strictly off-limits to visitors," Claire said stiffly, noticing the direction of his gaze. "Parents, boyfriends, even spouses are prohibited. Restriction is enforced to protect the privacy of the models and the creative impulses of everyone else involved. Sorry, you'll have to make an exception this time." "Or what? Or I'll get a court order." "Another search? Shall I tell my crew to expect a shakedown?" He frowned and gave her a retiring look. "How did you know where we were going to be?" she asked crossly. "I have a whole platoon of investigators at my disposal. Finding you was a snap." "I'm surprised the Monteiths let you in. I thought the house was closed to all but guests." "I am a guest. What?" she exclaimed. When she realized she'd drawn attention to them, she lowered her voice, but still it conveyed her anger. "We were to be the only ones here. I specified that when I made the reservations. The Monteiths had one extra room. My credentials persuaded them into letting me have it. I don't want you here, Cassidy." "No, I'm sure you don't. Especially since I've come with bad news." She folded her arms across her middle. "That's all you've ever brought me." "Well, what is it? Let's get it over with." He glanced over his shoulder. The others were busy or pretending to be like Claire. He must have felt inhibited by them. He drew her out into the hallway for more privacy. Staring down at the patterned rug, he whispered her name with what sounded like regret, then raised his head and looked at her. "Did you know she practices voodoo?"
"Who, Yasmin?"
He nodded, and Claire made a small assenting motion with her shoulders. "A lot of people in New Orleans have a passing acquaintance with it. After spending so much time there, she developed an interest." She's got some voodoo charms, a few candles that represent her room at French Silk was full of all kinds of black magic crap. It doesn't mean anything. Since I've known her, she's dabbled in every religion from Judaism to Buddhism. She sometimes wears a Christian cross and has a bracelet with an Egyptian ankh on it. Those symbols hold no significance for her. This goes beyond trinkets and costume jewelry, Claire. They also found a voodoo doll, an effigy of Jackson Wilde. It's meaningless, she cried softly, not wanting to attract the attention of the others. Is that all they found? You could hardly build a murder case around a silly doll. They didn't find anything at French Silk, either in the offices or the apartment, that could directly link you to Wilde's murder. Slowly, so as not to reveal her relief, she exhaled a pent-up breath. I could have told you they wouldn't, but you wouldn't have believed me. Wait. There's more, she said, the bad news. His eyes seemed to pierce straight through her skull. The fiber samples from your car's carpet match some that were vacuumed out of Jackson Wilde's hotel room. The tests were conclusive. You been lying to me, Claire? Damn you, you were there? Josh taped on the bathroom door. Ariel, are you all right? The sound of her retching had summoned him from his adjoining hotel room in Tulsa. Ariel, he called, knocking sharply. Open the door. He heard the commode flush. Seconds later, Ariel unlocked the door and pulled it open. God knows I've got precious little privacy, Josh. I would appreciate some while I'm in my own bathroom. Even though he'd watched her deteriorate over the last several weeks, he was shocked by her appearance. Her eyes were ringed with dark circles that he was afraid weren't makeup. Her cheeks were sunken, making her face look cadaverous. When she turned her back on him, he noticed her shoulder blades poking out the fabric of her dress. You're making yourself sick. He followed her to her closet, where she began rifling through the clothes, obviously trying to decide what to wear for the 2 local TV news shows and the newspaper interview that were scheduled for later that day. I'm fine except for a headache, which your lecturing is only making worse. Eating a well-rounded meal would help your headache. I ate like a pig last night, and then came in and threw it up. She shot him an angry glance as she removed a dress from the closet and tossed it onto the bed. Ariel, eat something, he pleaded. You need the nourishment. You've got a hectic day planned. Stop nagging me. You need to eat. I ate. She flung her hand toward the room service tray. He inspected it. The salad lunch was intact except for the coffee. Coffee isn't a meal. I'd like to change now, she said impatiently. As you said, this afternoon's schedule is hectic. Cancel it. She gaped at him as though he'd sprouted horns. What? Call off the schedule and spend the remainder of the day in bed. Are you crazy? I can't do that. You mean you won't? All right, I won't. I want that auditorium filled to capacity tonight. I want people outside clamoring to get in so they can pray with us. Josh swore under his breath. Ariel, this is insane. We've been on the road for 10 days, interviews during the day, followed by prayer meetings that last for hours, traveling all night to the next city so it can start again the following day. You're running yourself ragged. This trip is getting results. It's physically exhausting us. If you can't stand the heat, this has nothing to do with that mess in New Orleans, does it? You're not staging these silly prayer meetings to spur the police into action. You're conducting them for your self-image. This isn't a holy mission we're on. This is an ego trip. Your ego trip, Ariel. So what if it is? She shouted. Aren't you reaping the benefits too? I don't see you complaining whenever the TV cameras focus on you playing the piano. Would your piddling talent get that kind of media exposure if it weren't for me and my ingenuity? Huh? Answer me. I've got more than piddling talent. She snorted unflatteringly. Is that so? That wasn't Jackson's opinion? I felt sorry for you whenever he'd start in on his no-talent son. Now I'm beginning to believe he was right. What do you mean? She turned away. We'll be late. What do you mean? He shouted. Her face turned ugly with malice. Only that your daddy was embarrassed to have you on the stage with us. I couldn't count the times he told me that the only reason he kept you up there was because you're his only son. What else could he do? Fire you and hire someone with more flash and charisma like he wanted to do? He always told me that you were virtually worthless to him. You didn't have a head for business. You weren't a riveting speaker, and you had no leadership qualities. He was glad you'd taught yourself how to play a few songs on the piano, so you wouldn't have to sack groceries at the Piggly Wiggly for a living. Before he realized what he was doing, his hands were closing around her skinny throat. You lying bitch, you're a goddamn liar. He shook her hard while pressing his thumbs against her larynx. Ariel reached up and clawed at his hands, but his long, strong fingers didn't relax. Daddy knew I had talent, and it scared him. He thought that if I pursued my dreams, I might become greater, more famous than he was. Let me go, she choked. Suddenly, Josh's vision cleared, and he saw his stepmother's eyes bulging from their darkly ringed sockets. He released her so abruptly that she reeled against the dresser before catching her balance. Cuffing and gasping, she stared at him contemptuously. "You're insane." Josh's breathing was almost as labored as hers. The latent violence that had unexpectedly erupted frightened him. "He did this to us," he said in a slow, rasping voice. "He's still doing it to us. It's like the bastard isn't even dead." Again he reached for Ariel and turned her around. With his hand splayed over the back of her head, he pushed her face to within inches of the mirror. Look at yourself. You look like a ghoul. He's doing this to you, and you're letting him. He's the reason you're starving yourself to death. Now tell me who's crazy." Disgusted with himself as much as with her, he left her staring at her skeletal image in the mirror. After lunch, the crew set up on Rosharon's screened back porch as a prop. They were using an antique hand-crank ice cream freezer that someone had come across in the Monteith's detached garage. The blue paint on the wooden tub was chipped and peeling. Rusty metal strips holding the vertical slats together had stained the exposed wood. The freezer was no longer usable, but everyone agreed that it made a terrific prop. The model, Liz, was seated on a milking stool wearing a long white batiste nightgown that had a row of tiny buttons extending from the scooped neckline to the deep flounce at midcalf. The first several buttons were undone, and the skirt was bunched in her lap, well above her thighs, which were parted to accommodate the ice cream freezer. The impression Claire wanted to convey was that Liz was laboring over the freezer while Kurt reclined in the white macrame hammock in the background. "It's sexist," Yasmin said. "Not if it looks like she's enjoying it," Claire argued. "It looks like doo-doo," Leon whined petulantly as he adjusted the focus rings of his camera. "It's not hot enough. It's the only damn thing that isn't." Rue coughed and lit a cigarette. "Jesus, how do human beings survive down here? Have they ever even seen autumn leaves? Maybe Liz needs some perspiration," the makeup lady ventured shyly. "And I can spritz her hair with water," the stylist offered. "Make it look sweaty. Let's try it." "For God's sake, hurry. I'm positively melting," Leon said. "It would help if you took off that god-awful shirt," Yasmin told him snidely. He was wearing a long-sleeved flamingo pink silk shirt. "But this is one of my best colors. The color gives putrid a bad name." "You bitch. You wouldn't know fashion if it pleased you to," Claire said wearily. "Let's try to get this shot done." "I'm going to have these impressions on my buns for life," Kurt complained as he shifted uncomfortably in the hammock. It had been decided several minutes earlier that he should appear as an indistinct form in the hammock, with only one strong tanned leg dangling over the side. He was naked, save for his lap, which was covered with a towel that would be removed when they began taking pictures. "Bear with us, Kurt." "Did you mean that as a pun?" Rue asked. Liz's hair had been lightly misted and was now clinging to her neck and chest in damp, spiraling tendrils.
"I like that much better,"
Claire told the hairstylist. "Thanks." The makeup artist was misting Liz's face and upper body to simulate a healthy sheen of perspiration. Liz sighed. "That feels good." Yes, this is much improved," Leon cried. "This is looking great. Oh yes, I'm feeling it now. Give us a glimpse of cleavage, Liz," Yasmin said. The model leaned forward as though applying herself to the hand crank of the ice cream freezer. "Ooh, perfect," Leon squealed. "Wait," Claire ordered. "We've got nipples." The cool misting of water had caused the model's nipples to peek beneath the fabric of the gown. "So what?" Theatrically, Leon lowered his camera, annoyed by the interruption. "I don't want them projecting," Claire said. "Give them time to relax. You show nipples all the time, under the bras. They're relaxed. We've had projecting nipples before," Yasmin said. "She's right, you have," Leon said. "I should know. I took the goddamn pictures." "Under opaque fabrics, jutting nipples are fine," Claire explained calmly. "But this looks vulgar. I can detect outline and color, and I don't like it. I don't want it to look like we photographed a wet T-shirt contest." "You've got a naked man there," Leon protested in a shrill voice that threatened to shatter the Monteith family crystal. "But he's only an illusion. He's suggestive without being lewd." Claire kept her voice carefully controlled. "This argument is over."
"Oh, for Christ's sake,"
Leon muttered. "When did you turn into Miss Goody Two-Shoes?"
"Since Jackson Wilde,"
Yasmin said drolly. Claire whipped around, confronting her friend with astonishment and anger. "What a ridiculous thing to say, Yasmin. Wilde was never the barometer by which I gauged what was tasteful and what wasn't. He certainly wasn't my conscience. You know that? All I know is you haven't been the same since he was found dead. Relax. He can't point the finger at you any longer." Her friend's insensitive remarks infuriated Claire, especially since Cassidy was within hearing. She had broken her strict rule and let him watch from the periphery of the sets, thinking that maybe if she revealed to him this aspect of her life, he would stop probing other areas of it. His presence seemed not to faze anyone except her. He kept her nervous and on edge, although she performed her duties as competently as ever. She sensed his ears pricking up at Yasmin's remark, but when she glanced at him, his expression remained impassive and didn't hint at what he might be thinking. Cantankerously, she said, "Just take the pictures, Leon, and wrap this one." They finished within a half hour, and the subdued group began to scatter. Claire said in an undertone to Yasmin, "I'd like to see you in our room as soon as possible." 5 minutes later, Yasmin opened the bedroom door and strode in. "I know you're pissed." Claire had passed the intervening minutes sitting against the carved rosewood headboard of one of the twin beds. Behind her back, she had stacked pillows stuffed into snowy linen pillowcases that smelled cleanly of Tide and starch. She lowered her clipboard to her lap and removed her eyeglasses. "Under the circumstances, Yasmin, I thought your remarks about Jackson Wilde's death were uncalled for and in bad taste." One of Yasmin's perfect eyebrows arched. "Who gives a shit about him or what I said about him?" Assistant District Attorney Cassidy gives a shit." Claire tossed her clipboard aside and swung her legs to the edge of the bed. "I wish you hadn't sounded so flippant about Wilde's murder or so relieved that he's no longer around to hound us. You can't possibly think that a remark spoken as a joke could influence Cassidy's opinion on your guilt or innocence?" Claire declined to answer. Finally, she looked up at Yasmin and said gravely, "That's not really why I'm angry with you." Claire then told her about the conversation she'd had with her business attorney the night before she'd left for Mississippi. The instant his name was mentioned, Yasmin's eyes flashed angrily. "That Weasley bastard. I told him not to tell you." "Then it's true. You asked him to persuade me to let our stock go public so you could sell your shares?" "It was worth a shot. I've got to unload my stock. That's the only way I can do it." "The only way?" Claire cried. "You could have come to me, hat in hand, admitting that I'm broke." "Damn it, Yasmin, I've known for months that you're broke." "Oh, great." The former model dropped to the edge of the other twin bed, looking rebellious and hostile. Claire softened her tone. "It's nothing to be ashamed of. You're overextended. That's all. It happens to everybody at one time or another. I'll gladly loan you some money until things turn around."
You're the last person I'd ask for money.
"Why?" "Because you already carry this business." "No, don't start throwing up objections. You do, Claire. You brought it from inception to where it is. You do the lion's share of the work. You're the brains behind it, and you're the beauty. My small company would have stayed small if not for your endorsement." Yasmin shrugged as though her contributions amounted to nothing. "This time a year ago, I was rolling in dough. I guess I thought it would never run out. I mismanaged my money, turned it over to financial advisors who probably screwed me out of half of it. You threw it away on lost causes like that $1,000 offering to Jackson Wilde?" Yasmin raised her hands in surrender. "Guilty. Anyway, I'm down to double zeros. That's why I hoped I could put my shares of French silk on the auction block." Claire shook her head. "I'll never go public. If you insist on selling your shares, I'll buy them and obligate me to you." "I don't look at it that way. It's self-preservation. You know how possessive I am when it comes to my business." I know, Yasmin said irascibly. "Jesus, do you think it was easy for me to approach that fat-mouthed lawyer? I never would have, except that I'm in dire need of cash. I've sold my last fur coat and all my good jewelry. Those shares are all I have left to liquidate. You could use them as collateral to borrow from me." I said, "No, all right." "I don't understand," Yasmin vaulted off the bed. "Don't harp on me, Claire. I won't borrow from you. But I'll sell you the bloody stocks, okay? Can we cap it off now? I'll have some cash and the company will be saved." Hallelujah and amen. That's the last I want to hear of it, because I've got another crisis in my life right now. "That's no excuse for going behind my back and against my wishes. We've all got problems." She flattened her hand against her chest. "I've been accused of murder."
By Cassidy?
Yasmin snorted. "He hasn't got anything on you. They've matched the carpeting in my car to fibers found in Wilde's hotel room." Yasmin looked surprised. "Since when?" "Since they got a warrant to search French silk." "What?" "Yes. They found some nasty voodoo stuff in your room, Yasmin, including a doll that looks like Wilde. That was a joke. That's what I told Cassidy. He didn't think it was funny. Come to think of it, I didn't see him crack a smile all afternoon. He believes that I was in Jackson Wilde's hotel suite the night he died. Those carpet fibers placed me there. How many cars with carpet exactly like yours are in Orleans Parish? Dozens, if not hundreds, right? I'm sure that's the only reason why Cassidy didn't arrest me this afternoon." Claire told her. "He said a good defense attorney would have statistics about all those Chrysler products and how many potential murderers that adds up to." She walked toward the balcony doors. "I'm afraid, Yasmin, Balls. You've never been afraid of anything. Not in the time I've known you. I am now. Of Cassidy? He's part of it. Mostly I'm afraid of not having control over this situation. That's the scariest feeling there is, that you've lost control of your destiny. Relax, Claire. Cassidy's not going to put you in jail. Oh, yes, he will, she said with a mirthless laugh. When he believes he's got enough evidence to get a grand jury indictment, he'll have me arrested. Before or after he fucks you? Claire looked at Yasmin with stunned surprise. Yasmin shrugged. The man wants you so bad he's in pain. At any given moment, he looks ready to pounce. And read me my rights. Yasmin said, shaking her head. He wants you on your back or whatever, moving with him. Before Claire could offer an argument, she continued, Look, I had my first man when I was 13. When you start that early, you develop a sixth sense about these things. I can smell when a man wants it. I know when a woman is ready to give it to him. And you're both ripe to bursting? He walks into a room and your aura goes neon and vice versa. The sex vibes are so thick, they pollute the air. Cassidy bid for the Wild murder case. He was assigned to it because he's good. A conviction will make him a strong contender for the DA's office. The vibes you sense coming from him are animosity, not lust, Claire argued. He's irritated with me for not making his job easier. As soon as he turns up something that places me in that room with Jackson Wilde, he'll do everything within his power to prove me guilty. But we know you're not, don't we? For several seconds they held each other's stare across the room. Inside Claire's head, her heartbeat was as loud as a pile driver. She felt dizzy. Finally, she said, I'll draft a check for 1/4 of your shares. That'll give you some ready cash, but you'll still retain a partnership in French silk. If it becomes feasible, you can buy the stock back for the amount I paid. Thanks, Yasmin said, unsmiling. Thank me by not going behind my back again. His fountain pen was missing. When he put on his jacket for dinner, Cassidy noticed that the gold-engraved pen, a gift from his parents upon his graduation from law school, was missing. He kept it in the left breast pocket of his coat and was rarely without it. He searched the top of the bureau in his bedroom, thinking he might have overlooked the pen lying among the loose change and other pocket accessories. But it wasn't there. He searched through the pockets of his other jackets, to no avail. He was positive he hadn't left it anywhere. He never loaned it and conscientiously returned it to his pocket after each use. He mentally retraced every place the jacket had been since he had put it on that morning. Because of the stifling, unseasonable heat, he'd left it hanging on a coat tree in the foyer when he went for a walk around the grounds of Rocheron shortly after lunch. Had someone stolen his pen? Why? Among the people at Rocheron, he couldn't think of one who was likely to rifle through another person's pockets in search of treasure. The staff? He couldn't imagine the Monteiths tolerating thievery among their employees, all of whom seemed dedicated to their guests' comfort and contentment. The pen was only moderately valuable, but he deeply regretted the loss for sentimental reasons. As he descended the staircase to join Claire's group for dinner, he was as upset as he was befuddled. 2 of the models were loitering at the mini wet bar, a 20th century addition to the original house. He squeezed between them to pour himself a chivas on the rocks. Don't forget to mark it down, the stunning brunette said. No, I won't. Are you an honest cop or a dirty cop? Her leggy blonde companion asked teasingly. I'm not a cop. He smiled engagingly. She hummed skeptically while tapping her front tooth with her fingernail. Then she pulled her finger through her glossy, pouty lips. I'd bet you could get dirty. He clinked his glass with hers. And you'd be right. To their disappointment, he excused himself and worked his way toward Yasmin, who was standing at one of the windows, staring out across the veranda to the lawn where the shadows were long and deep. Nice place. He got the full drop-dead treatment from her tiger eyes. If you're that trite with a jury, it's a wonder you ever win any cases, Mr. Cassidy. I was only trying to make polite conversation. Spare me, he sipped his scotch. Are those bad vibes I get from you intentional? I don't like cops. He ground his jaw and succinctly repeated, I'm not a cop. Same as. She was an incredibly gorgeous woman. Even standing this close, he couldn't find a flaw in either her face or her form, and continuing to look for one would be an endless pleasure. But he didn't like her. She had an attitude, the kind of arrogance that couldn't be punctured with threats, cajolery, or flattery, the kind he hated to cross-examine on the witness stand. If she chose to lie, dynamite wouldn't shake the truth out of her. Using the kind of language he knew would draw a response, he asked, What burr got up your ass? You for one? Why don't you lay off Claire? Because she may have killed a man. Yeah, right. And I'm one of the 7 dwarfs. You don't think she did it? Yasmin made a scoffing sound. Then that brings me to you. You had just as much motivation as she. Maybe I'm not here to watch Claire at all. Maybe I'm here to keep an eye on you. Her beautiful lips broke into a wide smile. Propping one hand on her hip, she thrust out her chest and tossed her head like a proud filly. "Well, here I am, sugar. Look your fill." He chuckled. "You differ from Claire there. She wants me to keep blinders on. I don't care if you look till your eyeballs bleed. I just don't want you lurking around bothering Claire. You get on her nerves." "Did she tell you that?" "She didn't have to. I know her. Besides her mother, the thing she loves best is French silk. She's a perfectionist. These shooting sessions are tense and tiresome enough without her getting into a tizzy on account of you. Claire doesn't seem to me the kind of woman who gets into tizzies. You don't know her the way I do. She never loses her cool. But she simmers and the coals burn hot until—" She stopped. He raised a quizzical eyebrow. "Well, until what?" "Never mind. What was said during your summit conference this afternoon? Did you have words over your remark about Jackson Wilde? Wouldn't you love to know?" "Yes, I would. Go fuck yourself, Cassidy." He saluted her with his highball glass. "Spoken like you mean it. Count on it, sugar. Right now the whole male population is on my shit list." "Oh? What we do?" You drew breath. Having said that, she tossed back the remainder of her wine. "Dinner." Grace Monteith rang a little bell as she slid open the doors to the dining room. Cassidy had arranged it so that he was seated across the table from Claire. Although the models were young and lovely and would have made any setting a visual feast, they seemed insubstantial when compared to Claire Laurent, the difference between grape Kool-Aid and the hearty burgundy that Agnes Monteith was pouring into his wineglass. As he ate his plate of pot roast and vegetables, he assessed his dinner companions, wondering who among them had taken his pen. He was convinced that it had been stolen, probably out of sheer meanness among the three stylists. None looked sneaky enough to pilfer an engraved fountain pen. The models? They'd all been busy that afternoon. It was unlikely that one had had time to rifle through his pockets, and why would one want to? He had ample opportunity to observe everyone without drawing notice, because Leon dominated the conversation, while his assistant ate neatly and silently at his side. "I love the old seesaw on the west lawn," Leon said while slathering butter on a yeast roll. "We must do something on the seesaw." "How about leggings?" Claire suggested. "Tremendous," Leon gushed. "So good for straddling the seesaw, that is," he giggled, then sobered while chewing industriously. "Although I love the idea of contrasting something silk against those rough, rotting boards." I'll think about it." While exploring, did anyone else run across that outdoor shower? "That was installed for field hands to use after they came in from picking cotton," Grace supplied as she passed around dessert. "I've got dibs on a shot using that shower," Yasmin announced. "But my idea's a secret." "I got a smoke," Rue said, leaving the table to go out onto the veranda. "You girls had better stop stuffing in this rich food or your guts will be poking out tomorrow." No one paid her any attention. "First thing in the morning," Leon said. "I want the model who's going to wear that long, sheer nightgown." "Felicia," Yasmin told him. "Felicia, dear, you get first call tomorrow." "Shit," Felicia muttered into her caramel custard. "I want the morning sunlight backlighting her." Leon held his hands in front of his face and formed right angles with his thumbs as though looking through a frame. "We might get lucky and have natural dew. If not, this dear lady has offered to turn on the sprinkler for us." As Agnes poured him a cup of coffee, he caught her hand and kissed the back of it. "Either way, the grass will be wet and sparkly. I see it absolutely glistening. I want the hem of the nightgown to be damp and trailing, maybe falling off one shoulder, a peak of booby." "Kurt could be lounging in the background," Yasmin suggested, "like on the veranda with his hair down and wearing only a pair of pajama bottoms." "I love it," Leon squealed. "Don't shave in the morning, Kurt. I just adore those shots that suggest postcoital scenes. Oh, my dear Agnes, your cheeks are positively fiery. Forgive me for being so blunt. Do you think I'm terribly naughty?" Cassidy, rolling his eyes at the affectation, happened to glance at Claire. She was suppressing her laughter. They exchanged a smile. Even among so many people, it was a private moment. He immediately squelched the tenderness welling through his midsection. If Claire weren't his prime suspect, he'd be trying his damnedest to get her into his bed. He knew it, so did Crowder, so, probably did she. Hell, he'd told her as much no more private moments. He sternly told himself not even shared looks across the dinner table. Monteiths encouraged them to take their coffee into the double parlors or out onto the veranda, where it was cooler since the sun had set. Cassidy followed Claire. She paused at the staircase to speak to Mary Catherine and Harry, who were ready to retire to their room. "I'll be up to say good night when you're tucked in," Claire promised. "Good night, Mr. Cassidy." "Good night, Miss Laurent, Miss York," smiling sweetly. Mary Catherine turned to go upstairs. Cassidy held the front door open for Claire, and they strolled across the deep porch to the railing. Claire sat down on it and sipped the fragrant coffee. "Well, what do you think of us?" "Interesting," he said. How diplomatic. He wondered if he should alert her that one among her associates was a thief, but decided against it. One allegation at a time. He'd already informally accused her of murder. "You're staring, Cassidy," she said quietly. "I'm thinking about something Glenn said last night." He noticed Claire's shudder at the mention of the detective's name, but he forged ahead. It had crossed his mind that maybe Yasmin was Jackson Wilde's lover. What? Her cup clattered against the saucer. She set them on the railing. "Your friend is losing touch with reality, Cassidy. If you're thinking along the same lines, so are you. It's not so far-fetched." She gazed up at him with incredulity. "Do you ever think before you spout this nonsense? Listen to what you're saying." Now that he had spoken the theory aloud, it did sound ridiculous, but he pursued it so he could assure Glenn that he'd done so. Besides, you never knew where a blind alley might lead. "Yasmin has men in general on her shit list. She told me so herself." "So that makes Jackson Wilde her lover?" she said. "He was Yasmin's enemy as much as he was mine. On the surface. You think they were carrying on in secret?" "Possibly. Ludicrous. Anyway, she was in New York the night he was killed."
You're sure?
"I picked her up the following morning at the airport. Could be she was acting out a charade. You're grasping at straws, Cassidy. Does she have a current lover?" "I don't see what." "Does she?" "Yes," Claire snapped. "Who? What's his name?" "I don't know." "Bullshit." "I swear I don't." He looked at her hard and decided that she was telling the truth. "Why the secrecy? Is he married?" "All I know is that she's devoted to him," she said evasively. "So that shoots your harebrained theory about her and Jackson Wilde all to hell. They never even met." "You're sure about that, too?" "Absolutely. She would have told me." "Right. She doesn't lie and keep secrets like you." He stepped closer to her. "Maybe you had a thing going with Wilde." The features of her face became taut with anger. She tried to stand, but he placed his hand on her shoulder and pushed her back to the railing. A well-publicized skirmish would be mutually satisfying for him and you. Maybe you got together and cooked up this little scam. "Who thought of this, you or Detective Glenn?" Ignoring her question, he pressed on. "You gave Wilde a cause to crusade against, a cause that created a groundswell across the nation and made him a celebrity preacher. In exchange for free advertising for French silk, I suppose." "Exactly. You admitted to me that his sermons were actually good for your business, not the other way around." "Then why would I kill him and put a stop to such a good thing?" "Maybe you found out you weren't the only one he'd worked a deal with. Maybe he had a whole legion of women, a different broad for every sin. You're sick. Maybe the love affair went sour. Was your offering to him a blackmail payment? Did you arrange to meet him while he was in New Orleans and work out a payment schedule? Only you decided to end it then and there." She managed to stand and tried to go around him, but he sidestepped and blocked her path. "Where'd you meet Jackson Wilde?" Flinging back her head, she glared up at him. "I've told you. I met him only once, during the invitation he extended following his sermon in the Superdome." "And you lied about that? While he was laying hands on you and granting eternal life, did he whisper his hotel room number in your ear?" He took her arm in a firm grip. "You had a collection of clippings, Claire, documenting his whereabouts for years. He didn't fart without you knowing about it. That's obsessive behavior. I explained those clippings. It doesn't wash. Well, I certainly wasn't his lover. You're not sleeping with anyone else. How do you know?" Her question hung between them like the reverberation of clashed swords. The air crackled with animosity and suppressed passion. Finally, Claire said, "Excuse me, Mr. Cassidy?" She went around him and slipped through the screen door. Chapter 17. Ariel collapsed during the prayer service being held in Kansas City's Kemper Arena. For half an hour she had held the capacity crowd spellbound, garbed in white, and spotlighted in the otherwise darkened arena so that her hair looked like a shimmering halo, her arms raised beseechingly toward heaven. She had created the illusion of a forsaken angel pleading to be called home. One moment her voice had been raised in supplication, her body quivering with fervency. The next she lay crumpled on the stage. At first Josh thought she had taken her act one step beyond her usual theatrics. Mentally he congratulated her on her thespian instincts and skill. The audience, as one voice, gasped when her small form was swallowed by the voluminous white robe that mushroomed around her like a deflating parachute. But when several seconds passed and she didn't move, Josh stood, scraping back his piano bench. The closer he got to her, the faster he moved. Either the spotlight was leaching all the color from her face, or she was alarmingly anemic. He knelt beside her, anxiously calling her name. When he tried to lift her into a sitting position, she lay as limp as a rag doll in his arms, her head lolling to one side. This was no act. She's unconscious. Somebody call 911. Get an ambulance here at once. Ariel. Ariel? He slapped her smartly on the cheeks. She didn't respond. He searched for a pulse in her absurdly slender wrist. He felt a heartbeat, but it was feeble. Move back and give her some air. He ordered those who had clambered forward to offer assistance. Everyone in the arena was on his feet, creating a din so loud that Josh couldn't hear himself think. Some were praying, some were weeping, some were merely gawking. He told one of the program coordinators to order everybody to leave. The show's over. All Josh's efforts to revive Ariel failed. She didn't respond until the paramedics arrived and began their preliminary examination. "What happened?" she mumbled as she began to come around. "You collapsed," Josh explained. "The ambulance is here to take you to the hospital. You'll be all right. Ambulance?" She weakly tried to fight off the paramedics when they strapped her onto the gurney. As they wheeled her to the waiting ambulance, she protested that she was fine and didn't need to go to the hospital. "You have any idea what caused this?" One of the paramedics asked Josh, who insisted on accompanying them in the ambulance. "Is she diabetic?" "Not that I know of. I think she's exhausted and depleted. She throws up everything she eats." The paramedic took her blood pressure and reported his findings to the attending doctor in the emergency room of St. Luke's Hospital. The doctor ordered an IV, but by the time they reached the hospital, Ariel still looked near death. She hadn't regained her color, her lips were chalky, and her eyes were deeply sunken into their sockets. She was immediately wheeled into an examination room from which Josh was barred entrance. He had plenty of responsibilities to occupy him. Videotape of Ariel's collapse had been broadcast as a news bulletin. Reporters, photographers, and sympathizers converged on the hospital in such numbers that a police barricade had to be erected. Unaccustomed as he was to public speaking, Josh made a moving impromptu speech to the cameras and microphones. "Mrs. Wilde has been exhausting herself in her efforts to seek justice for my father's murder. The doctors here have given me every reason to be optimistic. As soon as I know more, I'll share it with you. Please pray for her." As he sipped vending machine coffee and waited for information on her condition, Josh tried to assimilate his feelings. Only a few days ago, he'd been angry enough with Ariel to try to kill her. Now he feared she might not survive. What if she was no longer capable of ramrodding the ministry? What if it dissolved? What would he do with the rest of his life? He supposed he could get a job with a dance band and be condemned for life to playing at bar mitzvahs and VFW dances. He could go on the lounge circuit and make the rounds of the Holiday Inns. On that dismal thought, he pushed his fingers through his hair and bent his head over his knees in a posture of prayer. Christ! He hated the circus the ministry had become, but he sure as hell liked the public exposure it provided him. Ariel was right about that. Even though he despised the hypocrisy of the ministry, it had given him an opportunity to play piano almost nightly. It was steady employment, and to a musician that was a luxury. His audience was loyal and generous. Playing for them, hearing their applause, had given him a self-confidence that he hadn't found anywhere else. He thrived on that approval, even if it was token. Without it, he would die. Or wish to. What would he do if his showcase collapsed along with Ariel? Mr. Wilde? Yes? The doctor was young and attractive and looked like she should be teaching kindergarten students rather than working the emergency room of a large city hospital. How is she? Is she going to be all right? Mrs. Wilde was beginning to develop an eating disorder called bulimia, but I think we've caught it in time. She seems to have been in good health before she began the binge vomit cycle. With counseling and a proper diet, the trend can be reversed. I don't believe it'll permanently damage her health or that of the baby. Josh went very still and stared at her blankly. Baby? That's right, the doctor said with a smile. Your stepmother is pregnant. Claire Louise Laurent had never experienced jealousy. During her childhood, there had never been anything or anyone to make her feel jealous. She'd had no rivals for her mother's love and attention. She had a healthy self-esteem, which was miraculous considering her unorthodox childhood. She had always been satisfied with her persona and never wished to be someone else. She competed only with herself, always striving for self-improvement without measuring her appearance, possessions, or accomplishments against those of others. So when this emotion crept up and encompassed her like a fog, she was shocked and shamed by it, especially since the object of her jealousy was Yasmin. This is positively marvelous. Leon breathed the words reverently as though, through his viewfinder, he were witness to a holy miracle. You're the absolute best, darling, always were. There'll never be another Yasmin. You got it, sugar. She spoke to him over her shoulder while sassily wagging her rear. The clouds that had threatened rain the day before had disappeared, and while dark thunderheads were still silhouetted against the horizon, the sun was currently beating down on Rosharn, and the crew collected around the outdoor shower. The temperature was in the high 80s with a humidity to match. Claire blamed her foul mood on the unrelenting, muggy heat, but knew that wasn't the real cause. Yasmin had kept her brainstorm a secret up to the hour they were ready to shoot. "I want to wear these." She had produced a pair of white, sheer cotton pajamas. "I wondered what had happened to those," Claire remarked. "I had them hidden." The two-piece set of white boxers and top didn't look like an item that Yasmin would ordinarily choose. She preferred to model the glamorous garments. "Aren't they sort of plain for you?" "Not the way I'm going to use them," Yasmin purred, flashing a wicked grin. "How's that? Meet me at that old outdoor shower and I'll show you." Well, her secret is out now, Claire thought sourly as she watched Yasmin strike a series of poses while Leon clicked off picture after picture, keeping his assistant juggling cameras, lenses, and lights. Yasmin had discarded the pajama top altogether and rolled up the legs of the boxers until they fit tightly around her upper thighs at the crotch. She struck her first pose standing beneath the shower head with her back to the camera. Then she turned on the spout. Water sparkled on her mane of black hair. It glistened on her arms, which she used as gracefully as a ballerina to strike one stunning pose after another. Water trickled down her smooth back in silky rivulets. By now the boxer shorts were soaked and clinging to her taut buttocks. The fabric was plastered to hollows and curves that were sleek, sinuous, and sexy. She was in full command of her body. It was the machine she worked with and was conditioned to perform with optimum precision. Claire wanted to protest the overt sexiness of the shots, as she had done about the model's prominent nipples the day before. But her motives for wanting to start an argument were different. The fact was, Yasmin looked like a work of art. Such perfection of form could never be labeled obscene. The image she created was erotic, yes, but not pornographic. It was a celebration of human sensuality, not propaganda for moral decay. And since a close-up of the pajamas would be shown in a small box photo beside the large one, Claire couldn't complain that the item would be misrepresented in the catalog. Not everyone would look as spectacular as Yasmin did in the pajamas, but the fantasy of doing so would sell them by the thousands. Claire would no doubt be applauding Yasmin's inspiration like the rest of the crew were it not for Cassidy, who was gaping at Yasmin like a star-struck, sex-crazed adolescent. Claire was hot, angry, nervous, distracted, and jealous, and it was all his fault. He was responsible for this unwelcome, juvenile resentment churning inside her. She should order him to leave the set, but he would demand to know why, and if she said that he was bothering everybody, all the others would deny it, and that would be tantamount to admitting that his presence was aggravating only to her. Yasmin was undeniably gorgeous, but Claire had never been jealous of her before. Yasmin cultivated her image of savage sexiness, which Claire had always found amusing if she thought of it at all. It certainly had never sparked envy. Yasmin was merely being Yasmin as she stretched and postured for the camera. She was in her element. She wasn't deliberately trying to entice Cassidy. "You like it, Claire?" Yasmin called over her shoulder. "Yes," she said dispassionately. "It's very nice." Yasmin lowered her arms and turned around. She didn't bother to cover her bare breasts. "Nice? It's not supposed to be nice. What's it supposed to be?" "Well, for damn sure not nice. It's supposed to be attention-getting and arousing. It's supposed to sell these goddamn pajamas, which, frankly, I think are the most lackluster design you've ever come up with. They've got no style, no class, no nothing. I'm trying to put some zing into an item that otherwise would be a major flop." Yasmin's speech was delivered with such antipathy that it silenced even Leon. A strained hush fell over the set. Even Rue, who collected sarcastic gems to toss out at the most inopportune times, smoked in silence while everyone else found something other than Claire and Yasmin to focus on. They'd heard them clash before, but never to this degree. Claire's chest felt close to cracking from internal pressure, but she turned to Leon and asked calmly, "Have you got all the shots you need?"
I think so.
"Unless you think we need more." He was being uncharacteristically obsequious and soft-spoken, as though afraid he might detonate an explosion. "I trust your judgment, Leon." "Then I'm finished." "Okay, thanks everybody. That's it for today. See you at dinner." Claire turned her back on them and headed for the house. She walked at a fast clip, wanting only to reach the cool, dim privacy of her room where she could nurse her jealousy in solitude. She had almost reached the veranda when Cassidy intercepted her. "Why did you do that?" Sweat had made the hair around his face damp. He looked as hot and short-tempered as she. "I'm in no mood for one of your inquisitions, Cassidy. Answer me, why did you let Yasmin get away with embarrassing you in front of everyone?" "Yasmin embarrassed only herself." "Now, get out of my way." She managed to get around him and made it up several steps before he blocked her path again. "You didn't approve of erect nipples yesterday, but today Yasmin couldn't have looked more naked if she'd been naked. I don't get it. You're not supposed to." Why did one set of poses bother you and not the other? Because there's a fine distinction between sensuality and overt titillation. I'm looking for shots that will excite without being offensive. You know from experience that it's purely subjective, invariably. But I'm the first judge, and I've got excellent taste, she stated, boastfully but confidently. I trust my judgment on what's quality and what's questionable. Did you like Yasmin's poses? I said I did, didn't I? But you didn't sound as though you meant it, and everybody heard that, especially Yasmin. My job isn't to stroke Yasmin's ego. No, your job is to sell merchandise, and that shot will sell pajamas. She blew a strand of hair off her forehead. Is there a point to this, Cassidy? You were suddenly uncomfortable with Yasmin's sensuality. Why? Did you think she was sensual? I don't know why I'm even asking, when it was so apparent that you did. You were riveted. He gave her a strange and quizzical look which only made her madder. Well, weren't you? I wasn't particularly mindful of my reaction, he said softly. But obviously you were. Claire, realizing that she was dangerously close to revealing too much, averted her head. Is that all, Cassidy? Not quite. What kind of relationship do you have with Yasmin that allows her to insult you like that? Anyone else would have come back with both barrels loaded. Yasmin attacks other people only when she's upset with herself. I understand that. She attacked you yesterday with that crack about Wild. What gives? What reason does she have to be upset with herself? None of your damn business. Executing a hasty sidestep, he parried her attempt to go around him. Seething, Claire glared up at him. All right, I'll tell you this much. Yasmin has taken the van to New Orleans tonight to see her lover. She plans to return early tomorrow morning. Then what's the problem? I think they might have quarreled the last time they were together. Cassidy gazed at a point beyond her shoulder for a moment. She's taking the van? Does she ever drive your car? You're losing your touch, Cassidy. His eyes swung back to hers. Reasoning behind that question is amateurish and transparent. You want to know if Yasmin was driving my car the night Jackson Wilde was murdered? You fail to recall that she was in New York that night and that I was driving my car. He bore down on her. I'm relieved that you remember that, Claire. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten that your car connects you to Wilde's murder. It appears to, temporarily. Sooner or later, a clue is going to mark you as a killer. She shuddered, spoke low. Excuse me, I'm going in now. She got through the front door without being apprehended, but he caught up with her in the foyer. He covered her hand where it rested on the balustrade. Claire, why do you do that? Why do you just turn your back and walk away when I make those kinds of allegations? Why don't you deny them? Because I don't have to. I'm innocent until proven guilty. Remember, I've got nothing to fear from you. The hell you don't. He leaned forward, straining the words through his teeth. You can't continue to simply walk away. I didn't follow you to Mississippi on a whim, you know? Then why did you come here? Why impose yourself on me? Why interfere with my work? To bully me about non-existent affairs with Jackson Wilde, to try to place a wedge between Yasmin and me? Divide and conquer? Is that your current strategy? No. I came because I had no choice. The evidence against you is no longer circumstantial. We've got something tangible in those carpet fibers. So far, I've kept you from being formally arrested. Why? Number one, because I don't want to look like a fool before the grand jury and get you no billed for lack of more solid evidence. And number two, the pendulum inside the grandfather clock swung back and forth, ponderously ticking off the seconds they spent staring at each other. Finally, he replied, because I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. But Glenn and everybody else in a position of authority is getting antsy to close this case. They're responding to the ranting of a hysterical woman. Who happens to be pregnant? Claire's breath left her body in an audible rush. Pregnant? Aria Wilde collapsed last night during a prayer service in Kansas City. If you'd watched the news, you would have seen it. There were no TVs in the guest rooms at Rocheheron. During a guest's stay, he was virtually incommunicado with the outside world unless he read the local newspaper, which carried very little national or world news. Claire's head was spinning. She's pregnant? That's right, he said tersely. That practically eliminates her as a suspect. Not necessarily. Not to you. Maybe. Maybe not even to me. But to everybody else's way of thinking, she's off the hook. Which way do you think public sympathy will swing? To the lady epitomizing motherhood and goodness, or to the woman who publishes dirty pictures? It might not be Jackson's child, Claire said, sounding desperate, like someone grasping at a lifeline. It could be Josh's baby. I know that, and you know that. But Joe Average Citizen doesn't all he sees on his color Panasonic is a saintly, weeping, pregnant widow who looks like the last thing on her agenda would be adultery with her stepson and the cold-blooded murder of her husband. Be prepared, Claire. Ariel will play this for all it's worth. twice you've experienced the kind of media manipulation she's capable of, the threat of libel suits doesn't faze her. She'll verbally paint the picture of an immoral, opportunistic monster taking her husband's life and imposing tragedy on her and her unborn baby because of the groundwork she's already laid. Whose face do you think that monster will wear in the minds of most people? He leaned down closer to her.
Are the grim implications of her pregnancy beginning to sink in? They weren't only sinking in, they had found a nesting place in the recesses of her heart,
Where her deepest fears were lodged. It would be folly, however, to let Cassidy see that she was afraid. "What do you want from me?" she asked, defiantly. "A confession." She made a scornful sound. "Then damn it, don't let me accuse you without putting up a fight. Stamp, scream, beat on my chest with your fists. Become outraged, incensed. Don't retreat behind that cool facade. It only makes you look guiltier. You can't remain aloof any longer, Claire. Fight back, for God's sake. I wouldn't lower my dignity to such a level." "Dignity?" he bellowed. The features of his face turned stiff with rage. "Jail is undignified, Claire. So is a murder trial. So is life in prison." His breath fell hotly on her face. "Damn you. Tell me my suspicions are wrong. Give me something absolute that will shoot down all the facts I have working against you. Until I'm indicted, I shouldn't have to worry about defending myself. The judicial procedure. Screw procedure. Talk to me. Mr. Cassidy?" The wavering voice came from Mary Catherine, who was hovering in the dining room archway. "Why are you shouting at Claire? You're not going to take her away, are you?" "Of course not, Mama," Claire exclaimed. "Because I really can't let you take her." Claire moved quickly to her mother's side and placed an arm around her shoulders. "Mr. Cassidy and I were just debating something?" "Oh, where was Harry?" Claire asked herself. "Why wasn't she with her mother?" "Everything's fine, Mama, I promise. Are you feeling well?" Mary Catherine formed a tremulous smile. "We're having stuffed pork chops for dinner." "Doesn't that sound delicious? I must ask them to trim all the fat off Aunt Laurel's. That's the only way she'll eat pork, you know. Otherwise she gets indigestion. Oh, forgive me, Mr. Cassidy, for discussing such an indelicate matter in mixed company." Cassidy cleared his throat. "Quite all right. Aunt Laurel wants to get some cuttings from the rose bushes here to plant in the courtyard. Wouldn't that be lovely, Claire Louise?" "Yes, Mama, lovely." Mary Catherine walked past Claire to the coat tree near the door where Cassidy's sports coat was hanging. She removed something from the pocket of her skirt and slipped it into the breast pocket of the jacket. Without acknowledging her strange action, she continued the conversation. "Claire, dear, your face is flushed. It's hot outside. Are you perspiring, dear? That's not at all ladylike. Perhaps you should take a bath and change before dinner." "I plan to, Mama. I was just on my way up. You work much too hard, Aunt Laurel and I were talking about it this afternoon over tea. You really should take care." Mary Catherine stroked her cheek lovingly before drifting upstairs and out of sight. The instant they heard her bedroom door close, Cassidy moved to the coat tree and reached into the breast pocket of his coat. "Well, I'll be damned. What is it?" He held up a gold fountain pen. "Is it yours?" With a rueful smile, he said, "I noticed it missing the afternoon I arrived, after I'd left my jacket hanging here for a while. I figured somebody had stolen it, although I couldn't imagine who would want to. It isn't an expensive pen, but valuable to me because it was a gift from my folks, and both of them are deceased." Claire pressed her fingertips against her lips and turned her back to him. She leaned against one of the tall, narrow windows that flanked the front door, resting her forehead against the glass, which had retained some coolness during the sweltering afternoon. Cassidy moved to stand close behind her. "Hey, it's no big deal, Claire." His voice was soft, gentle, confidence-inspiring. When he placed his hands on her shoulders and turned her to face him, she was tempted to rest her head against his chest as she had the window. It would be a tremendous relief to finally unburden herself and tell him everything. "Oh, Cassidy, I wish." "What?" he probed gently. She rolled her head across her shoulders. Naturally, she couldn't say what she really wanted to, so she said instead, "I wish it weren't so hot. I wish it would rain. I wish we were finished here so I could go home and restore my office and home, which I'm certain the police left in shambles." She bit her lower lip to stop tears of frustration and fear. "I wish I'd never heard of Jackson Wilde. I wish you'd have told me about your fountain pen. I could have explained days ago. I got it back, and that's all that matters. Forget it." But she couldn't forget it and felt compelled to explain her mother's actions. "See, sometimes Mama takes things. She's not stealing because she doesn't realize she's doing anything wrong. She's just borrowing. She never fails to return whatever it is she's taken. It's harmless and innocent, really." "Hush, Claire." He pushed his fingers up through her hair and whisked a kiss across her lips. "I believe you." But when he ducked his head for a deeper kiss, she pushed him away and gazed into his eyes. "No, you don't, Cassidy." Suddenly they were no longer talking about her mother or the fountain pen. Claire slowly shook her head. You don't believe me at all. Chapter 18. Yasmin left before dinner. The empty place at the dining table aroused curiosity, which Claire satisfied without going into details. Yasmin had an appointment in New Orleans tonight, but she's making a quick round trip. She'll be back early tomorrow morning. Leon was excited about the photographs he'd taken that day. His enthusiasm, heightened by several glasses of excellent dinner wine, prompted him to wax eloquent throughout the meal. He lavished his captive audience with ribald stories about the famous and would-be famous who frequented Manhattan's ever-changing hotspots. Of course, it's not like in the old days when Studio 54 was in its heyday, he remarked wistfully. It's a shame that, what with AIDS and drug awareness, no one really parties anymore. Immediately following dinner, Claire excused herself. A Trivial Pursuit tournament was being organized. She knew from past experience that they invariably turned hostile. Pleading exhaustion, she accompanied Mary Catherine and Harry upstairs, where she lingered in their room, chatting with her mother until Mary Catherine's sleeping pill took effect. Mary Catherine didn't mention Cassidy's fountain pen, nor did she give any indication that she remembered taking it. In her rush to leave for New Orleans, Yasmin had left their bedroom looking like a storm had hit it. Claire spent a half hour picking up strewn clothing and reorganizing the vanity table. The bathroom was in no better shape. After straightening it, she languished in a tub of cool water, trying to relax and stop thinking about Ariel Wilde's pregnancy and what adverse effects it might have on her. After her bath, she dusted with talcum and put on a silk thigh-length chemise that was the color of old, expensive pearls. She twisted her hair into a knot on top of her head and secured it with a clip, then stacked pillows against the headboard of her bed and reclined against them. She intended to switch on the bedside lamp, but the darkness was so soothing. More than she needed to review the schedule for tomorrow, she needed sleep, but her thoughts weren't restful. Like intractable children, they wouldn't behave and leave her in peace. Her eyes would remain closed for only brief snatches of time before they stubbornly sprang open. The bed on which she had spent several restful nights had metamorphosed into a bunk full of lumps and knots. Her pillow became warm too quickly. She flipped it over several times, growing increasingly impatient with her insomnia. Laughter wafted up the staircase from the parlor where the game was still in progress. She wished everybody would shut up and go to bed. She blamed her discontent on the mattress, the pillow, and the noise, but she knew that the real source of it, like her jealousy that afternoon, was something deep inside herself. It wasn't in her nature to be out of sorts with her friends and associates, her environment, and herself. She didn't like herself this way. Yet she was afraid to look too closely for an explanation. She knew intuitively that whatever had brought about this character change was something she'd rather not acknowledge. Avoidance was preferable to confrontation. She didn't want to deal with whatever was making her crazy. Left alone, maybe it would simply go away. She heard a noise that sounded like someone moving furniture across the hardwood floors. It was thunder. Vainly willing herself to fall asleep, she listened to the thunderstorm moving progressively closer to Rochechouart. Lightning flashed through the sheared drapes at the French doors. Maybe this time the clouds would deliver a cooling rain. So far, all they'd produced was a heightened sense of expectancy to an atmosphere already too thick to breathe. As the storm came nearer and increased in intensity, so did Claire's restlessness. Cassidy declined to join the Trivial Pursuit tournament in favor of a stroll around the grounds. However, the stifling humidity and biting mosquitoes quickly drove him back inside. He didn't stop in the parlor to bid anyone good night, but went straight upstairs to his room. He paused to listen at Claire's door, which was next door to his, but could hear nothing. There wasn't any light showing through the crack beneath the door either, so he reasoned she must have done as she'd said and gone to bed early. In his room he stripped to the skin. God, it was muggy even indoors. He considered going downstairs to get a beer from the bar, but decided against it. He might bump into Agnes or Grace, who were wont to engage their guests in lengthy conversations. Southern hospitality only went so far before it became cloying. His present frame of mind wasn't conducive to chatter. Tonight, he wasn't fit company for anyone except himself, and he was finding himself nearly intolerable. After taking a quick shower to cool off, he lay down on the bed and lit a cigarette. He'd quit smoking 2 years earlier, but he was feeling agitated. Besides, he needed something to keep his hands occupied while his mind ran in incessant circles. Claire had motive. Claire had opportunity. Claire could be directly linked to the crime scene through fibers from her car's carpet. Claire had no ironclad alibi. Claire was his best shot at getting the conviction that he desperately needed for both professional and personal reasons, but he didn't want Claire to be the culprit. God damn it. The curse seemed to hover in the darkness long after the sound had faded. This was a bitch of a position he had placed himself in. If he followed his conscience and the ethics of professional conduct, he would distance himself from this case. Crowder had already given him a deadline for bringing in a suspect. The number of allotted days was dwindling. If he was summarily replaced, that would be a hell of a thing to live down. But what if, before the deadline, he asked to be removed? Crowder thought he was too personally involved in the case, so he would probably be relieved by the request. The decision wouldn't damage their relationship. In fact, it would probably win his mentor's favor. Crowder would simply assign the case to someone else. No, that was no good. That someone else would probably be aggressive and sly and would slap handcuffs on Claire as soon as she returned to New Orleans. She'd be booked for murder, too, fingerprinted, photographed, jailed. The thought of it made him sick. On the other hand, he couldn't live with the thought that he might let a guilty woman go free because he had the hots for her. Only it wasn't as simple as that. It never had been. Since he had first walked into French silk and met Claire Laurent. Nothing had been easy or routine. It was as though he'd been bewitched. French silk had an ambience that mystified and intrigued him. It wasn't the old building itself, or even the French Quarter. He'd been there many times since he'd moved to New Orleans. He'd found it charming, but it had never made him feel as though he had gone through a time warp on the other side, at which everything moved in slow motion and nothing was what it seemed. It wasn't the physical place that had mesmerized him. It was Claire. She exuded a mystique that confounded him. That unnamed quality was dangerously romantic, totally alluring, and potentially disastrous. It had trapped him like an invisible web. Harder he struggled against it, the more ensnared he became. Even now, while he should be plotting a way to catch her, he was devising means to protect her from prosecution. Crazy, he thought, shaking his head over his own culpability. But he went with it anyway. There was no harm in exploring alternatives, was there? In fact, wasn't that the sensible, responsible, professional thing to do? Who else was a viable suspect? Ariel Wilde. She was pregnant now, but she could have offed her husband for a variety of reasons. Nevertheless, it would be tough to prosecute her and emerge a hero. He could always raise doubt as to who had fathered her child, but a good attorney would object to that line of questioning. The judge might rule in defense's favor, and that would be that nipped in the bud. The jury would never know about Ariel's affair with her stepson, and Cassidy would be despised for casting aspersions on a saintly, expectant mother. Joshua Wilde. Cassidy's gut instinct told him that the young man wouldn't have the gumption to kill a fly, much less a tyrannical father. On the other hand, he'd had the moxie to boink his old man's wife. The problem with prosecuting Ariel or Josh was that he didn't have a shred of physical evidence on either of them. It was all circumstantial and conjecture. If the jurors followed the judge's instructions and entertained any reasonable doubt, Ariel and Josh would walk. Assistant District Attorney Cassidy would have lost his credibility and let the real killer, whoever it might be, go free. That prospect was unthinkable. His main objective was to make sure that didn't happen. Above all else, he was committed to catching the bad guy and convicting him. Or her. Thoughts of Claire made him swear liberally as he ground out his first, virtually unsmoked, cigarette and lit another. He envisioned her as she had been that afternoon. Her dishevelment had been fetching, the perspiration having given her skin a healthy glow. The humidity had made the hair around her face curl beguilingly. She had looked hot and bothered. But when he'd confronted her about it, she'd been too damn proud to claim those two human frailties, jealousy and lust. Feeling restless and mean, Cassidy rolled off the bed and hiked a pair of jeans up over his hips. He didn't bother buttoning them before he yanked open the French doors and stepped onto the balcony. The air was even sultrier than it had been earlier. There wasn't a breath of breeze. He glanced toward the French doors of Claire's room and saw darkness. She was sleeping. He gazed up at the sky. The low clouds looked swollen and bruised. The smell of rain was pervasive, but he didn't feel a drop. Atmosphere was electrically charged, as though something consequential were about to take place. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a flash of lightning sizzled across the sky just above the motionless treetops. When the sky was split by a brilliant, jagged fork of lightning, Claire sprang into a sitting position. She held her breath in anticipation of the thunder. It cracked like a whip across the roof of the house, rattling windows and glassware. It was followed by a strong gust of wind. Her French doors burst open, swinging into the room and banging against the interior walls. The sheer draperies billowed like sails suddenly unfurled. Claire slid from the bed and walked across the room. Rosh Hashanah's trees were swaying in an angry wind that seemed to be blowing in no particular direction. It tore at her hair and molded her chemise to her body. Another bolt of lightning temporarily spotlighted the balcony. That's when she saw Cassidy. He was standing at the railing, shirtless, smoking, looking straight at her. She started to duck back into her bedroom and seal shut the French doors, but she couldn't move. His riveting gaze had immobilized her, saying nothing. He pushed himself away from the railing and came toward her with a slow, measured, predatory tread. Her heart started racing as fast as the frenzied wind. Her mind spun as erratically as anything in the wind's path. She spoke the first inane words that came to her. "I didn't know you smoked." Cassidy still said nothing but continued moving forward in that same dangerous manner. He didn't stop until he was within arm's reach. Claire felt herself drawn to him by a physical and inexorable tug, as though he had a powerful magnet inside his chest. Breathlessly, she said, "I think a storm is finally about to break." He flicked his cigarette over the balcony railing, then reached for her, pulling her against him with the force of the next thunderclap. The kiss he ground upon her mouth was as ruthless as the wind. He snapped open her hair barrette and let it drop unheeded to the floor, then moved his fingers through her hair, tilting her head first to one side, then the other, so that her mouth had to obey the rapacious demands of his. Heat emanated from him through his skin, through the hair that matted his chest. His unleashed sexual desire seeped into Claire, and she responded suddenly, acknowledging it as the source of her recent discontent. It blossomed and spread through her, a sweet, aching need for this for Cassidy. Her fingers curled into the fleshy part of his shoulders, and she arched against him. He made a low, erotic sound. His mouth left hers to seek the hollow of her neck. Claire's head fell back as she welcomed the sucking motions of his lips. He slid his hand down her back, over her bottom, and tilted her higher and closer to him, pushing his erection against her cleft. He lowered one strap of her chemise and bared her breast. He sought the nipple first, closing his lips around it and madly laving it with his tongue. Soft, glad little cries escaped Claire's parted lips until he took them again in a kiss. The ferocity of the storm was fully upon them now. The fierce wind howled. Lightning flashed and thunder cracked. Rain fell in torrents. Sheets of it were driven beneath the balcony roof to splash against their bare feet. They were mindless of it all, until they heard approaching voices. In order to enjoy the rain, two of the models had decided to take the balcony route to their rooms instead of the interior hallway. Claire pushed Cassidy away and glanced toward the corner of the house, where at any moment the models would appear. Taking her hand, he stepped into her room and pulled her in behind him. He latched the French doors just as the models rounded the corner where they paused to watch the storm. Cassidy backed Claire against the French doors, and they became hopelessly entangled in the sheer drapes. Any objections she might have uttered were silenced by his kiss. His tongue entered her mouth and plumbed it seductively. His hands moved beneath her chemise. They felt warm and strong against her derriere as he lifted one of her thighs and propped it on his. His knuckles lightly fanned her pubic hair. Her belly quickened reflexively, and she almost cried out. To trap the sound, he covered her mouth with his outside. One of the models said, "It's really coming down. I've never seen lightning like this." "Shh, you'll wake up Claire." Claire was fully awake. Every fiber of her body was responding to Cassidy's touch. His fingers separated the lips of her sex. One slipped inside her. With a subtle flexing motion, he extended it fully before gradually retracting it again and again. Claire clutched at him. He ended a torrid kiss and penetrated her eyes with a hot, hard stare while continuing to stroke her. "We'd better get to bed, too. What time's your call?" 8:30, a squeal. "Watch it. It's slippery. I almost fell. Rue would shit if you showed up tomorrow with bruises." Cassidy withdrew his finger and found the distended heart of her sexuality. Round and round he caressed the slippery nubbin. Claire blinked frantically in an attempt to keep her eyes open. Cassidy's image was blurring. She noted that his hair was falling over his brows, that his features were set and tense, and that his eyes were feverish. Claire was seized by a purling climax. She fought it, but it washed through her like a powerful intravenous drug, instant warmth, a jolt of passion, a rush of sublimity. The models' voices had faded, leaving only the sounds of the storm and the silky rasp of heavy breathing. Cassidy wrapped his arms around her and carried her to the bed, where he laid her down before following with his own body. He removed her chemise, then his hands moved over her flushed breasts. His fingertips lingered on her nipples, and the sensations that concentrated there were so strong. Claire whimpered. He lowered his head and kissed them urgently but tenderly. She grasped handfuls of his hair, knowing she should stop this, but conceding that she might just as well try to stop the pounding rain. He kissed her belly. Anxiously, she murmured, "Cassidy?" "Shh." He blew gently on her delta of hair. "Cassidy?" Disregarding her hesitancy, he scooped her hips in his hands and lifted her against his open mouth. His tongue investigated her sweet, wet center. He flicked it lazily, delved deeply. He nuzzled her affectionately, then kissed her intently as though sucking the nectar from a piece of luscious fruit. With the tip of his tongue, he reawakened that tiny seed of femininity. The pleasure built until it was unendurable. "Please," she gasped. He knelt between her thighs and thrust himself into her. His breathing was labored and hot against her neck. She heard him groan, "Oh, Christ! Christ!" Then he began to move, stretching and stroking her until she became oblivious to everything except him. The skin on his back was damp. His muscles rippled beneath her hands. She slid them inside his jeans and cupped his buttocks, drawing him deeper into her. He murmured with pleasure. They kissed. His lips tasted musky and forbidden. She licked them delicately, then greedily. He gathered the fullness of her breast in his palm and brushed his thumb across the raised center, then lightly rolled it between his fingers. Claire's back arched off the mattress. She caught her breath sharply and spoke his name. The first climax had been only a harbinger. This time when she came, she felt like part of a fireworks display. She was showered with fiery sparks and fell through space for what seemed eternity before the final glimmer was extinguished. Moments later, Cassidy allowed himself to come. He embraced her tightly and filled her ear with erotic messages as she felt his warm, surging release deep inside her. Replete, they rested, his head lying on the slopes of her breasts, her legs folded around him. Eventually he sat up and peeled off his jeans, then lay back down and gathered her close. Claire snuggled against his naked body. The storm had passed, but it continued to rain. The distant thunder reminded her of the night Cassidy had first kissed her, the night they had gone to the Pontchartrain Hotel to pick up Mary Catherine. With a shudder, Claire pushed away the thought. She didn't want to remember who they were and the opposing roles they were playing in a real-life drama. Feeling her shudder, he tenderly kissed her temple. "What? Nothing. Something." She sighed, a smile playing about her lips. "That was the dirtiest sex I've ever had." A chuckle started deep inside his chest just below her ear. "Good," she strummed his ribs, excited by the sensations conducted through her fingertips. "Cassidy? What will happen tomorrow?" He rolled her onto her back and leaned above her, laying his finger lengthwise against her lips. "If we talk about that, I'll have to leave. Is that what you want?" He stroked her lips, then kissed her deeply, wetly, intimately, giving her his tongue. He nudged apart her thighs and moved against her, suggestively. He was already hard again. She sighed. "No, don't leave." Chapter 19. Andre Philippi was beside himself with excitement. Yasmin was in his hotel again. Yasmin, the most exquisite creature in the world. He was taking a routine stroll through the lobby when he saw her come in. Even though the sun had already set, she was wearing opaque wraparound sunglasses. Obviously, she didn't want to be recognized, if he weren't so familiar with her face. She might have escaped even his notice, but he spent more time staring into close-up photographs of her than he spent looking at himself in the mirror. Her face was better known to him than his own. Her gait was purposeful as she strode toward the bank of elevators. One was standing open. Andre rushed to join her inside it before it began its ascent. "Yasmin, welcome." He executed a quick bow. "Hello, Andre." She smiled and removed her sunglasses, slipping them into her large shoulder bag. "How are you? It's been ages since I've seen you." Claire had introduced them several years ago at a small dinner party she had hosted. They had since been together on numerous occasions. However, it never failed to thrill and flatter Andre that she regarded him as a friend. "I've been well. And you can't complain?" Her smile seemed to congeal around her words as though they might not be wholly sincere.
Are you in town to work on the catalog?
"We're shooting pictures for the spring issue over in Mississippi. I just came back for the evening." He never questioned a guest's reason for being in his hotel. That would have been a breach of his policy, which guaranteed absolute privacy above all else. "How is Claire?" "Frankly, she was in a snit when I left her this afternoon," Yasmin replied. "Oh dear, did Mary Catherine?" "No, it had nothing to do with her mother." He waited politely, hoping that Yasmin would expound upon their mutual friend's distress without his having to ask. Yasmin rewarded his discretion. "I guess the pressure of the job got to her today, you know, Claire? She never blows her top, which is the healthy way to get mad. She just simmers quietly and makes everybody around her feel like shit." Sensing that there had been conflict between the two women he liked and admired so well, Andre responded diplomatically. "I'm confident that the catalog will be well worth the effort you put into it." "Yeah, I guess." Her lack of enthusiasm was evident. "Isn't the creative aspect of the catalog always anxiety-producing?" he inquired politely, this time more than usual. "Why so?" "Cassidy." Andre blanched. "You mean he's there?" "Yep. He followed Claire to Rosa Sharon and has practically become a permanent fixture on the sets." He nervously wet his lips. Why in heaven's name is he hounding her like that? Elevator had reached the designated floor. Andre stepped out with Yasmin and they began walking together down the hotel corridor. He still suspects her of Wilde's murder. But that's preposterous. Andre stumbled as though his heart had dropped all the way to the floor and tripped him. Oh dear, this is terrible, and it's all my fault. Perspiration broke out across his forehead. From his breast pocket, he removed an immaculate linen handkerchief and blotted at the beads of sweat. If I hadn't fallen for his trick and identified Claire as the caller on that recording, whoa. Yasmin laid a commiserating hand on his shoulder. Claire told me how upset you were when that happened. Listen, Cassidy is one smart cookie. One way or another, he would have found out that Claire was here at the Fairmont the night Jackson Wilde was shot. You didn't reveal anything that he wouldn't have discovered sooner or later. She lowered her voice to a confidential pitch. If you want to know what I think Cassidy's more interested in proving Claire innocent than guilty. Which, of course, she is, Andre hastened to say. Claire was here that night to pick up Mary Catherine, nothing more. I would swear to that in court. I would do anything to protect a friend. Your friends count on that. Andre found that statement cryptic and unsettling. He wanted to re-emphasize his belief in Claire's innocence, but Yasmin began moving away. I'll look forward to a longer visit soon, Andre. He reached for her hand, bowed over it, and kissed the back of it. Au revoir, Yasmin. Your incandescent beauty lends light to everyone around you. The smile that had made her famous broke across her face. Why, you little stinker. You're a poet, I confess, he admitted sheepishly. She would never know about the hours he had spent composing odes to her beauty and charm. She laid her palm against his cheek. You're a real gentleman, Andre. Why can't all men be as kind and considerate and loyal as you? Her smile became sad. She withdrew her hand, then turned and walked away from him. He didn't follow her. That would have been improper. But he waited until she was admitted into a room after knocking and speaking her name softly. Andre didn't envy the man waiting for her on the other side of the door. His love for Yasmin wasn't sexual. Its origins were in his soul, and it resided on a much higher plane than the physical realm. All his heart, he wanted her to experience love and happiness in all their various forms and from whatever sources they could be derived. He practically floated back to the elevator in a state of euphoria. Yasmin had touched his cheek with affection. Her hand had felt smooth and cool, like his maman's caress when he was a boy. There had also been something in her eyes that had reminded him of his mother, a familiar poignancy that he remembered only too well. But he put that thought aside and didn't let it compromise the bubbling joy of the moment. You cocksucking bastard. You motherfucker. Yasmin lambasted Alistair Petrie with a litany of obscenities. Charming language, Yasmini. Shut your lying mouth, you son of a fucking bitch. Fury radiated from her like the red waves from a space heater. Her body was taut and bristling with rage. It burned in the depths of her eyes. You never intended to leave your wife, did you? Yasmin, did you? During an election year, it would be political suicide. But that doesn't mean, you goddamn liar. You slimy, stinking piece of rat shit. I could kill you, for God's sake. He ran his fingers through his hair. It was still tousled from their coupling, which had been almost as ferocious as their argument. They'd heaved and bucked and clutched and wrestled as if it were a contest rather than an act of love. You're overreacting? He said in a calming tone, trying to prevent another outburst of her violent shrieks. This is only a temporary separation, Yasmin. It would be best. Best for you. Best for both of us if we cooled it for a while, at least until after the election. I'm not breaking off the affair permanently. Jesus, do you think I want that? I don't. You're my life. Bullshit. I swear to you that once the election is over, You'll what? You'll bless me with a few measly hours of screwing every week or so? For how long? For life? Fuck you, Congressman. I'm not putting up with that shit. I don't expect you to be happy about it. God, I'd be crushed if you were. He spread open his arms in a gesture of appeal. What I do expect is a little understanding. My schedule is a nightmare, Yasmin. I'm under constant pressure. Sugar, you don't know pressure. Her voice thrummed with foreboding. When I get finished with you, your skinny ass won't be worth shit in this state or any other. Your little nigger gal is through fucking around with you. The party is over, Sugar. Now you gotta pay. She headed for the door. He rushed after her. Wait, Yasmin, let me explain. You're not being reasonable. He caught her shoulders and turned her around. Please, his voice cracked on a near sob, please. She made no further attempt to leave, but her eyes continued to smolder like live coals. Alistair gulped oxygen and blinked rapidly, looking like a desperate man about to plead for a stay of execution. Yasmin, darling, he began haltingly, you've got to cut me some slack. Promise me that you won't take this to the media. The words went through her like lances, opening up pockets of pain and outrage. You don't give a shit about how I feel, do you? You're only thinking of yourself and your bloody campaign. I didn't mean that. Issuing a savage cry, She lashed out, scraping her fingernails down his cheek and drawing blood from 4 long gashes. With the other hand she ripped out several strands of his hair. For a moment Alistair was too stunned to move. Then the pain struck him and he cried out, raising his hand to his cheek. "You're crazy," he shouted when his hand came away dripping blood. "You're a frigging lunatic." Yasmin allowed herself several seconds to revel in his astonishment and agony. Then she stormed from the room. On the way to the elevator she encountered a man and a woman in the hotel corridor. They stared at her and gave her a wide berth. She realized then that tears were streaming from her eyes and that her blouse was flapping open. She buttoned it haphazardly and shoved it back into her waistband as she rode the elevator down to the street level. She also replaced her sunglasses. As she moved through the Fairmont's lobby, she kept her head down. She spotted Andre from the corner of her eye, but didn't slow down or encourage him to approach her as she left the building. She retrieved Claire's rented van from the parking garage and headed across Canal Street. It was a mild evening. Many were getting a head start on the weekend. The streets of the French Quarter were crowded with tourists who tied up motor traffic and jammed the narrow sidewalks. Yasmin had difficulty finding a parking place and finally left the van in a tow-away zone. She still had to walk several blocks down Rue du Maine to reach her destination. She made eye contact with no one and drew as little attention to herself as possible. The place was still open, but if she hadn't known it was there, she would never have noticed it. Several shoppers were browsing among the shelves of herbs that would find their way into gris-gris and potions. "I'd like to see the priestess," Yasmin said, speaking softly to the attendant who was smoking a joint. The aged hippie withdrew, then returned a moment later to signal Yasmin to follow her. The altar room was separated from the shop by a dusty maroon velvet curtain. The walls were decorated with African masks and metal carvings called vivets, which evoked powerful spirits. A large wooden cross stood in one corner, but it wasn't a traditional crucifix. Curled around the center post was Damballa, the snake. The most powerful spirit residing in a wire cage in the opposite corner was a python representative of Damballa. The snake was used in the voodoo rituals conducted in the swamps outside the city. On the altar itself were statues of Christian saints, photographs of people who claimed to have been blessed by the spirits, flickering candles, burning sticks of incense and juju, the bones and skulls of animals. The priestess was seated in the queen's chair adjacent to the altar. She was immense, her enormous breasts overlapping a belly comprised of several rolls of fat. Her large head was wrapped in a turban. Dozens of gold chains were suspended from her short, thick neck. On at least half of them were dangling charms, lockets, and other amulets. Her hands were as large as baseball gloves. Several rings glittered on each finger. She raised one of her giant hands and motioned Yasmin forward. The priestess was Haitian, as black as ebony. Her wide, round face was oily and shiny with sweat. In a trance-like state, she observed her visitor through heavy-lidded, slumberous eyes that were as small and brilliant as onyx buttons. Yasmin addressed her with more reverence than a devout Catholic would address a cardinal. "I need your help." The dense smoke from the incense was intoxicating. Yasmin felt lightheaded, but she always did whenever she visited this underworld of black magic. Dark powers seemed to emanate from the priestess, from her paraphernalia, from the murky shadows of every corner. In a flat, monotonic voice, Yasmin told the priestess about her lover. "He's lied to me many times. He's an evil man. He must be punished." The priestess nodded sagely. "Do you have something of his?" "Yes." The priestess raised one bearing hand and an assistant materialized. She offered Yasmin a small crockery bowl. Yasmin scraped the human tissue and specks of dried blood from beneath her fingernails and carefully dropped the particles into the bowl. Next, she removed the strands of Alistair's hair that were still wrapped around the fingers of her left hand and added them to the bowl. Then she lifted her gaze to the priestess. Flickering candlelight was reflected in her agate eyes, making them appear animalistic. Her lips barely moved, but her sibilant message was clear. "I want him to suffer badly." Bella Petrie was waiting for Alistair in the foyer when he arrived at their Greek revival home on the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. The children had been fed earlier and sent to bed before leaving for the day. The full-time housekeeper cook had set the formal dining table with the best china and added fresh flowers to the centerpiece. Belle was dressed in purple silk lounging pajamas that swished against her legs as she moved forward to greet her husband. "My God, did she do that to you?" As she examined the scratches on his cheek, there was no sympathy in her voice, merely surprise. "Satisfied, Belle? These scratches should prove that I did what I promised. You told her that it was over for good and warned her not to bother us anymore." "Precisely that. Then she charged me like a goddamn panther." Belle's gleaming page boy barely rippled as she made a tisking sound and shook her head. "Go upstairs and swab those scratches with peroxide while I pour our dinner wine. I'm not hungry." "Of course you are, darling," she said with a fixed smile. "Run along and tend to your face. I'll expect you back down shortly." Alistair recognized her suggestion for what it was, a test to see if he would obey. In her subtle way, she was stating the terms under which she would stay with him, financially support his campaign, and decline to expose him for the unfaithful, lying husband that he was. From here on, she was the writer, producer, and director of this charade. If he wanted to play, he must accept his role and carry it out to the letter. What choice did he have but to accept her conditions, no matter how unpalatable? Sure, he'd go along for a while. It would behoove him to toe the line until after the election. Then if he wanted to resume his affair with Yasmin, or start a new one with somebody else, he'd damned well do it. Just because he'd been caught once didn't mean he intended to live the rest of his life as Belle's neutered lapdog. For the time being, however, it was prudent to pretend. "I'll be down in a minute." Upstairs, he inspected his face in the bathroom mirror. The gashes were still fresh, raw, and bleeding. How the hell would he explain them to his staff and campaign committee, much less the media and the voting public, backlashing tree branches? A frisky new kitten? Who the hell would believe that? On the other hand, in order to contradict him, they'd have to accuse him of lying and prove it. So what was he worried about? They'd take his word for it because they'd have no alternative. He wasn't even vaguely concerned that Yasmin would throw him out like a chunk of raw meat to the news hounds. True, he'd experienced a moment of trepidation when she'd looked at him in a way that had chilled his blood. But once she cooled down and her reason reasserted itself, she'd change her mind about seeking restitution. After all, she loved him. Her love had been a curse that might now turn out to be a blessing. She wouldn't do anything to destroy him politically, because she probably still clung to the fantasy that one day she'd wind up being Mrs. Congressman Petrie. Besides, she was proud to a fault. She couldn't publicize their affair without making herself look like a fool. She had a career to salvage, a business to protect, and creditors to pacify. The last thing Yasmin wanted or needed was a scandal. But what if her desire for revenge was greater than her better judgment? What if she did squeal? Alistair shrugged at his reflection in the mirror. So what? The public outcry over such a notorious affair would work more against her than him. All he had to do was sit back, hold hands with Belle, and vehemently deny any allegations that Yasmin might make. Who'd believe a virtually bankrupt, morally depraved, hysterical woman from Harlem over an affluent, stable, happily married Southern gentleman with all that resolved in his mind? His mood was almost buoyant as he went back downstairs. Belle kissed him gently and formed a moe of concern over his injured cheek. "It's all behind us now," she said as she extended him a glass of perfectly chilled white wine. "Tell me about your day." She served him a light supper of crab salad on toast points, sliced cantaloupe, marinated cherry tomatoes, and raspberry sherbet. They were lingering over their demitasse when something smashed against the dining room window. It landed hard, making a horrific crash that caused the large pane of glass to vibrate. What the hell was that? Alistair whipped his head around. Belle shot straight up from her chair, knocking it over backward. Alistair gaped in horror at the blood and gore splattered on the glass. Belle covered her mouth with her hand to keep from gagging. "Jesus," Alistair wheezed. "Stay inside. Alistair, stay inside." He had never been inordinately brave, so it wasn't so much courage as anger that propelled him through the front door of his house and out onto his carefully manicured lawn. Down the street, he heard the squeal of tires, but it was too far away and too dark for him to see the make of the car or to read the license plate. He approached the dining room window with caution and fear. Looking at the blood-splattered glass from this side made it even spookier, more real. He could smell the blood. A Rorschach ink blot from hell. He leaned across the flower bed to inspect it closer, lost his balance, fell into the shrubbery beneath the window, and landed on a dead chicken. Its throat had been slashed. The cut was fresh, wide, and gaping. The feathers were wet and shiny with dark blood. The congressman screamed. He scrambled to his feet, thrashed through the shrubbery, and stumbled up the front steps. Once safely inside, he slammed the front door and slid home the bolts. Frantically, he punched in the security alarm code on the panel. Belle, having recovered from her initial shock, demanded an explanation. "Who made that disgusting mess on our front window? Do you realize what a chore it will be to get that stuff off?" He wanted to shake her until her perfectly straight, white teeth rattled. "Don't you understand what this means? She wants me dead." "Who? Her? Your former lover?" He nodded, stuttering. She's put a curse on me. For heaven's sake, Alistair, get a grip on yourself. You're being ridiculous." He shook his head furiously. "This is a matter for the police, Belle." Ever cool, headed for the hall telephone. "No." He lunged for the phone and yanked the cord from the wall jack. "No, Alistair, you're not behaving rationally. What's got you so scared?" He croaked a single word. Voodoo, Chapter 20. Yasmin barged in on them a few minutes before 6 o'clock. She flung the bedroom door open, stomped in, then skidded to a halt when she saw Claire snuggled against Cassidy between the sheets of the twin bed. "Oh, shit!" The expletive woke Claire from a sound sleep. She sat up, shoved her hair out of her eyes, and groped for the corner of the sheet to raise against her breasts, which were rosy and tender from a night of lovemaking. At her sudden movement, Cassidy rolled onto his back. "What's the matter?" He followed Claire's stunned stare to Yasmin, who looked down at them for several awkward seconds before turning on her heel and marching out, closing the door soundly behind her. "Something's wrong." Claire reached for her chemise, which was draped over the footboard of the bed. "What do you mean? What's wrong with what? What time is it?" Cassidy propped himself on his elbows and shook his head groggily. "Something's wrong with Yasmin and Claire." She had pulled on a housecoat over her chemise. As she swept past the bed on her way to the door, his hand shot out and caught her arm. He gazed up at her from hooded eyes. She knew what the look meant, and it created flurries of delight in her tummy. "I can't," she whispered soulfully. "Yasmin needs me. I need you. You had me," she reminded him with a shy smile. "Not nearly enough." Torn between loyalty and desire, she glanced toward the door, then looked back at him. "I've got to check on her, Cassidy." "Okay," he growled. "But I'm a sore loser." He raised her hand to his mouth and provocatively kissed the palm. "Hurry back, I promise." Hallway was shrouded in the gray-violet light of dawn. She moved quickly to the staircase and tiptoed down, not wanting to rouse anyone. She gave the double parlors a swift glance, but didn't see Yasmin. She was about to bypass the dining room when she noted movement near the wet bar. Reversing her direction, she joined Yasmin there. The former model held up a decanter. What a drink! "Yasmin, what's the matter? What do you care? By the looks of you, I'd say you had one hell of a night in your little twin bed. All cozied up naked with the detective, weren't you?" Imagine that. He's not a detective, and you're not being fair. Why should it matter to you if I sleep with Cassidy?" She came around holding a highball glass filled with vodka. "It doesn't. In fact, I don't give a fat rat's fart who you fuck." "Whom I fuck," Claire corrected. "If you're going to insult me, at least be grammatically correct." Yasmin set her drink on the bar with a hard thump. She tried to sustain her anger, but couldn't. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Claire Louise Laurent, always so bloody prim and proper. She grinned at Claire fleetingly, then her face crumpled like a souffle. Lowering her head, she covered her face with her hands and began to sob. Claire placed an arm around her and guided her down to one of the padded bar stools. "What's wrong, Yasmin?" she asked, smoothing back her hair. "For you to be so nasty, something dreadful must have happened. The asshole dumped me." Claire had been afraid of this. The inevitable had finally happened. She had believed all along that it was only a matter of time before Yasmin was jilted by her married lover, and she had dreaded this day. She drew her friend's head to her shoulder and let her use it as a cushion while she cried. "The son of a bitch has been lying to me from the start," Yasmin said, her voice congested with tears. "He never intended to leave his wife. He never planned to marry me or for us to have a life together. I've been so stupid, Claire, so goddamn stupid." She pounded the edge of the bar with her fists. "How could I have been played for such a fool?" Love distorts our judgment. It makes us do things we know are bad for us. We do them anyway. Yasmin sat up and wiped her nose on the hem of her blouse. "He even made love to me last night before he broke the news. Can you believe the gall? When I got there, he practically fell on me. He told me that I was beautiful, that the days he spent without me were pure hell. We screwed like rabbits, hard and quick. Twin tears spilled over her lower eyelids and trickled down her flawless cheeks. I loved him, Claire. I know. I'm sorry. Looking back, I can't believe I ever fell for his lies. Even though I fantasized about it, I can't see him actually flaunting me in Washington." "Washington?" Yasmin snorted a laugh. "This might cost him a vote, but what the hell? Why shouldn't you know now?" "My mystery man was Congressman Alistair Petrie." Claire exhaled slowly. "Alistair Petrie? Do you know him?" "No, I never met him. But I know his wife, Belle. I made some things for her trousseau when they got married. I was doing commission work then. One of her friends recommended me to her. What's she like?" "Oh, Yasmin, forget. For God's sake, Claire, indulge me. What's she like?" "Pretty, blonde."
Slen?
"That's not what I meant. I know what she looks like. You've met her? I've seen her." Claire's brows arched inquisitively. "Yes, I spied on them a couple of times," Yasmin admitted impatiently. "I did everything a nice little mistress isn't supposed to do. I whined, I made demands, I issued ultimatums, I pleaded, I threw tantrums. I called their house in the middle of the night just to hear his voice when he answered the phone. All that crap. Since he began campaigning for re-election, he's had less time to spend with me. The less time we had together, the more I hounded him. That's one reason Alistair got pissed, I think. I was taking chances with us getting caught. He was afraid Belle would find out. Or maybe she did find out, who knows. Now I wouldn't believe a word the lying prick says. I can see why he'd be attracted to you. You're so different from her. In what way? Every way, Claire replied. I didn't like her. She comes from aristocracy and makes certain everyone knows it. She's cool and aloof, snotty, bigoted, and, I would guess, passionless. Maybe he didn't lie about that, Yasmin murmured. It's premature to say this, Claire said hesitantly, and you won't believe me, but it's true. She reached for Yasmin's hands and pressed them between hers. The relationship wasn't good, or you wouldn't have been so unhappy all the time. You're better off without him. Yasmin shook her head.
No, Claire, you're wrong. I'm miserable. In fact, my entire life is in shambles. That's not true, Yasmin. Obviously, you've forgotten my financial straits. The money you'll pay me for those stock shares won't make a dent in what I owe creditors. That'll turn around. Give it time. You're beautiful and talented, Yasmin, she said, meaning it. Thousands of women would trade places with you in an instant. Right now your heart is broken, but it will mend.
Yasmin's eyes narrowed and tilted up at the corners, giving her a calculating feline look. My heart is broken, but I'm not going to suffer alone. She withdrew her hands from Claire's grasp, reached into her shoulder bag, and withdrew an object that made Claire recoil. My God, Yasmin, what are you doing with that thing? The voodoo doll was a grotesque effigy of the congressman. She held the doll up and looked at it proudly. See that hair on its head? That's really Alistair's hair. That makes the spell more powerful. And this, she said, pointing to the exaggerated red felt penis thrusting from the doll's crotch. Well, you know what that represents? Claire was appalled. You're not serious, are you? A few candles and talismans? Okay, that's harmless. But you can't seriously believe in spells and black magic. Yasmin turned on her angrily. Why not? You believe in a virgin birth, don't you? To argue religion was a futile pursuit. Claire wasn't going to engage in it, especially now when her friend was emotionally fragile. She wisely kept quiet as she watched in horrified fascination as Yasmin laid the doll on the bar and reached into her blouse. She withdrew a silver charm suspended from a chain around her neck. The charm was a hollow filigree sphere. It was filled with matter that Claire couldn't identify, but it had the odor of herbs. By wearing this close to my body, Yasmin said in a menacing voice, I can control his thoughts. He won't be able to get me off his mind. I'll haunt him day and night. I'll drive him freaking nuts. Yasmin, you're frightening me. She laughed low in her throat. Yours is nothing compared to the fear Alistair will experience before I'm finished. What do you mean, finished? Yasmin, what do you intend to do? Ignoring the question, she said. Watch, Claire, observe, learn, in case you ever want to put a curse on someone. Flipping back the collar of her shirt, she revealed a row of long, sinister pins. She pulled one from the fabric and laid it aside only long enough to strike a match from the matchbook lying on the bar. She ran the burning match along the pin until it became almost too hot for her to hold. Then she plunged it into the repugnant red penis of the doll. Good morning, Alistair, she whispered. Sleep well? Don't even think of making love to your insipid wife. Even one of my famous blowjobs couldn't get it up now, you limp dick. She lit another match, heated another pin, and jabbed it into the doll's torso. Claire grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her hard. Stop this. This is ridiculous. Practicing voodoo is dangerous and stupid, and I won't have my best friend deluding herself with it. She shook her again. Do you hear me, Yasmin? She blinked to clear her vision, as though Claire had snapped her out of a trance. Of course I hear you, smiling broadly, she asked. You didn't think I was serious, did you? I, Claire began uncertainly. Yasmin laughed. I sure pulled one over on you, didn't I? She dropped the charm back into her bodice and replaced the doll in her shoulder bag. Don't let Cassidy see that, Claire said. He was interested in your Jackson Wild doll, but I dismissed it as a gag. He might reconsider. Come on, Claire. Relax. It's like having the gypsy lady at a carnival read your palm. You don't really believe in it, but it's fun. Claire still wasn't convinced, and her expression must have conveyed that. Yasmin shot her a retiring look as she picked up her drink. This black magic hocus-pocus is all a hoax, but it's fun to pretend that I could really hurt Alistair. Why should I be the only one agonizing? It makes me feel better to know that the bastard might be suffering a little too. She sipped her drink. Enough of my love life. Tell me how Cassidy sweet-talked himself into your pants. Quietly, Claire re-entered the bedroom. Since it was on the west side of the house, it remained in semi-darkness. Cassidy was still in bed, lying on his back with his hands stacked beneath his head, staring at the ceiling fan as it slowly rotated above him. He had an arresting profile, strong, masculine, each feature well-defined. She loved the shape of his lips, and looking at them now, knowing how they tasted and felt against hers, whether supplicant or demanding, made her mouth water. His biceps were as round and hard as apples. Soft dark hair lined his armpits and matted his chest, which rose above a flat, taut belly. It tapered into a narrow waist and an even trimmer pelvis. His sex was full and firm, and Claire knew it by touch, smell, and taste. She tried to suppress the erotic memories as she closed the door behind her. He turned his head. Hi. Hi. Everything all right? It is now? It wasn't. She was awfully upset. About what? Is that any business of yours? He eased his hands from beneath his head and propped himself on one elbow. Don't get your stinger out, Claire. It was a politely curious question. She sat on the edge of the bed but kept her back to him. Her lover broke off their affair. And don't ask me who he was, because I can't divulge that. I didn't intend to ask. So good. We've got no problem. Really? Could have fooled me from your tone of voice. I'd guess we do. She stiffened her spine. You should go back to your room now. Yasmin would like to shower and sleep for a couple of hours before we start working. This hasn't got anything to do with Yasmin. All right, it doesn't. Claire sprang to her feet and turned to confront him. She flung her hand toward the French doors. In case you haven't noticed, Cassidy, the sun is up. It's morning. So what, are you going to turn into a pumpkin? No, but you're going to turn into an assistant district attorney who would love to pin a murder rap on me. Did you commit murder? I don't have to answer that. I'd prefer you didn't if it's going to be another lie. Just leave. He threw off the sheet and sprang from the bed, naked and sexy. Carnal recollections of last night elbowed their way into her consciousness. They were unwelcome, but they were there nevertheless, and she was forced to make room for them. Seeing him like this, she longed to touch him again, to feel his powerful thighs against hers, to have his hands stroking her body. She watched as he pulled on the old faded jeans he'd worn into her room the night before. He didn't button them this time either. They had molded to his body so well and so long ago that there was little risk of them falling down. Why don't you cut the bullshit about Yasmin and her secret lover and tell me what this is all about? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't? He aimed an index finger at the tip of her nose. Don't retreat behind that lofty finishing school disdain, Claire. I know now that it's an act you put on when it conveniently suits your purpose, when you want to avoid a confrontation. I met the real you last night. There, he said, pointing down at the rumpled bed. Is that why you took me to bed, so you could get to know me better? Yes, in every sense. How romantic. Now, what was the real reason? He grabbed her hand and shoved it into his open fly. Drop this nonsense. Kiss me, and in about 20 seconds your memory will be revived. She pulled her hand free. I'm sure you'll claim you only wanted to make love to me. That was the general idea, yeah. I don't believe you, Cassidy. You're always accusing me of lying now. I think you are. He snorted a laugh and shook his head in bafflement. What? What happened during the half hour you were gone? I recaptured my sanity, she muttered, turning her head aside. He took her chin between his fingers and drew her back around. Don't talk to me in riddles. Okay, I'll be blunt, she said, lifting her chin off the perch of his fingertips. Yasmin said some things that made me think.
About what? Sweet talk? Come again?
Yasmin's question as to how Cassidy had wound up in her bed had yanked her from the warm, hazy glow of being in love and had plunged her into cold reality. Feeling tremulous but sounding intentionally hostile, she asked, Why did you sleep with me last night? Isn't that rather obvious, Claire? You'd like me to think so. We wanted each other, he said, but you initiated it. You weren't coerced. No, you didn't come to me waving your ID or with a satchel full of official documents or issuing threats. You were much too clever for that because you know how I resent and resist authority. Instead, you approached me as a man to a woman. You tapped into my jealousy. Yes, she said, slicing the air with her hands. For whatever irrational reason, I was jealous of Yasmin yesterday. You took advantage of that and the sexual ambience that prevails over our sets.
Yasmin talked about being a fool, she continued. I comforted her by saying that at one time or another we all take departures from our better judgment, and it's usually because of our libidos. That's when it occurred to me what a colossal fool I'd been. You wooed me into bed hoping that by morning you'd have your killer. Maybe you were counting on breaking down my defenses and getting a confession before dawn. Oh, for Christ's sake.
Having listened with diminishing patience, he now raked all 10 fingers through his hair, then propped his hands on his hips. Precisely when was this confession supposed to take place, Claire, during foreplay? Or at the moment of climax did I expect you to scream, I'm guilty? No, wait, I've got it. I was hoping that once we'd screwed ourselves senseless, you'd talk in your sleep, right? This isn't funny. You're damn right it's not, he shouted. If you wanted to catch your murderer so badly, why be so insidious? Why didn't you just arrest me? Hasn't it occurred to you what a conflict of interest this creates for me? For weeks I've been wrestling with it. Last night I wanted to make love to you more than I wanted an indictment. Liar. He advanced on her, his stride long and angry. If you think the reason I wanted to sleep with you had anything to do with this murder case, then your memory is shorter than the time it takes you to come. Her palm connected hard with his bristly jaw, making a sharp, cracking sound. Get out of my sight. He caught her wrist and yanked her hard against him. Anger seethed in his eyes. For a moment Claire thought he might return her slap. Finally he spoke, but his lips were thin and hard and barely moved to form the words. Gladly, Miss Laurent. Before he went through the French doors, he turned. You know what's really got your goat, Claire? You're mad at yourself for showing me the real you? You're angry because you let down your guard, because you liked everything we did so damn much. You loved it. From the first kiss to the last sigh, and the only one lying about it is you to yourself. What do you want to hear? She lashed out. That you're a terrific lover? Does your male ego require morning after accolades? Okay, I'll say it. It was bloody wonderful. You knew all the right buttons to push. When to be aggressive, when to be passive. Thanks, it's not a compliment. A technique as smooth as yours must have taken years of practice to develop. How many other female suspects have you bedded? Is that how you count coup? Not whether or not you send them to prison, but if you've managed to screw them first? Listen, he said through clenched teeth, I've never had to fuck my way into getting a conviction. Oh no? No, I've never had to resort to tricks. I'm too good at what I do. Well, if you're so damn good, Mr. Cassidy, go about your business and get the hell out of my bedroom. Chapter 21. You look fabulous. Joshua Wilde breezed into Ariel's hospital room pushing a wheelchair. The nursing staff had informed him that she was dressed and waiting to be escorted outside, where a throng of journalists was clambering to take pictures and question her about this latest episode in her dramatic life. Your chariot awaits, madam? Ariel snapped the latches on her suitcase. Is the chariot necessary? Hospital policy? Besides, it has such a biblical ring? She frowned at him over her shoulder. Josh accepted her foul disposition with equanimity. He looked inordinately handsome and dashing this morning. As usual, he was wearing his chic clothing with flair, and his hair was well groomed and shiny, one long wave dipping low over his brow. But there was an uncharacteristic spring in his step. The last few days of rest and relaxation had rejuvenated him. Even though Ariel was still dressed in unrelieved morning black, she looked remarkably attractive for someone just discharged from the hospital. A beautician had been brought in to shampoo and blow dry her long platinum hair. She'd applied her own cosmetics and had purposefully failed to put cover-up over the faint shadows beneath her large blue eyes. The haunting effect would remind her adoring public just how grueling her recent ordeal had been. She wasn't especially glad to see Josh and was determined not to share his cheerful mood. You're grinning like a goose, what about? Nothing, he replied pleasantly. Just generally happy. While I've been cooped up in here, you must have spent the entire time playing the piano, practically around the clock. He pilfered a banana from a lavish fruit basket, peeled it, and bit off a large chunk. Didn't play one gospel tune either. All that classical junk, she muttered as she checked her reflection one last time in her compact mirror. I'm almost glad I wasn't there to hear it. I sounded pretty good, if I do say so myself. She closed her compact with an economic flick of her wrist and dropped it into her handbag. Keep your fingers limber, because in a few days you won't be playing for pleasure anymore. You'll be pounding out gospel again. Josh's smile faltered. He tossed the banana peel onto her bed tray. What do you mean in a few days? The doctor said you should have total rest for at least another month. I don't care what they said. By the end of next week, I want another prayer meeting scheduled. We had so much momentum going. Then this. She slapped her stomach as though punishing the child she carried. We've got to get back on track. The sooner the better. I don't intend to let up until Cassidy or whoever's in charge of the investigation now puts somebody on trial for Jackson's murder. And that will be only the beginning. I plan to be present in the courtroom every day. The trial will be a hot news item for weeks, months. I want to be there for the duration, visible. A tragic figure. I've got to make the most of the free publicity. Ready? While outlining her plans, she had been checking the bathroom, closet, and bureau drawers for anything she might have previously overlooked. Now she turned to Josh, who had remained quiet throughout her speech. Let me get this straight, he said tightly. You haven't learned your lesson yet. I'm going to eat all right. You can stop nagging me about that. But the bulimia was only half the problem, Ariel. You're going to drive yourself to the point of another collapse. Is that the plan? No, that's not the plan, she said with syrupy sweetness. I don't intend to wind up in the hospital again, but I'm not going to retire from living just because I got a little overexerted and had a fainting spell. What about the baby? What about it? Is it mine? No, she answered in a testy, clipped voice. It's your dearly departed father's. He did this to me, she said, her eyes glinting with malice. Are you sure?
Yes.
You always use a rubber. He didn't. The son of a bitch. You didn't want a child? Hell no. Do you think I'm crazy? Why would I want to have a kid and give up everything I've worked for? But Daddy wanted a child. Oh, naturally, she said, caustically. You know how he was, him and his monstrous ego. He wanted a little Jackson Wilde Jr. who mirrored him to a T. She regarded Josh with contempt. His first son had been such a disappointment. Josh lowered his eyes to his long, slender musician's hands. There was nothing he could say to refute the hateful truth. He'd been badgering me to have a kid, Ariel continued. He said it would be good for our image and would strengthen the ministry. We'd be more popular than the first family, he said. I kept putting him off, but as always, the son of a bitch is having the last word. I'll bet he's having a good laugh on me right now. She glared down at the floor and stomped her foot as though addressing her husband in hell. I hate you, you bastard. When did you discover that you're pregnant, Ariel? She swung her hair over her shoulder and looked at her somber stepson. I found out the night I collapsed, about an hour after they brought me here and examined me. You didn't know before then? She cocked her head, her eyes squinting shrewdly. What are you getting at? Did you suspect you were pregnant before Daddy died? She turned her back on him and reached for her handbag. What difference does it make? He knocked me up. If he were alive, I'd be stuck with a kid. Fortunately, he's in no position to prevent me from losing it. Josh spun her around so quickly that her neck audibly popped. Losing it? She threw off his hands. Don't be naive, Josh. If you think I'm going to give up my career as a televangelist for dirty diapers and strained beats, you've got another think coming. I don't want a kid. I never did. She smiled smugly. This is one argument Jackson is going to lose. Have you thought about how unpopular you'd become among your faithful flock if word leaked out that you'd had an abortion? I'm not that stupid, she snapped. Anyone who's seen a TV in the past week knows that I collapsed from exhaustion and grief. Soon it will be duly reported that in spite of my pregnancy, I'm dedicated to fulfilling Jackson's mission and denouncing his enemies. I won't rest until I see his killer captured and punished. For a while, I'll use the pregnancy to my benefit. Tears will flow every time I talk about how thrilled Jackson would be to know that he'd left his living seed in my womb. Talk about having a biblical ring, she added with a coarse laugh. I'll reference Abraham and Sarah and how God finally rewarded their faithfulness with a child. Then in a few weeks, I'll grieve myself into a miscarriage. Think of the avalanche of public sentiment we'll gain then. Robbed of her husband, robbed of her child, she courageously continues her crusade. The fantasy caption made her eyes glow like blue flames. She glanced at Josh and laughed again. Why? What's the matter, Josh? You look like you're about to blow chow. The thought of it makes me sick. Don't tell me you were excited about the baby. Is that why you've been so chipper lately? Did you fancy yourself a stand-in daddy for your little stepbrother? She patted his cheek. If you weren't so dumb, you'd be kind of cute. He swatted her hand aside. I'm not nearly as dumb as you mistakenly think, Ariel. With an irritable jerk of his head, he indicated the wheelchair. Ready? More than ready. But I'm walking, not riding. She reached for her suitcase. You shouldn't be carrying that. Why not? I'm anxious to free myself of Jackson's last shackle. Hoisting the heavy suitcase, she marched toward the door. It's open. Cassidy looked up from the mound of paperwork on his desk. Detective Howard Glenn strolled in and nonchalantly plopped into a chair. Welcome back. Thanks. How'd it go? Just as I told you it probably would, Miss... Laurent cited that there are hundreds of cars like hers in this state, and she said that Yasmin has only a passing interest in voodoo. She's shown a fancy for several religions, but isn't serious about any of them. One thing I did learn, Yasmin does have a mystery lover, but it wasn't Wild. Her affair is currently on the skids. You might want to put a man on that. I'll do it. In the meantime, I've been checking out some other things, and... Glenn withdrew a small spiral notebook from the breast pocket of his tweed sports jacket. So far, and I've still got a long way to go, mind you. I've got 10 more very fishy parties that made contributions to Wild's ministry. Substantial contributions. How substantial? In the 5 to 25 thou range. He paused for Cassidy's reaction. I'm listening. 3 of the 10 own movie theaters of the XXX rated variety. 2 of them own and operate scummy bookstores. I've got 2 massage parlors and 2 titty bars. He shot Cassidy a man-to-man grin. Cassidy remained unsmiling. That's only 9. You said 10. There's a movie star that's generally thought to be the hottest thing in porno flicks since cum shots. Cassidy left his swivel desk chair and moved toward the windows. Pushing his hands into his pants pockets, he sightlessly stared outside. Let me guess. After they made their offerings, Wilde turned off the heat. I haven't had the manpower to verify that, Glenn said, but that would be my first guess. Maybe Wilde had upped the price of his good graces and somebody didn't cotton to it. Maybe. Cassidy turned around. Were any of these people even remotely close to New Orleans the night he was killed? Now you see. That's the bitch, the detective said, tugging thoughtfully on his earlobe. They're scattered across the U.S. of a none is really close to here. This city has an airport and a bus terminal, not to mention interstate highways. No need to get nasty, Cassidy. Sorry, but I'm in a nasty mood. You're entitled, Glenn said with an uncaring shrug. Only the movie star claims to have ever visited New Orleans. When? Long time ago. She was in Rome at the time of Wilde's murder. Rome, Italy? That's the one. Does that check out? She's got an Italian movie director who says she's been living with him in his villa since April. A feeling of defeat settled over Cassidy with the weight of chain mail. I suggest you stay with it, Glenn. Tell your men to go over those lists 100 times if necessary. Sift out anyone who doesn't fit the profile of a fundamental Bible-thumping disciple. I agree, he said, rolling off his spine to stand, but it's going to take time. Brows furrowed, Cassidy asked. What about the corporate contributors? I've run across a few, nothing interesting. Let's keep checking them out, too. Who's behind the company name? A business is good protection if somebody wants to remain anonymous. Let's start with the corporations that have connections in the South, particularly here, and fan out from there. The detective nodded and shuffled out. Cassidy would have liked to give him a swift kick in the butt to see if he would move any faster. Right now, however, he couldn't afford to alienate anyone. His allies were scarce. Office politics being what they were, no one wanted to be chummy with a loser. Whenever he approached the coffee machine, his coworkers scattered like spilled BBs upon his return to the city. He had reported to Crowder that the trip to Mississippi had yielded nothing. The DA hadn't taken well to the bad news. He was out of patience, he told Cassidy. And you're out of time. I want something concrete from you by the end of this week, or you're off the case. Whoever you assign in my place will run up against the same brick walls, Tony, and he wouldn't work as well with Glenn. Maybe not. I'm used to him. Crowder's expression remained stony. Cassidy sighed. Look, there's no physical evidence beyond a few carpet fibers that could have come off any one of 10,000 cars in this parish, one of which belongs to Claire Laurent, who had both motive and opportunity. But I can't put her inside that hotel suite with Wilde at the time of the murder. The fibers might be enough. No way in hell, Cassidy said, shaking his head stubbornly. I'm not going before the grand jury until I've covered my ass. Crowder glowered at him. Just make damn certain it's your ass and my ass you're protecting and not Claire Laurent's. The remark had made Cassidy mad enough to smash Crowder's face with his fists. Instead, however, he had stormed from Crowder's office. There had been no communication between them since, and that had been 2 days ago. The hours were ticking off. The hell of it was that Crowder had hit the target at dead center. He did want to protect Claire. Although he was angry enough to strangle her himself, he didn't want to incarcerate her. But if she was guilty, he'd have no choice. He'd have to put her in prison for the rest of her life without benefit of suspension, probation, or parole. Christ. He dug the heels of his hands into his eye sockets and propped his elbows on his desk. It was in that vanquished posture that Joshua Wilde found him moments later. Cassidy looked up when he heard the tentative knock on his office door. Josh stood hesitantly on the threshold. The secretary said to come on in. What do you want? Cassidy snarled. Are you still in charge of my father's murder case? That's what the Times-Picayune reported this morning. Come in. But I warn you that I'm in a pissy mood, so if you're here to jack me around, do yourself a favor and leave now. I didn't come to jack you around. Sit down. The younger man took a chair across the desk from him. Cassidy nodded toward the front of the building. Why aren't you down there lending support? Ever since his return from Rosh Hashanah, each time Cassidy entered the building, he had to push his way through picket lines declaring him incompetent. It was a vocal and hostile crowd that paraded hour after hour, singing their theme song and brandishing contentious pickets whenever they caught sight of him. That's my stepmother's latest brainstorm, Josh said of the well-organized protest demonstration. I thought she just got out of the hospital. She did, but she dug right in. She's not going to give you a minute's peace until you convict a killer. She's not the only one, Cassidy muttered to himself. Why don't you advise her to put a stop to that nonsense outside? It's serving no real purpose. It's getting her on the 6 o'clock news. That's what she's after. It's only a matter of time before it turns ugly. Some pretty mean characters have business in this building. You know, somebody's bound to get hurt. Surely Ariel doesn't want any adverse publicity. She'd figure a way to swing it to her advantage. She didn't fare too well with her picketers at French Silk. Laurent's made you look like goons. The way Claire Laurent turned that situation around made Ariel mad as hell. His snickering expression turned thoughtful. She's an interesting lady. Most people would have resorted to mudslinging. She's got class. I admire her moxie. Yeah, Cassidy thought dismally. You gotta admire her moxie. Anyway, back to Ariel. Josh said. She doesn't listen to any advice from me. In fact, she doesn't listen to anyone's advice. Once she makes up her mind to do something, she's relentless, unstoppable. Are we talking about your stepmother or General Patton? Believe me, Cassidy, you don't know her like I do. She's gone crazy, especially since my father was killed. Josh's eyes became shifty and skittered away from Cassidy's gaze, giving him a surge of hope. His no-fail instinct was telling him that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. It was tough to carry off, but he pretended to be unimpressed with what he'd heard so far. He raised his hand, indicating that Josh should continue. I'm sure you've heard about Ariel's pregnancy. Are congratulations in order? You mean, am I the father? Josh shook his head. She says Daddy was. That's why I'm here. Suddenly he came to his feet and began pacing along the edge of Cassidy's desk. Why don't you just relax and tell me what's eating you? Cassidy assumed a confidant's voice, the kind he hoped would inspire trust and give the late preacher's cowardly son courage. I lied to you, Josh blurted. About what? About that night? About Ariel and me being together the whole time. The truth is, she left my suite and went back to theirs. When? Earlier? Around midnight. For how long? 15, maybe 20 minutes. Did she speak to your father? I don't know. Swear to God. Never mind God, swear it to me. Josh wet his lips. I swear to you, I don't know. Okay, go on. She trumped up this excuse that she went looking for a piece of sheet music. She says Daddy was asleep. I didn't think anything of it until the following morning. She asked me not to mention that time lapse to you or to the police. Cassidy's heart was thumping, but he knew better than to let his hopes soar on the word of a man who had already admitted to one crucial lie. This was only hearsay. It would never hold up in court. He still had no real evidence against the widow. However, this would give his investigation new focus and take the heat off Claire. After days of famine, this seemed like a bountiful harvest. He asked, Why'd you agree to lie about it, Josh? I honestly didn't think it made any difference. Ariel was almost hysterical when she discovered his body. It was so, bloody, I didn't think she could have had anything to do with the murder. What do you think now? Josh stopped pacing. Standing at the edge of Cassidy's desk, he faced him. Now, I think she did. Cassidy was afraid to swallow, to blink, afraid that the merest motion would shatter Joshua Wilde's fragile statement and it would disintegrate, that it would no longer be real. What changed your mind? Josh was a man at war with himself, at least that's the impression he gave. He wiped his damp palms on his pants legs. Contrary to what Ariel's saying to the media, she's unhappy about this pregnancy. In fact, she's livid over it. She plans to stage a miscarriage which will serve a dual purpose: get rid of the baby and win more sympathizers. Playing along, Cassidy registered shock. She sounds like a monster. You don't know the half of it, Mr. Cassidy. She envisions herself a megastar, wielding influence over millions of people. You ought to hear the plans she has for the prayer and praise, our outlandish stuff. For a start, she wants the pulpit to become a political forum for candidates who share her views on current issues. She's already extended invitations to several guest speakers. She's ambitious and shrewd and determined not to let anything or anyone stand in her way. She's gone off the deep end, lost all touch with reality. Get back to the murder. Josh resumed his seat. He linked his fingers between his knees and stared at them as he spoke. My daddy was a tyrant. He played God over everybody, including Ariel and me, especially Ariel and me. He teased her about her tendency to gain weight until she developed an eating disorder. The newspapers hinted that she'd been diagnosed bulimic, but it was never confirmed by the hospital staff in Kansas City. It's true. And this baby, she sees it as just another of Daddy's cruel jokes. See, it's like he's still got control over her. I think she knew she was pregnant long before that night she collapsed. I think she was furious with Daddy for forcing a child on her when she'd made it clear to him that she didn't want one. I think she killed him over it. Cassidy decided to play devil's advocate by shooting holes in Josh's allegations, the way a defense attorney would shoot holes in a case no better corroborated than this. It works in theory, Josh, but it's still circumstantial. Did you hear your father and Ariel arguing over this pregnancy? No. I didn't know she was pregnant until the night she was rushed to the emergency room. Did you hear her threaten to kill your father? No. Ever? No. He wouldn't have tolerated that kind of talk. Does your stepmother own a gun? No, at least not to my knowledge, but her brother is a convict. Cassidy had uncovered that in his preliminary investigation. According to prison records, Ariel hasn't had any contact with her brother for years, not even a postcard. I doubt he could have procured a weapon for her without somebody finding out. Josh shrugged. That was just a guess. She could have gotten a gun on the sly and disposed of it where it wouldn't be found. Maybe, Cassidy said noncommittally. Think of the wounds. A man gets a woman pregnant. She's furious with him for saddling her with an unwanted child. She shoots his balls off. Doesn't that make sense? Cassidy squinted one eye as though considering the viability of the hypothesis. He rubbed the back of his neck. I have to tell you, Josh, it's shallow. I thought you'd be more excited, he said morosely. When she left your suite that night, was Ariel wearing shoes? Shoes? No, she was barefoot, I think. She had taken off her shoes when we made love. I don't think she put them back on. Why? We're still checking on some carpet fibers found in your father's bedroom. He paused for a moment. Did either you or Ariel rent a car while you were here? I did. I like having my own transportation. You drove around New Orleans? Plenty. Every day, I rented a convertible and enjoyed driving with the top down. That information could easily be checked out. Did Ariel ever accompany you on these drives? Once, I think. Twice, maybe. Why? Are you still sleeping with her? No, not for weeks now. What happened? Josh glanced up at him, then away. I don't know. She got so carried away with being the leader of the ministry. There never seemed to be time, or she'd be tired and cranky. Or I'd fuss at her about throwing up and she'd get mad now that I know about the baby. What? Well, I wouldn't feel right making love to her while she's carrying my stepbrother. Cassidy leaned forward. Do you see the irony in that, Josh? It was okay to screw your father's wife while he was alive. But now that he's dead and she's pregnant with his baby, you've gone squeamish. Josh turned defensive. That's how I feel. Okay. Cassidy leaned back in his chair. For the moment, let's pretend it happened like this. Ready? Ariel left your company, returned to the suite she shared with your father, killed him with a gun no one knew she possessed and which hasn't been recovered, then came back for round 2 in bed with you, correctly assuming that you'd be her alibi. That's how I see it. Cassidy smacked his lips with consternation. What I'm having trouble with is your motivation for telling me this now. The lie has been on my conscience. Conscience? Cassidy repeated skeptically again. Josh took umbrage. I might be an adulterer. I admit to cuckolding my own father. But I'm not going to share a murder rap with Ariel. Indecisively, he gnawed on his lower lip. Okay, it's more than conscience, Mr. Cassidy. You might not believe this, but I'm afraid of her. Cassidy snorted. Josh exclaimed, It's true before all this. I knew she was ambitious and shrewd, but she's gone way overboard. She's ruthless, mean. She stops at nothing to get her way. If somebody crosses her over the least little thing, she fires him. No mercy, no discussion. Zap. He said, smacking his fist against his opposite palm. He's expunged. He stared down at his shaky hands. It's as though I've had blinders on. Maybe I was so focused on my father, I didn't see Ariel as she really is until now. I think she's capable of doing just about anything to protect her interests. I think she's unbalanced, dangerously unbalanced. Cassidy subjected him to a long, thoughtful stare, then stood, signaling an end to the interview. Thanks, Josh. He extended his right hand. The young man shook it, looking bewildered. That's it? I thought you'd have a million questions to ask me. There'll be plenty later. I'm going to work on this immediately. In the meantime, act normally around your stepmother. Go about your business as usual. Don't do or say anything that might tip her that you've been to see me. Let her continue thinking that I eliminated her as a suspect weeks ago. Cassidy looked at Josh solemnly. I know this wasn't easy for you. No, it wasn't. For years, Ariel and I took refuge from my father and each other. I guess you could say we were codependent. We shared a common misery and relied on each other to make it bearable. Since his death, we haven't needed each other to exact petty revenge. Hating him was the only attraction that had drawn us together. I believe that Ariel has serious psychological problems that date back to her impoverished childhood. I get mad at her, but mostly I fear her. Still, he added, shaking his head sadly, I can't let her get away with murder. Josh, because of your long-standing affair with Ariel, I have to know, would you be able to testify against her in court? Without a moment's hesitation, Josh replied, yes. They said their goodbyes. Josh had no sooner left his office than Cassidy pulled on his suit jacket and straightened his tie. As soon as he'd given Josh enough time to leave the building, he took the elevator up to the next floor and headed for Anthony Crowder's office. He didn't heed the secretary's warning that Crowder was terribly busy and had asked not to be disturbed. With a confidence he hadn't felt in days, he barged in unannounced. "Before you start shouting at me, listen, I think I know who killed Jackson Wilde." Crowder tossed down the ballpoint pen he'd been using. "Well, his son." Chapter 22. Practically verbatim, Cassidy repeated his conversation with Joshua Wilde. When he finished, Crowder stopped drumming his fingers. "I'm confused. You said you thought the son was the culprit, but he's claiming it's the widow. Out of pique. Tattling is a coward's way of getting even, and Josh has a yellow streak a yard wide down his back. Then where'd he get the courage to kill his father?" He caught Wilde at his most vulnerable, naked, lying on his back, possibly even asleep. Josh knew his father's habits. He knew when to attack, which would also apply to Ariel, for that matter, Cassidy mumbled as an afterthought. Anyway, Josh shot Wilde in the balls to throw us off, to make it look like a woman had killed him. He even reminded me of that when we talked. Crowder folded his meaty hands beneath his chin and ruminated on it a moment. Why would Josh want his father dead? Jealousy, possibly. If Ariel's baby is his father's, as she claims, but I believe he had a stronger motivation. Stronger than jealousy? Money? Not directly, no doubt. Josh had a hankering to take over the ministry when his old man was no longer around. He figured he was heir apparent to the spotlight. For a young man who had been his father's apprentice, who had always lived in his giant shadow, that would be a reasonable ambition. Instead, Ariel seizes control with both hands. Just as before, Josh is in the background, he's still second banana. But discounting the ministry as a factor, there's the personal one, which is, Josh admitted to me that Jackson Wilde was a tyrant who psychologically abused both of them. He had been Jackson's whipping boy all his adult life. He finally had had it up to here. So he gathered his meager courage and disposed of his old man, only to have his stepmother and lover elbow in and overshadow him. Talk about frustrating. He traded one despot for another, right. To get rid of her, he makes her out the killer. Or maybe, now that he had opened a new channel of thought, other possibilities came to mind. Maybe they plotted together to off Jackson, then, for the reasons I cited before, Josh has turned into Judas. Sounds feasible either way. Have you discussed it with Glenn? Not yet, but he'll do backsprings. He figured all along it was either Ariel or Josh. He'll want to put them under a microscope and probe until we know them inside out. I'd like to put tails on them. The PC will shit if you ask for more men. You gave me until the end of the week, Tony. Play fair. Help us out. Run interference with the commissioner. Cassidy returned to his office feeling as though he'd had an internal battery recharged for the first time in days. Adrenaline was coursing through his veins. He had a purpose, a new plan of attack. He would stay with it until he'd exhausted all possibilities as well as himself. The first thing he did was make a series of telephone calls. There was no need for Cassidy to identify himself on the first call. He simply asked, "Are you still feeding info to that TV reporter?" The informant system was a two-way street, the DA. Office used the same sources as the media, sometimes transmitting information that, like a pistol firing blanks, was loaded with half-facts and innuendos that were intentionally misleading. Cassidy said, "I had a lengthy and private conversation with Joshua Wilde this afternoon. He left my office looking angry and upset. That's it for now." He dispatched a clerk to check all the car leasing agencies in the city. Find the one that leased a car to Joshua Wilde during the week of his father's murder. I want to know the make and model he rented, the mileage he put on it, and the condition it was in when he dropped it off. If it was a Chrysler product with blue carpet, I want the car chased down and taken immediately to the police lab. Thanks. Perhaps the lab boys would find a speck of dried blood that would turn out to be Jackson Wilde's, and bingo, he'd have a bona fide suspect. This will be the easiest stakeout ever, Cassidy told the police lieutenant who had been placed in charge of the surveillance team Crowder had weaseled out of the commissioner. Joshua and Ariel Wilde are more visible than drag queens on Bourbon Street. They can't possibly give you the slip. Once those responsibilities had been delegated, Cassidy sat back in his chair and sighed with a heightened sense of optimism. Something was bound to turn up. A piece of previously undisclosed evidence would point the accusing finger at either Josh or Ariel, and away from Claire. He had tried not to think about her since their bitter quarrel at Rocheharon, but to no avail. She remained uppermost in his mind. Her body, her sweet lovemaking, and her angry allegations. It was as if she had opened the closet of his soul and found the skeleton there. And she couldn't have rattled the bones of it any louder. She had accused him of deceit and manipulation. At one time that might have been true. As a defense attorney, he'd exercise whatever means were necessary to get an acquittal. He'd use theatrics, tears, laughter, scorn, whatever it took to have his clients walk from the courtroom cleared of all charges. If his conscience ever pricked him, he justified his actions. Defending criminals was his duty, wasn't it? Even felons deserved their day in court. Somebody had to plead their cases before the judge and jury, so why not him? He was only doing his job, he told himself. He had known those were justifications. There were ethical and reasonable ways to defend an accused without resorting to courtroom tricks, which he'd often used for no reason other than to show off. Look at me, clever Robert Cassidy, the boy wonder who didn't go to an Ivy League prep school and didn't earn his law degree at Harvard. Turned out pretty damn well for a boy from rural Kentucky, didn't he? Winning had been his ultimate goal, not seeking justice until that one case he'd won, and the stakes had been far too high. When Claire had accused him of deceit and manipulation, she didn't know how close she was to being right about him as he'd once been, but not as he was now. He brought the bad guys to justice and put them away where they could no longer hurt innocent people. This case was no exception. He would go the distance to see that justice was done for whomever was found guilty by a jury of his peers of the murder of Jackson Wilde. God help him if that person turned out to be Claire Laurent, but it wouldn't, he told himself stubbornly. She was innocent. No woman who was that warm and giving in bed could have killed in cold blood. He'd touched not only her lips and breasts and thighs and belly, he'd touched her soul. If it was poisoned, he would have known it. But contrary to what she believed, determining her guilt or innocence wasn't the reason he'd slept with her. That had been as inevitable as the tide. From the day they'd met, that part of their fate had been sealed. As soon as she was vindicated, he'd go to her and humbly apologize for having put her through this awful ordeal. After all, she couldn't respect him if he didn't take his job as a public prosecutor seriously. Once they had apologized for their misgivings about each other, they'd make love again. The thought stirred him physically, bringing him back into the present. Claire would be home from Mississippi by now. He stared at his desk telephone, tempted to call her, but no, she would still be angry. Best to give her a few more days to cool off. In the meantime, he would dig diligently, looking for the missing element that would confirm someone else's guilt and exonerate Claire. She was innocent. Claire frowned at the unopened mail stacked in piles on her desk. There were bills to pay, memos to sort through, and a menacing envelope from the IRS to open. She lacked the energy to tackle the paperwork and attributed her ennui to the trip. She had worked very hard on a rigid schedule in oppressive, muggy heat. She needed and deserved a few days' rest before resuming her work. Then she realized that a few days' rest wasn't going to remedy her problem. She warded off the depressing thought and pulled her mind back to the mess on her desk. In addition to the unopened mail were recent editions of the newspaper. According to an unidentified but reliable source, Assistant District Attorney Cassidy was readjusting his investigation to focus on Ariel and Joshua Wilde. His name, printed in bold-faced type, captured her attention, and she stared at it until she lost track of time. In all likelihood, she would have continued staring and remembering if her mother hadn't interrupted, appearing at her door carrying a tray. "Would you like some tea, Claire Louise? You've looked so tired lately. I thought it might help perk you up." "Thank you, Mama. That sounds wonderful, but only if you'll stay and share it. I was hoping you'd ask." Claire smiled and, taking one of the newspapers with her, moved to the sitting area where she had first entertained Cassidy. It seemed that everything she said or did reminded her of him. She resented his intrusive power over her mind. He hadn't called or made any attempt to see her since the morning he'd left Rosharon without a goodbye. She didn't know whether to be relieved, heartbroken, insulted, or a combination of the three. Thoughts of him evoked every emotion she was acquainted with. Some were blissful to experience, some miserable. She would catch herself grinning demurely, then in the next moment be on the verge of tears. Not since the social workers had dragged her from Aunt Laurel's house had anyone wielded that much power over her. Mary Catherine set the silver service tray on the low coffee table. She passed Claire a hand-embroidered linen napkin, then poured them each a cup of fragrant tea from a china pot. They chatted about inconsequential matters while they sipped their tea and nibbled on tea cakes Mary Catherine and Harry had baked that morning. The trip to Mississippi had been good for Mary Catherine. Claire noticed a healthy rosiness in her mother's cheeks that subtracted years from her appearance. Her eyes were clear and animated. They didn't have the vacancy that had always alarmed her, even as a child, because she recognized it as a harbinger of a spell. Mary Catherine seemed more in tune with her surroundings. To Claire's knowledge, she hadn't had another lapse since taking Cassidy's fountain pen. As though reading Claire's mind, she said, "I see you are reading the newspapers. It says Mr. Cassidy now believes that Jackson Wilde's son or widow killed him. Isn't that silly?" "Silly? They didn't do it. And I don't believe Mr. Cassidy thinks so either. How do you know they didn't do it, Mama?" Ignoring the question, Mary Catherine asked one of her own, "And why are those people picketing in front of our building again?" Picket-toting Wild disciples had kept vigil in front of French Silk since their return to the city. "I wish they'd go away," Mary Catherine said with vexation. "It's difficult for Harry and me to go to the market in the mornings. I enjoy our outings, but having to get through that crowd ruins them." To Mary Catherine's mind, the inability to get to the French market without a hassle was more worrisome than having her daughter accused of murder. But that wasn't as disturbing to Claire as her mother's previous statements. "The pickets are a temporary inconvenience, Mama. Once they arrest somebody for killing Reverend Wild, they will disband." "Will he ever come back?" For one heart-stopping instant, Claire thought she referred to Jackson Wild. "Who, Mama?" she asked hoarsely. "Mr. Cassidy." Claire's shoulders relaxed as she slowly exhaled. "I don't know." "Why?" Tears suddenly welled up in Mary Catherine's eyes. Her lower lip began to tremble. "I was so hoping that when you fell in love, your young man wouldn't disappoint you like mine did me." She removed a monogrammed handkerchief from the pocket of her skirt. The linen was so sheer that it appeared to have been spun rather than woven. It smelled like the rose-scented sachets she kept in her bureau drawers. As she blotted her eyes, Claire reached out and covered her hand. "Don't cry, Mama. It was never that way with Mr. Cassidy and me." "Oh," she said, with a soft, disconsolate sound. "I thought it was. I hoped it was." "I like him very much. He's such a handsome young man, and he knows how to treat a lady." "Oh, yes," Claire thought, "he's handsome." Vividly, she recalled seeing his face dark and intent with passion, his lips sensually caressing her breasts, his chest warmly, fuzzily naked. And he certainly knew how to treat a lady, especially in bed. He gave as much pleasure as he sought, maybe more. Such perfect lovemaking almost had to be calculated, didn't it? She pushed aside the thought. It was too painful to think about. She was hopelessly in love with Cassidy, the key word being hopelessly. They could have no future together, even if they weren't on opposite sides of a criminal investigation. He embodied the system that she feared and resented. As much as she loved Cassidy the man, she didn't believe she could ever completely trust Cassidy the prosecutor. For Claire, it was a heartbreaking conflict. When she dwelled on it, she was paralyzed by despair, so she kept this secret love locked away in her heart and pretended it wasn't there. She extended her cup. "Pour me some more tea, please, Mama. You make better tea than anyone." Claire directed their conversation to less disturbing topics. Half-hour later, Mary Catherine withdrew with the tray, leaving Claire alone again. She scanned the newspapers. Joshua Wild vehemently denied having had anything to do with his father's slaying. Ariel accused Cassidy of implicating them only to cover his own ineptitude. She suggested that for personal reasons he was sheltering the most viable suspect. She had coyly declined to say who that suspect was, even when specifically asked if she referred to Claire Laurent. Her avoidance only confirmed the insinuation. Claire was naturally relieved that she was no longer Cassidy's leading suspect, but she couldn't afford to get smug. She was temporarily in the eye of the hurricane and must still weather the second, and perhaps more ferocious, half of the storm. If Joshua Wild became nervous over Cassidy's allegations, there was no telling what he might do or say to take the heat off himself. Instead of one foe, she would then have two. Dwelling on that, she jumped when the telephone at her elbow rang. She didn't answer until the third ring. "Hello? Claire, is that you? Andre, bonsoir. It's good to hear from you. How are you?" Fine, I'm fine. No, actually," he paused. I'm terribly worried about Yasmin." Claire frowned with full understanding of his concern. Since the breakup with her lover, Yasmin had been acting strangely. There was nothing that Claire could put her finger on, but something was amiss. On the surface, Yasmin was the same. As they wound up their work at Rosa Sharon, she had joked with the crew, bitched with Leon, and approached each catalog photograph with her customary imagination and flair. But her enthusiasm and laughter rang false. Once they were finished in Mississippi, Claire had expected Yasmin to accompany the others back to New York, where the remainder of the catalog shots would be done in a studio. Instead, Yasmin had returned to New Orleans with her. Once ensconced in French silk, she had dropped the pretense and become sullen and silent. Yasmin said nothing about completing the catalog. Claire was concerned from a business standpoint, but since their deadline with the printer was several weeks away, she was patiently biding her time. Yasmin stayed in her room all day, every day, then went out every night and didn't return until the wee hours. She never said where she was going or invited Claire to come along with her. Claire guessed that she was spying on Congressman Petrie's house or making attempts to see him. She was tempted to caution Yasmin against such adolescent behavior, but Yasmin didn't invite conversation. In fact, she went out of her way to discourage it. The door to her room remained locked. She didn't join Claire and Mary Catherine for meals. The old Yasmin surrounded herself with people, situating herself amid admirers and basking in their attention. Ordinarily, she hated being alone, so this reversal in behavior was disturbing. Claire had honored her friend's desire for solitude, as that was obviously the method Yasmin had chosen to heal her broken heart. But perhaps it was time to intervene. Apparently, Andre shared her concern. "Have you seen Yasmin recently?" she asked him. "Not since last week when you were in Mississippi. She came to the hotel, stayed for about an hour, and left." "Claire, I never divulge confidences, but knowing how close you are to Yasmin, I don't dispute your loyalty, Andre, nor your discretion. Both have served me on many occasions. Rest assured that I won't pump you for gossip. If I thought that, I wouldn't have called." "Something prompted you to. I can hear the worry in your voice. I gather you spoke to Yasmin when you saw her?" He told her about their conversation in the hotel corridor and how upset Yasmin had appeared when she left. "I've never seen her like that. She was quite distraught. Is she all right now?" Claire, mindful of Yasmina's right to privacy, said, "Something very upsetting happened that night. She confided in me the following morning. I believe talking about it helped. Did she return to New York?" "No, she stayed, probably because it's quieter here. Less hectic. I think she's trying to sort things through before she goes home. And Alistair Petrie lives here," Claire thought, remembering seeing his picture on the front page of the morning newspaper. She didn't, however, mention the congressman to Andre. If he knew the identity of Yasmin's lover, he was being characteristically discreet. He wouldn't drop Petrie's name into the conversation, at the risk of placing Andre in a compromising position. Neither would she. "Do you think she's recovering from this unpleasantness?" he asked. That was a tough question. Although they were living under the same roof, Claire had had less contact with Yasmin than she did when Yasmin was in New York and calling her several nights a week for lengthy chats. Her reply was qualified. "She doesn't seem to be getting any worse." "Ah, well, I'm relieved," he said. He gave a breathy little laugh. "It's no secret to you that I hold Yasmin in the highest regard."
No, it's no secret to me.
Claire's teasing smile was soon replaced with another frown. "Maybe I've given her too much leeway. I think it's time we had another woman-to-woman talk. Please let me know if there's anything I can do. Anything at all. I will." "Claire, you're not angry with me? That matter with Mr. Cassidy? Forget it, Andre, please. You were unscrupulously tricked. As I've been," she added quietly. "Don't fret about it." She assured him that it would take more than Cassidy's exploitation to affect their long-standing friendship. They agreed to have dinner together very soon. Shortly after saying goodbye and hanging up, she reached for the telephone again. Cassidy sidled up to the undercover cop who'd been assigned to tail Joshua Wilde. As one stranger to another, he asked for a light. "Didn't know you smoked?" the cop said in a low, confidential voice. From his pocket, he withdrew a lighter and flipped it open. It shot forth a blaze like a miniature flamethrower. "I quit a couple of years ago," Cassidy said, choking on the smoke he inhaled. "You taking it up again? I just asked you for a light, okay? What else could I casually walk up and ask you for? A blowjob?" The slender black man grinned. His long hair was pulled into a sleek queue at the back of his head and held there with a tight rubber band. He winked and gave Cassidy's shoulder a light squeeze. "I'm expensive. Can you afford me?" Cassidy threw off the caress. "Fuck you." "Ooh, sounds delicious, sweet thing." Obviously, the young cop, whom Cassidy knew was as straight as a plumb line, was enjoying himself at his expense. The guy was tall, slender, and good-looking, so he often worked the French Quarter in this cover. A study of insolence and nonchalance, he leaned against a gaslight post located across the street from the gumbo shop on St. Peter Street. Through the microphone hidden beneath the lapel of his flashy sharkskin suit, he'd reported to a central monitor that he'd tailed Josh to the popular restaurant. Cassidy, too, keyed up to remain either in his downtown office or his stuffy, lonely apartment, had decided to participate actively in the surveillance. "How long's he been in there?" The cop checked the counterfeit Rolex on his wrist. 32 minutes? Is he having dinner?" "Seems so." Cassidy's eyes squinted against the smoke curling from between his lips. He peered through the blue-gray haze, trying to penetrate the windows of the restaurant. "How long does it take for a party of one to eat dinner?" In character, the cop gave Cassidy an appraisal like a male prostitute sizing up a prospective client. Assuming the lilting lingo of his cover, he said, "Hey man, your ass is way too tight. If we're going to have any fun, you got to relax." Cassidy shot him a baleful look and was about to move away when Josh appeared in the enclosed alley that served as the restaurant's entrance. Cassidy quickly turned his back and pretended to be shopping the T-shirts hanging in the doorway of the souvenir store. Taking glimpses of Josh over his shoulder, Cassidy could see that his jaw was set, his entire aspect angry. "Uh-oh," the cop whispered. "Our man's good and pissed." His mind was on what was going on behind him, but once again Cassidy pretended interest in a T-shirt with a ribald message spelled out in glittering letters. A smiling Asian clerk moved forward to give him a sales pitch. "No thanks, just looking." "Might have known," the cop muttered. "Only a squeeze can get a man that pissed." "A woman?" Cassidy glanced at the restaurant across the street, then whipped his head back around. "Fuck!" he exclaimed with soft but potent emphasis. "Excuse?" Smiling Asian said. The cop laughed beneath his breath. The woman who had emerged from the restaurant with Josh didn't take notice of her surroundings. She said something to him, then turned and started walking down the sidewalk. Josh seemed on the verge of following her, but reconsidered and only glared at her retreating back. His long musician's fingers flexed into fists. Then, with the bearing of an affronted prophet, he stalked off down the sidewalk in the opposite direction. Cassidy tossed his cigarette into the gutter and bore down on the cop. "I thought you said he was alone." "You're blowing my cover, man." He smiled and laid his hand on Cassidy's arm. Eyes smoldering, seductive grin in place, he cooed. He was alone when he got here. He must have met her inside. "You take him." Cassidy hitched his chin toward Josh, who had already reached the intersection with Royal Street. "You going after the lady?"
That's no lady,
Cassidy said as he stepped off the curb and started across the street in pursuit. That's Claire Laurent, Chapter 23. Claire drew up short when she rounded the corner and saw Cassidy standing at the door of French silk. It was the first time she'd seen him since the morning he'd stormed from her bedroom at Rosh Hashanah. Seeing him so unexpectedly caused a catch in her breath. Her heart jumped. But she kept her expression impassive and tried to appear unruffled as she approached him. "Hello, Cassidy." "Claire." He nodded. "Nice evening, isn't it?" He was perspiring and seemed to be suffering a shortness of breath more severe than her own. "It's unseasonably warm. Autumn hasn't come to New Orleans yet." He whisked off a bead of sweat that had made its way through his dense eyebrow and was trickling toward his eye. "Damn right. It's as hot and sticky as a cheap whore on Saturday night." Claire's hackles rose. "I don't appreciate your crude analogy, Mr. Cassidy." "Oh, we're back to Mr. Cassidy." She wanted to slap the ingratiating grin off his face. Stiffly, she said, "I'm going in." Demonstrators were marching in front of the building. Their chorus of onward Christian soldiers was slow and ponderous. Claire hoped they were growing tired and getting blisters on their feet, unnoticed. She slipped in through the side door. Before she could close it, Cassidy followed her inside. "What do you want?" she asked inhospitably. "I think we've exhausted the subject of the weather." "I was in the neighborhood," he replied casually. "Thought I'd stop and say hi." His chest was rising and falling rapidly, she noted. He hadn't yet caught his breath. Beneath his suit jacket, the front of his shirt was damp. "I appreciate the friendly gesture," she said. "Now, if you'll excuse, want to go for a bite of supper somewhere?"
No, thank you. I ate earlier with Mama.
"Oh, you ate in tonight?"
That's right. Then you were just out for an evening stroll?
"I was busy at my desk all day. I needed to stretch my legs." "Go any place in particular?"
No, just walked. She sidestepped him and tried to open the door for him.
"I'm sorry, Cassidy, but I'd better get upstairs and check on Mama. I had to leave her owl." Cassidy grabbed her shoulders and backed her up against the door. "You left her alone so you could keep your date with Joshua Wilde at the gumbo shop." She had begun to smell a trap, but she was still astonished when the jaws of it sprang closed around her. She cast about for a logical explanation, but none came to her, so she responded with a counterattack. "You were following me? Were the stories in the newspapers only decoys to throw me off guard?" "You weren't under surveillance. We were tailing Josh. Imagine my surprise when you turned out to be his date." "If you knew where I was and with whom, why the charade, Cassidy?" "I took another route and sprinted back here. I wanted to see if you would level with me. As usual, you lied. Because I knew you wouldn't understand. You knew I wouldn't swallow any more of your lies." He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "But give it a whirl, Claire. Try me. When did you first become acquainted with Joshua Wilde?" "Tonight." "You expect me to believe that bullshit?" "I swear. I made several calls this afternoon until I located where he was staying. I asked him to meet me. He agreed to. Why? Probably because he was curious to meet the scandalous owner of French silk." Cassidy shook his head. "I meant, why did you want to meet with him? What could the two of you possibly have to talk about?" "I offered him money." "Money?" he repeated, taken aback. "Yes, in exchange for his influence over Ariel. I asked him to try to persuade her to stop making allegations about me and my mother, to stop the picket lines in general, to call a truce to this whole mess. I told him I want to live my life and operate my business in peace, no matter what it costs me." You tried bribing him? Is that what you're telling me? You're standing too close, Claire murmured. I can't breathe. Cassidy's eyes, which had been probing hers, blinked into awareness. He looked down, saw the white ridges of his knuckles where his fingers were still clenching her shoulders, saw that his body had hers tightly sandwiched between it and the door behind her, and backed away, lowering his hands to his sides. Thank you, she said quietly. You're not off the hook yet. Keep talking. That's essentially it. I know that Jackson and probably Ariel and Josh, too, took payola from other publications in exchange for immunity. How do you know that? It only makes sense, doesn't it? Publications that should have been on that list, Jackson Wilde's hit list, as you called it, were noticeably absent. What about Lickety Split and Hot Pants? Why was a lingerie catalog a target for Jackson Wilde's pulpit and not those porno magazines? It has to be because they were making certain that Wilde would leave them alone. She looked at Cassidy with dawning insight. You've probably thought of this yourself? I've got people checking on it, yeah. What did Josh have to say? He didn't admit that his father took bribes, but he didn't deny it either. Why have you waited until now to think up this alternative solution? You could have paid off Jackson a year ago and spared yourself all this hardship. Did you ever approach him about it? No, only in the form of the offering you already know about. Then why now, Claire? I'm sick of it, that's why, she exclaimed. Wouldn't you be? The signs the protesters carry make me out to be a 20th century Jezebel. My mother reads them and becomes upset. The people who carry them harass my employees when they report for work. They impede my business by creating traffic jams that make it difficult for us to receive deliveries or ship out goods. One trucking company has already threatened to increase their charges because their drivers have complained about it so much. She threw back her head as though imploring heaven for relief. For months before Jackson Wilde was killed, he was a thorn in my side. And now, weeks after his death, he still is. I want the specter of him out of my life. I want to be rid of him once and for all. She realized at once that her words had been ill-chosen. She looked quickly at Cassidy, who was watching her closely. And killing him didn't quite do it. That's not what I said. Have I been barking up the wrong tree, Claire? Was it you and Josh who were in cahoots and not him and his stepmother? Don't be ridiculous. I met Joshua Wilde for the first time tonight. You're lying, Claire. I'm not. Cassidy snorted a laugh. He moved away a few steps, turned his head, and studied a stack of shipping crates before swinging his gaze back to her. Give me a little credit. I know you significantly better now than I did a few weeks ago. All the excitement and passion that had seized them during the thunderstorm at Rosh Hashanah enveloped them now. Claire was the first to draw her stare away from his. I'm not lying. I met with Joshua Wilde tonight and offered him a check in exchange for peace and quiet. Maybe. But what aren't you telling me? Nothing, Claire, nothing. Cassidy swore beneath his breath. Okay, I'll play along. How'd Josh react? He was incensed. Turned you down? He asked incredulously. Flat. He said he isn't an extortionist. She gave Cassidy a level look, lifting her chin a notch. I believe him. Then you're in the minority, because I'm not buying any of this crap. You offered Josh a bribe and he turned it down. Is that what I'm supposed to believe? I don't give a damn what you believe. You'd better give a damn, Claire, because I think you're concealing the real reason you made an appointment with Joshua Wilde. What other reason could I have?
I don't know, but I find it hard to swallow that you would offer anybody a bribe. First of all, you're too proud. Second, you don't care that much about the public's opinion of you. Finally, you told me yourself that this mess has been good for your business, so the Wildes aren't placing it in jeopardy. And I find it even harder to believe that Josh would refuse a bribe in either case. It's suspicious as hell. You never give up, do you? No, I can't. I'm paid not to.
But you might be forced to. You're going to be replaced. Powerful people are calling for your head on a platter. Even your mentor, Anthony Crowder, won't defend you much longer. What's your point? He said tightly. You're trying to build something from nothing. You're no closer to solving Wilde's murder than you were the morning following the crime. Don't be so sure. I'm sure of one thing. His son didn't kill him. Then that still leaves you, doesn't it, Claire? He reached around her for the door and left without saying goodbye. Oh, Christ, go away and leave me alone. Open up. The hotel room door was closed momentarily so the chain lock could be released. Then Josh opened it. It's late, he grumbled. Cassidy walked into the room and took a slow look around. The bed was still made, although the covers were rumpled. You hadn't gone to bed yet. My guess is you'll have trouble sleeping tonight, Josh. I know I will. Josh threw himself into one of the two easy chairs in the room and motioned Cassidy into its twin. You're a bastard, Mr. Cassidy. I went to you of my own volition, spilled my guts, shared with you what I mistakenly assumed was privileged information. Next thing I know, it's front-page news. Ariel's gone apeshit and will no longer speak to me. She fired me, you know, the moment the headlines hit the newsstands. Judas Iscariot here was history with the prayer and praise hour. I think she fully expects me to go out and hang myself. Bet getting fired came as a blow. Josh chuckled sourly. Best thing that's ever happened to me? You'll probably find that hard to believe, but I swear to God it's the truth. I feel freer than I've ever felt in my life. Funny. You don't look like a guy sitting on top of the world, Cassidy remarked. You look like you've been dunked in a tub of shit. I've got you to thank for that. Most recent stories I'm reading in the papers are strongly hinting that I might be a suspect again. By definition, Josh, suspect means someone whose actions are suspicious. Josh raised his shoulders in an innocent shrug. Like what? Like trying to cast doubt on your stepmother lover. I thought I was doing the right thing. Your conscience got the best of you? Cassidy asked caustically. I didn't want to go down with her. I told you that, okay? Explain this. Why'd you meet with Claire Laurent tonight? Josh's eyes sharpened on Cassidy. How'd you know about that? Did you have me followed? I saw you myself when you left the gumbo shop. You just happened to be passing by? Josh asked angrily. Answer the question. Cassidy's shout squelched Josh's brief, indignant outburst. He cast around for something to look at besides Cassidy's incisive stare. She called and arranged that meeting, not me. You and the owner of French Silk make a very strange pairing. Josh left his chair and began moving restlessly around the room. His motions were disjointed, jerky. I nearly dropped the phone when she called and identified herself. You never met her before tonight? Hell no. After all the dirty water that's gone under that bridge, she was the last person I ever expected to call and ask if I'd meet her for drinks. Like Claire, Josh was lying or at the very least expurgating the truth. Cassidy went fishing. Classy-looking lady. I guess, Josh replied warily. You appeared to be upset when you left the restaurant. I was. Let's stop dancing around it. What'd she want, Josh? It has nothing to do with my father's murder. Let me decide that. The younger man seemed to wrestle with himself for several moments before blurting out. She offered me a check for $25,000 to call off our dogs, Cassidy whistled. Pretty steep price to pay to stop a protest demonstration. All that stuff. The picketing, the prank calls, the things Ariel's telling the papers. Ms. Laurent wants it to stop. Can't say that I blame her. So what'd you tell her? I told her to piss off. What she obviously doesn't know is that I don't wield any influence over Ariel. Since Daddy died, she calls the shots, not me. I couldn't put a muzzle on her if I wanted to. So you declined Claire's offer?
I tore her check in too and symbolically threw it in her face. I told her that I had nothing to do with the ministry's operation. Never had. Never will. Never even wanted to. I played the piano. That's it. That's all I ever wanted to do. I don't make the policies. I didn't cultivate my father's enemies. He was capable of doing that quite well all by himself. If he was accepting bribes, that was his business. I don't want any part of it. You're out of a job. You could have promised her what she wanted to hear, taken the check and laughed about it all the way to the bank. Josh gave him a cold, hostile stare. You're full of shit, Cassidy. Get out. Not so fast. You were in there for more than half an hour. Is that all you and Claire talked about? There were a lot of awkward silences. Oh, come on. I'm serious. Once she got to the point, it was over in a matter of minutes. She picked up the pieces of the check, put them in her purse, and laid down enough money to cover our drinks. As we left, she said goodbye, that's all. You paused on the sidewalk as though you were tempted to go after her. Josh raked back the wave that had fallen over his forehead. I don't remember that. I do distinctly. Cassidy leaned forward. Were you having second thoughts about taking the money? No, I'm not a murderer and I'm not a thief. Cassidy wanted to grab him by the collar and shake him. There's something you're not telling me, Josh. I'm through screwing around with you. What are you holding back? Chapter 24. She? What? Cassidy demanded. I don't know. Josh grimaced with frustration. If I was staring after her, as you say, it's because I wasn't only mad but puzzled. About what? About her. She has a way about her, you know. No, I don't know. Explain it to me. I don't think I can. Try. It was like she could see into me, he cried, but I felt like I was looking at her through a veil. We were speaking the same language, but the words didn't fit the messages I was getting from her eyes. She freaked me out. What the hell are you talking about? Actually, he knew exactly what Josh was talking about. Every time he'd been with Claire, with the exception of those moments when she had openly and freely shared her passion with him, he'd felt totally exposed, while an essential element of Claire always remained masked. It was like looking into the screened face of a fencing opponent. You knew who it was, but you couldn't distinctly see him. I knew you wouldn't believe me.
Josh mumbled. That's why I didn't bring it up myself. Hoping to prise more information out of the troubled young man, Cassidy lied and said, I think you're feeding me a bunch of bullshit to throw me off track. Josh cursed and made a gesture as though trying to capture the correct words to express his thoughts. I had never seen this woman face to face, but I got the eerie feeling that I knew her, or more to the point that she knew me. Hell, I don't know. Daddy had people coming and going all the time. Maybe I bumped into her once and only my subconscious remembers. He stopped pacing and spun around to face Cassidy. Something just occurred to me. Maybe Claire Laurent tried the same tactic with my father, and when he refused her bribe, she bumped him off. Had you thought of that? Without answering, Cassidy stood and headed for the door, where he turned back and said in a menacing tone, Josh, if you're lying to me, I'm going to come back and do you severe bodily harm. Then I'm going to pull your lower lip over your head, all the way down your back, and stuff it into your asshole. He aimed an index finger at him. I'm going to ask one more time, had you met Claire Laurent before tonight? Josh swallowed visibly. No. On my mother's grave, I swear it. Outside, Cassidy dropped his tough demeanor. It was too exhausting to maintain. He trudged to his car, fatigue settled over him heavily. During the drive to his condo, his eyes itched and burned, irritated by every pair of headlights he encountered. But he knew that, as soon as he lay down to sleep, they would open and remain that way until dawn, when the whole unproductive routine would begin again. Wearily, he let himself into his airless living room, cursorily sorted through his mail, then plodded into the bedroom. As he regarded his haggard reflection in the mirror over the bathroom sink, he realized why he felt as depleted as a marathon runner following an uphill race. Claire had been cleared of one lie tonight, but in the process he had uncovered another possible motivation for her to kill Jackson Wilde. Cassidy had left Claire very upset. Long after she had locked the door of French silk behind him, she remained there, her head resting against the cool metal. She had wanted her meeting with Josh to be carried out in absolute secrecy. From now on, she must be doubly careful. She wouldn't again make the mistake of underestimating Mr. Cassidy's far-reaching arm. His resources outnumbered hers. He probably had plainclothesmen watching her around the clock. That thought unnerved her for several reasons. First, her privacy was being violated. Second, regardless of the new slant to his investigation, she and everyone associated with French silk were still suspects. Most upsetting was that a man she had been intimate with exercised tremendous authority over her. His superiority defiled the tenderness and sweetness of their lovemaking, like a bed of flowers being trampled into the mud by someone uncaring and insensitive. The flowers were still flowers, but their beauty had been irreparably tarnished. With that dismal thought, she pushed herself away from the door and walked toward the freight elevator. As she approached, she heard its clanking descent and saw Yasmin through the metal accordion doors as it ground to a stop on the first floor. Hi? She said, trying to inject her voice with more spirit than she felt. Unfortunately, seeing Yasmin didn't cheer her. She was another source of worry. Are you going out again tonight? Yes, for a while. Want some company? I'd enjoy an evening out. I could call Harry to come sit with Mama. Yasmin was already shaking her head. I'm sorry, Claire, but I've made other plans. Claire tried valiantly to keep her smile in place. I'm glad to see you're putting yourself back in circulation. I was getting worried about you. You shouldn't have been. Everything's working out. Good. I knew it would. Do you need my car? No, thanks. I'll take a cab. At the risk of prying, Claire didn't ask where she was going or what her plans entailed. Yasmin's clothing gave her no clues. She was dressed in a semi-conservative plain silk dress. The melon color gave her complexion a special glow. Her hair had dried naturally, encircling her head in glossy ebony curls. Large gold discs were clipped to her ears. The trademark bangles glittered on her slender wrists. She looked exceptionally beautiful, and Claire told her so. Thank you. I wanted to look good tonight. Even on your worst days, you look good. Acting on impulse, Claire embraced her. Yasmin returned the tight hug. Thanks for everything, Claire. No need to thank me. You've been going through a rough time. But you've stayed my friend when anyone else would have given up on me. Never. You can count on that. She squeezed her extra tight. Take care tonight. You know me, sugar. As she broke the embrace, Yasmin winked and clucked her tongue. Always on top of things. Claire laughed. This was Yasmin at her sassy best. She wondered briefly if Alistair Petrie had called her for a reconciliation. That would account for the special pains she had taken with her appearance tonight. Shall I worry if you're late? No. Don't wait up. Bye-bye. I'll set the alarm on my way out. Thanks, bye. Claire waited until she had crossed the warehouse floor. At the door, she turned and gave Claire a jaunty little wave. Even from that distance, Claire could hear her bangles jangling upstairs. Claire checked on Mary Catherine, who was sleeping peacefully. As she was pulling her mother's bedroom door closed, the smell of smoke brought her to a dead standstill. When she'd had the old building renovated, she'd paid dearly for a state-of-the-art sprinkler system and smoke detectors, knowing that a fire would be costly in merchandise and possibly in lives. Even with that safeguard, she was paranoid about fire. She traced the faint whiffs to Yasmin's bedroom. She hadn't been there recently, but before her breakup with Alistair, Yasmin had rarely kept the door closed. Claire had no qualms about opening it now to check for the source of smoke. As she stepped across the threshold and entered the room, she received a shock to her sensibilities and to her nervous system. Reflexively clapping her right hand over her nose and mouth, she moved forward, reluctantly approaching the makeshift altar that had once been an ordinary nightstand. Encircling the perimeter were smoky, sputtering candles that cast wavering shadows onto the walls. Unidentifiable herbs and oils had been sprinkled over the surface of the nightstand. They accounted for some of the malevolent odors permeating the room, but only some. In the center of the altar was a crude crockery bowl. It was filled with what appeared to be the entrails of a small animal. At one time, organs might have been discernible. Now it was a mishmash of gore. The odor made Claire gag behind her hand. Blood had been painstakingly dripped onto the surface to form symbolic patterns. The small effigy of Alistair Petrie, the doll that Claire recognized as the one Yasmin had shown her, had been decapitated and emasculated, like a stake through the heart, a vicious pin thrust up from the center of its chest.
My God,
Claire moaned, backing away from the grisly sight. Oh my God, Yasmin, no. As soon as Harry arrived in response to her frantic call, Claire raced to her car and headed for the exclusive neighborhood along the shore of Lake Pontchartrain where Congressman Alistair Petrie lived with his wife and children. She hoped she wouldn't arrive too late. Want me to wait? The cabbie slung one arm over the back of the seat and gaped at his stunning passenger. No, thanks. Yasmin passed him a $20 bill. Keep the change. Thanks, miss. Appreciate it. Say, do I know you? I mean, should I? Aren't you famous? I was a model. Maybe you've seen my pictures in magazines. He slapped his forehead with the heel of his hand. Jesus H., I thought that was you, he grinned, revealing crooked tobacco-stained teeth in the feeble dome light of his cab. Who'd have ever thought you'd ride in my cab? Only other celebrity I've ever hauled was that cooking lady on TV. Julia somebody, say? I'll be glad to come back for you later. I can give you my card. You can call when you're ready to be picked up. Yasmin shook her head and alighted. Thank you. Well, bye. It's been a pleasure. He dropped the gear shift into drive, saluted her, and pulled away from the curb. Yasmin watched him drive away. She was smiling, glad she'd made his day. He would talk about her for months, maybe years, telling everybody he met that he'd had Yasmin in his cab the night she really made herself famous. Good luck to you, sugar, she whispered into the still evening air. Standing on the curb, she regarded this stately house across the street. It would have made a pretty picture for a postcard. Even the Spanish moss hanging from the branches of the live oaks was perfectly placed. There was no blood on the dining room window, which was dark now. They'd washed it off the morning after she'd paid to have the dead chicken delivered. She'd driven past the next day to see. There'd been no trace of the terror that she hoped her hex had caused the smug son of a bitch. He didn't know what terror was. Not yet. She stepped off the curb and started across the street. Reaching into her large leather shoulder bag, she took out the revolver. Even though she'd checked the cylinders 100 times during the course of the long afternoon while she waited for nightfall, she checked them once again. All were loaded. She started up the sidewalk that divided the front lawn into immaculately landscaped halves. Her stride was long and confident as it had been for years on the runways of fashion houses all over the world. New York, Paris, Milan. No one walked like Yasmin. Her gait couldn't be imitated. Many had tried, but none had been able to combine that sensuous countermotion of hips and shoulders with elegance and grace the way she had mastered it. She hesitated for only a heartbeat on the bottom step leading up to the porch, then strode to the wide front door and pressed the bell. Daddy, I've got a soccer game on Saturday. Do you think maybe you could come to this one? I'm playing goalie. Alistair Petrie reached across the corner of the kitchen dining table and ruffled his son's hair. I'll try. That's all I can promise. But I'll try. Gee, that'd be great, the boy beamed. Since the incident with the dead chicken which had taken 10 years off his life, Alistair had turned over a new leaf. For days he'd lived in abject terror, venturing out of the house only when absolutely necessary and then only under the protection of the bodyguards Bell had insisted on hiring. As he delivered his scheduled campaign speeches, his knees had knocked together behind the podiums because he feared an assassination. At night in his dreams, he envisioned a bullet coming at him at an unstoppable velocity and piercing his forehead, exploding his head like a watermelon. He always lived to witness his execution and woke up trembling and blubbering. Belle was always beside him to render comfort and solace. Drawing his shivering body against hers, she crooned reassurances that his mistress had vented her spleen with that disgusting and savage display, and that was the end of it. She did, however, manage to get in her sharp, vicious barbs. You reap what you sow, Alistair. What goes around comes around. Your sins find you out. She had a litany of adages, all with biblical overtones. Like fishhooks, they stayed deeply embedded under his skin. It would be a while before he felt courageous enough to screw around. He'd learned his lesson. When he did feel the urge to stray, he'd make damn certain that the broad didn't have an affinity for voodoo. It might be harmless, but it fucked with your mind in the worst way. Gradually, when it appeared that the dead chicken was indeed an isolated incident and the sum total of Yasmin's vengeance, Alistair began to relax. He resumed his normal, hectic schedule. The bodyguards were dismissed. But the familial bliss was a lasting after-effect. He was at home as frequently as possible now. He kissed both children good night every night and took the time to exchange a few sentences with each of them at some point during the day. Belle participated in his campaign more actively than before. They were rarely out of each other's sight. She kept him on a very short leash, which for once he didn't resent, because she had kept her promise not to reduce or suspend the campaign contributions that poured in from her private resources and those of her extensive family. They had not, however, eaten in the formal dining room since that fateful night. Tonight the Petries were gathered around the table that was tucked into a cozy nook adjacent to the kitchen. Rockwell couldn't have painted a scene more depictive of domestic harmony. There had been fresh apple pie for dessert. The aroma of cinnamon and baked Granny Smiths wafted through the well-lighted room. They could have been any family in America except for the uniformed maid who, at a silent signal from Belle, began clearing away the dishes and carrying them to the dishwasher. "Daddy?" "Yes, sweetheart." He gave his attention to his daughter. "I colored a picture of you at school today, did you?" It's of you making a speech in front of the American flag."
"You don't say?"
he said expansively. "Well, let's see it. Mommy, may I be excused? It's in my school bag up in my room." Belle smiled indulgently. "Of course, darling." The youngest Patry slid from her chair and dashed out of the kitchen. No sooner had she cleared the swinging door than the front door bell rang. "I'll get it." Her high-pitched, childish voice echoed through the rooms. They heard the rubber soles of her sneakers striking the hardwood floors, occasionally muted by area rugs. The telephone rang. The maid answered the kitchen extension. "Petrie residence." They heard the front door being opened. "No," the maid said into the receiver. "There's no one here by that name." "Who was it?" Belle asked as the maid hung up. "Wrong number. A woman who sounded hysterical was looking for someone named Jasmine." Alistair blanched and surged to his feet. "Yasmin?" Belle looked at him. Simultaneously, the same chilling thought occurred to them. Belle said, "Is that?" "Yes." Alistair bounded through the swinging door. "What's the matter, Mom?" "Nothing, son. You look funny," the maid said. "Miss Petrie? Anything wrong?" "Don't be silly," Belle snapped. "What could be wrong?" Then they heard the gunshot. "No, don't hang up," Claire shouted into the receiver of the public telephone. When she got it dial tone, she banged the receiver against the box. "I told you not to hang up." After becoming hopelessly lost in an area with which she wasn't familiar, she had stopped at a pay telephone to call the Petries. Unsure of exactly how to warn them, she clumsily punched out the number that directory assistants had given her. It had been answered on the first ring, but obviously the housekeeper to whom she had conveyed her hysteria dismissed her as a wrong number or a crank call. She inserted another quarter and redealed. The line was busy. "Come on, please, please." She put the quarter in and tried again. This time the phone rang repeatedly, but wasn't answered. Thinking that in her haste she must have misdialed, she repeated the process. It continued to ring. Moments later, she became aware of approaching sirens. Dread, like a fist inside her chest, clutched at her heart. "Oh no, please God, no." But her prayers went unanswered. The emergency vehicles sped past, lights flashing. Claire dropped the telephone receiver, ran for her car, and struck out in pursuit. When they reached their destination, she bolted from her car, grabbed the arm of a pajama-clad neighbor, and asked, "Whose house is this?" "Congressman Petrie's." Policemen were already scrambling across the lawn, and paramedics were rushing with a gurney toward the open door. Claire shoved aside the befuddled neighbor and plunged headlong up the sloping lawn. A policeman tried to halt her, but she ignored his shouted order to stop. "My friend needs me." Breathless, she reached the porch steps and ran up them toward the cluster of people huddled in the entrance. From within the house she could hear the hysterical screaming of a child. Behind her, police officers were ordering her to freeze. Her worst fears were confirmed when she saw a draped from lying across the threshold. She was too late. Yasmin had killed him. She searched frantically for Yasmin among those stomping about in confusion and distress. Suddenly, Claire's eyes connected with Alistair Petrie's. She almost laughed with relief. He seemed dazed but unharmed. Then she noticed that he was splattered with fresh blood that was not his own. He was standing in a puddle of it that was fed by the river flowing from beneath the plastic sheet. Claire's eyes dropped to the body once again, and she saw something lying outside the sheet that she had missed the first time, a hand, beautifully shaped, long and slender, the color of café au lait, and encircling the wrist were bright gold bangles. Chapter 25. When Claire exited the jetway, she was momentarily blinded by exploding flashbulbs and video lights. Reflexively, she threw her arm across her eyes. She wanted to flee, but there was nowhere to go. Other airline passengers were filing out behind her, cutting off that avenue of escape, and in front of her was a phalanx of reporters and photographers. In New York, she had endured the mad flurry of publicity caused by Yasmin's suicide. The media attention had been expected, so she had braced herself for it and met it head-on, but she had thought that by the time she returned to New Orleans it would be old news. She hadn't bolstered herself for this barrage and wasn't prepared for the reporters who surged toward her en masse. "Ms. Laurent, what do you think of Yasmin's involvement? Will the allegations stick? What do you know about?" "Please," she said, trying to push through them. But they were like a solid rank of soldiers armed with cameras and microphones. They didn't give an inch. Without a statement, they weren't going to. My friend was obviously very unhappy. Claire spoke from behind her large sunglasses and tried to keep her face averted from the bright lights. I grieve for her, but the contributions she made to me personally, and those she made to the fashion industry, will keep her memory alive for years to come. Excuse me. Stoically, she proceeded through the airport, refusing to acknowledge any more questions. Finally, an airport security guard offered to claim her luggage and assisted her into a cab. When she arrived at French Silk, she was greeted not only by members of the media, but by the dedicated disciples of Jackson Wilde who continued to picket. She hastily paid her fare and dashed inside. She was gratified to see her employees going about their business, although they seemed unnaturally somber. Several murmured condolences, which she graciously accepted. In the elevator, she removed her sunglasses, hastily used a lipstick, and composed herself. She didn't want Mary Catherine to be any more upset by Yasmin's suicide than she already had been. When she had put her mother and Harry on a New Orleans-bound jet at LaGuardia following the funeral, Mary Catherine had been vague and disoriented. Claire had been concerned for her mother's mental stability and despaired over the separation, but had felt that Mary Catherine would be better off in familiar surroundings than in New York, where Claire couldn't devote much time and attention to her. Forcing herself to smile, she opened the main door of the apartment and breezed in. "Mama, I'm home." She had taken only a few steps when she saw Mary Catherine in the living room, seated in the corner of a sofa, sniffing into a handkerchief. Harry was standing near the windows, rigid and unsmiling with disapproval. After taking in the scene, Claire's eyes swung back to Cassidy, who was seated beside her mother. "What the hell are you doing?" I told him this wasn't a good idea, but he insisted on speaking with her. "Thank you, Harry. I know how persuasive Mr. Cassidy can be." Throwing daggers at him with her eyes, Claire quickly moved to the sofa and dropped to her knees in front of her mother. "Mama, I'm home. Aren't you glad to see me? Claire Louise?" "Yes, Mama." "Are they coming for you?" "No, nobody's coming for me. I don't want them to take you away on account of what I've done. They can't take me. I'm not going anywhere. I'm home now. We're together." "I've tried to do better," Mary Catherine said between gentle hiccups. "Really, I have?" asked Aunt Laurel. "It's just that." She raised her hand to her temple and massaged it. "I get so distraught sometimes when I think of my sin. Mama and Papa were so angry with me when I told them about the baby." Claire drew Mary Catherine against her and whispered, "Don't worry, Mama. I'm here now. I'll always take care of you." Claire held her until her weeping subsided, then pushed her away and smiled into the tear-streaked face. "Do you know what I'd love for supper? Some of your gumbo. Will you make some for me, please? My roux is never as good as Aunt Laurel's," Mary Catherine said shyly. "But if you really want some, I do." She motioned for Harry. "Why don't you start it now so it can simmer all day? Go with Harry. She'll help you." She assisted Mary Catherine to her feet. Mary Catherine turned and extended her hand to Cassidy. "I've got to go now, Mr. Cassidy, but thank you so much for calling. Bring your folks with you one afternoon for a glass of sherry," he nodded. Harry ushered her into the kitchen. "I'm not finished questioning her yet." Claire rounded on him. "The hell you're not. How dare you sneak in here and upset her while I was away? What did you want with her?" "I had some pertinent questions for her." To hell with your pertinent questions? As an assistant DA, I have the right. Right? She repeated incredulously. We've had a death in the family, or have you forgotten? I'm sorry about Yasmina. I'll bet that's one less suspect for you, isn't it? You're not being fair. I didn't intend to upset your mother. Well, you did, and if you ever bully my mother again, I'll kill you. She doesn't know the answers to your bloody questions. But you do, he said. That's why you're going downtown with me. What for? I'll tell you when we get there. He took her arm in an inexorable grip. Are you going to have me arrested? What did you coerce my mother into saying? Tell them goodbye, Claire, and go peaceably, he said quietly but firmly. Another scene will only upset Mary Catherine more. At that moment, Claire hated him. You bastard! Get your purse and say goodbye. In this skirmish, he was the uncontested winner. For her mother's sake, she wouldn't even compete. He knew that and was using it to his advantage. Claire stared him down, her loathing palpable. At last she said, Harry, I'm going downtown with Mr. Cassidy for a while. Goodbye, Mama. When they emerged from French Silk, it caused a furor among the reporters and the demonstrators. A dozen questions were hurled at Claire at once. Miss Laurent has no comment, Cassidy tersely told the reporters. Cassidy, what do you think? No comment. Do you believe you found your killer? No comment. Ignoring the microphones being poked into his face, he propelled Claire through the crowd. She was exhausted, bereaved, and confused, so she went docilely. At least Cassidy was a familiar adversary. Cassidy's long strides soon broke them out of the pack. 2 uniformed policemen closed ranks behind them. They started down the sidewalk, wasting no time. I'll drive her downtown in my car, Cassidy said to the patrolman. Yes, sir. Thanks for your help. Yes, sir.
Try your best to disperse that crowd and keep a close watch on the place.
Yes, sir. The policeman peeled off to carry out his curt instructions. Never breaking stride, he escorted Claire to his car, which was illegally parked at the curb. He opened the passenger door for her and stepped aside. Too weary to war with him now, she slid into the seat. How'd you manage to keep the funeral off TV, he asked, once they were on their way uptown. I set up a decoy. Urs with a fake coffin led the media hounds into New Jersey before they realized they'd been duped. She touched the gold bangle she was wearing on her wrist. It had been one of Yasmina's favorites. Claire knew she would have wanted her to have it. I couldn't have borne it if her funeral had been a carnival attended by strangers. It had been more than a week since she had arrived at Alistair Petrie's house and seen her friend lying dead on his doorstep. In front of him and his daughter, Yasmina had shot herself through the back of the head, totally, almost vindictively, destroying her lovely face with the exit wound. Yasmin was unarguably dead. There were, however, moments when Claire almost forgot it. Then reality landed on her like an avalanche of bricks. She'd barely had time to grieve. The days since the suicide had been filled with grim activity, forms to sign, arrangements to make, Yasmin's affairs to settle, media to dodge, questions to answer for which there were no answers. How did one explain why a woman who seemingly had everything would destroy herself in such a grotesquely poetic way? Claire kept Yasmin's secrets to herself. She wouldn't betray her friend's confidence even now when it no longer mattered. To mutual friends who had been shocked by the news and needed answers, Claire merely said that Yasmina had been extremely unhappy recently. She didn't divulge details of her failed love affair or of her financial difficulties. Since all that remained of Yasmina's family were a few cousins sprinkled along the East Coast, to whom she had never been close, the responsibility of the funeral and burial had fallen to Claire. Yasmin had left no instructions, so Claire had followed her instincts and had the body cremated. The memorial service had been quiet and private, open to only a few invited guests. Now an urn sealed in a mausoleum was all that remained of her gorgeous, talented, vital friend who had possessed a zest for living until she fell in love with the wrong man. Reminded of Petrie, Claire turned to Cassidy, who'd been driving in silence. Petrie's little girl? Is she all right? From what I read, she's coping. Still has nightmares, the paper said yesterday. She's under the care of a child psychologist. I can't imagine Yasmin doing something that ghastly in front of a child. Petrie was the lover who dumped her, right? Lucky guess. I heard that afterward. They found all sorts of voodoo paraphernalia in her room. Yes, I also heard that you were on the scene, Claire. I found the altar in her room. I thought she was going to harm him. I went after her, but arrived too late. Dr. Dupuis told me that you refused to leave her side and accompanied her body to the morgue. She was my friend. You're to be commended? I don't need your praise. You're determined to alienate me, aren't you? I thought it was decided the day we met that we couldn't be friends. They glanced at each other, then quickly away. After a while, Claire said, This is bound to put a kink in Petrie's campaign. What does he have to say for himself? You haven't read? No. I've deliberately avoided reading anything about her suicide or the speculations on why she did it. They were certain to make me ill. Then I don't recommend the recent issues of any periodical. Everything from the New York Times to the National Enquirer has a theory. I was afraid of that. Give me an idea of what I'm up against. That she was strung out on drugs. I expected that one. That she held a racially founded grudge against Petrie. Yasmin was apolitical. That she was a spurned secret lover, which I'm certain he's denied. Actually, he hasn't said much. He's hiding behind his wife's skirts and letting her do all the talking. Pretty neat PR tactic when you think about it. If the wife's solidly behind him, he couldn't have been having an illicit affair, right? Right. So, they'll make Yasmin out to be a nutcase, basically. Cassidy wheeled his car into its designated parking slot at the side of the district attorney's office building. "Why'd you bring me here?" Claire asked resentfully. "I'm travel-grimy. I'm tired. I don't feel up to answering any questions, and I'm furious at you for badgering my mother. Besides, I thought you'd be off the case by now. Hasn't Crowder replaced you yet? Not since there have been some late-breaking developments? Congratulations. But what could these late-breaking developments possibly have to do with me? I haven't even been here." He turned to her, laying his arm across the back of the seat. "We ran a routine ballistics test on the bullet that killed Yasmin. It had the same markings as the ones that killed Jackson Wilde. All of them were fired from the .38 revolver that was removed from Yasmin's death grip." Chapter 26. Andre Philippi scoured his fingernails with a brush and liquid hand soap. It was the 5th time he'd washed his hands in that compulsive and meticulous manner since waking that morning. When his hands were clean to his satisfaction, temporarily he rinsed them in water as hot as he could stand and blotted them dry with a fluffy white towel straight from the hotel's laundry. He surveyed himself in the mirror over the basin. His clothes were immaculate, nary a speck or a wrinkle. The pink carnation in his lapel was fresh and dewy. There wasn't an oiled hair out of place. He should have felt splendid and well turned out, like a shiny new car on the showroom floor. Instead, he felt insecure, fearful, and miserable. Leaving the bathroom and conscientiously switching off the light, he returned to his office. Measured by most standards, it was exceptionally tidy and well organized. To Andre, it looked a mess. On his desk were stacks of correspondence that demanded his attention in addition to employee timesheets, marketing memos, and customer questionnaires. All the paperwork he usually enjoyed sorting through and methodically completing had backed up during his period of mourning for Yasmin. He hadn't felt like working since he received the devastating news of her suicide. Considering his affinity for his work, this new attitude toward it was tantamount to sacrilege. When Claire called to notify him of Yasmin's death, he had outright accused her of lying. Idea of that lovely creature destroying herself in that abhorrent fashion was too appalling to believe and too painful to contemplate. It was woefully reminiscent of the day he'd returned home from school to find his beautiful maman lying naked in an overflowing bathtub, dripping tepid water and warm blood onto the tile floor. The two women he had loved and revered above all other of God's creation had chosen to die rather than live. Not only had they preferred a world without him, they hadn't even thought enough of him to say goodbye. As though it had physical qualities, grief compressed his chest until he couldn't breathe without experiencing excruciating pain around his heart. He had declined to go to New York for the memorial service Claire had arranged. He had stood beside his maman's tomb as it was being sealed, swearing then that he would never again acknowledge the finality of death until he himself died. In order to cope with Yasmin's suicide, he had tried consoling himself with familiar platitudes. Extraordinary beauty can be a curse to the one who possesses it. One pays a dear price for fame and fortune. He had even dipped into some that he'd heard from his mother's friends when she took her own life. Some angels, one well-meaning individual had told him, are so beautiful that God can't bear to be separated from them for long. They're destined to short lives before they're even born. Impatient with fate, they often hurry it along so they can return to a realm as blemishless as they are. Traditional of New Orleans, there had been a parade, complete with a jazz band, through the French Quarter to celebrate his mother's passing into a world worthy of her. He hadn't believed such nonsense when he was a teenager striving valiantly not to weep openly over his mother's body. He didn't believe it now, but it made him feel better to pay lip service to it. He'd also gone to Mass every day and fervently prayed for Yasmin's soul, as if her death weren't enough to cope with. He was upset by the way she was being maligned in the press. The accusations being made about her seemed grossly unfair, especially since she couldn't defend herself. He glared at the folded newspaper that he'd angrily stuffed into the wastepaper basket beneath his desk after reading the insulting headlines. Drivel lies, wild speculations. But Assistant District Attorney Cassidy believed them. He'd called Andre early that morning. After reading the headlines, Andre wasn't surprised to hear from him. He had expected to. He'd almost looked forward to it so he could demonstrate his contempt for the disrespectful way Yasmin was being treated. "The woman is dead, Mr. Cassidy," he'd said acidly. "Like a vulture, you're circling over her corpse. The way you prey on the defenseless is obscene, disgraceful, and abominable."
Cut the crap, Andre. I'm a creep, and I admit it. Unfortunately, the taxpayers, you included, pay me to be a creep. Now, I've got one question for you, and you'd better tell me the truth, or I'm coming over there and nip your bud right off the stem, and I'm not talking about the flower in your lapel. Was Yasmin in the Fairmont Hotel the night Jackson Wilde was killed? Your language is offensive. I've a good mind to report you to. Was she in the frigging hotel?
Cassidy had shouted through the telephone. Andre collected himself, smoothed the damp palm over his head, and said, "You saw the records? Was her name among our registered guests?" "That's not what I asked you. I have nothing more to say." "Look," Cassidy had tried another tack in a much more conciliatory, much kinder voice. "I know Yasmin was your friend. I'm sorry she's dead. The short time I knew her was time enough for me to develop an admiration for her talent. She was gorgeous. Simply to look at her was like a religious experience. The planet is less beautiful because she's no longer a part of it. I'm sensitive to your feelings. Truly I am. Her death was tragic and premature, and one can only speculate why she chose to end her life. If you've read the newspapers," he'd continued, "then you know that some of those speculations are way off base. Yasmin wasn't a dopehead. She wasn't a militant civil rights activist. She wasn't any of the things they've written about her. So in a very real sense, Andre, by confiding in me, you'll be sparing her a lot of garbage press. And think what this will mean to Claire. Don't play one of my friends against the other, Mr. Cassidy. I'm not trying to. But if Yasmin was guilty of killing Wilde, then that means Claire is innocent. Don't you want to clear her? Not if it means indicting another friend who is equally innocent, who is dead, and who can't defend herself." "Her guilt or innocence will probably be decided at an inquest," Cassidy had said, his impatience returning. "Just tell me if you saw Yasmin in your hotel that night. You paint a pretty word picture, Mr. Cassidy, but your motivations are self-serving. You obviously have no case against Yasmin. If it's up to me, you never will. You tricked me once. That's one time too many. Goodbye. I can subpoena you," Cassidy had threatened. "Do what you must. My responses to your questions will remain the same." That's the way they'd left it. Andre had almost expected stormtroopers from City Hall to come crashing through his door with a subpoena. However, nothing Cassidy might do would faze him. Even brute force wouldn't sway him. The notion that Yasmin had killed Jackson Wilde was ridiculous. It was unfounded and untrue. In fact, Andre averred as he got up to wash his hands once more. It was impossible. That's impossible. Claire kept trying to dig in her heels, but Cassidy practically dragged her through the side entrance of the district attorney's building. The front of it was besieged by Jackson Wilde's disciples, who were holding a prayer vigil. They were on the scent of fresh blood, this time Yasmin's, even though she was already dead. Ariel Wilde had undoubtedly picked up the rumor that Yasmin's suicide and Jackson Wilde's murder were connected by a matching ballistics report. She had wasted no time in whipping her followers into a spiritual frenzy. Cassidy had remarked sourly to a cohort that she would be valuable to the Pentagon. She was a master strategist who knew how to launch a rapidly organized but highly effective attack. She also had the unshakable loyalty of her followers, who worshipped her right along with Jesus, which in Cassidy's opinion was the problem with televangelism. It made bigger celebrities of the preachers than of the deities.
"Are you suggesting that Yasmin killed Jackson Wilde?"
Claire asked as Cassidy pushed her into an elevator and pressed the button for the second floor. "Listen," he said crisply, "I didn't believe it either until I studied those test results myself. There's been a mistake. Somebody made a terrible error. I had them checked and rechecked, Claire. The evidence is indisputable. The same weapon fired those bullets. Why the hell didn't you tell me Yasmin had a gun? If you had, your friend might still be alive?" With an injured sound, Claire flattened herself against the wall of the elevator as though to get as far from him as possible. "You're a mean-spirited bastard, Cassidy." The elevator doors slid open. "After you?" he said silkily. He waited, leaving her no option but to step out. "This way. We're going to sort this mess out once and for all." Inside the corner office, he slammed the door behind them, shrugged off his coat, and pointed her to a chair. "You might as well make yourself comfortable. You're not leaving here until I get to the bottom of this." "You asked my mother if Yasmin could have killed Reverend Wilde? That's why she was upset. I asked her what she knew about Yasmin owning a gun. I asked her if Yasmin ever talked about shooting Wilde. Stuff like that. I swear to you I was as gentle as possible." Claire's expression remained reproachful. I was only doing my job, Claire. Oh yes, your bloody job. She scooped back a handful of hair. Even that reflexive gesture seemed to require a lot of energy. There were deep shadows beneath her eyes, and she appeared to be bone-weary. May I at least call and check on her? He pointed to the telephone, then stuck his head through the door and bellowed an order for 2 coffees. By the time a scurrying clerk arrived with 2 steaming styrofoam cups, Claire was concluding her brief call. The gumbo's on the stove. They're playing gin. Mama's winning. Her smile would have looked at home on a Madonna's face as she gazed at her sleeping child. Her lips looked soft and beautiful when she smiled that way. Cassidy tried not to think about how they tasted. Coffee? No, thank you. Drink it. You'll need it. She pulled the cup toward her, but didn't pick it up. She adjusted herself into a more comfortable position in the chair, crossing her legs and clasping her hands in her lap, then looked up at him. Well, ask away, counselor. Don't do this, Claire. Do what? Don't make my job more difficult than it already is. I think the more difficult it is, the better you like it. He leaned over her. Do you think I enjoy asking you questions about Yasmin, knowing how close you two were, knowing how devastated you must be by her suicide? But that doesn't stop you, does it? You want a culprit to feed to the lions? He slapped the desk with his palm. Damn right, and I want it to be somebody, anybody besides you. A long, taut moment stretched between them. His eyes conveyed more than he was permitted to speak, but she got the message. Her gaze fell away, and with it her defiance. Yasmin couldn't have killed Jackson Wilde, she said, with soft emphasis. Surely you don't believe she did. Why shouldn't I believe it? She didn't even know him on a personal level. What possible motive could she have had? The same as you, she wanted to shut him up. He was endangering her livelihood, and she was in hock with creditors. We discovered that when we checked out her offering to Wilde. Yasmin was having financial difficulties, but Wilde was never a threat to French silk. She thought it was hysterically funny that his objective had not only been defeated, but had backfired. We were flourishing because of the publicity he gave us, and that tickled Yasmin anyway. Whether or not she had motive is academic. She was in New York that night. No, she wasn't. I picked her up at the airport the following morning, and I subpoenaed the airline records, Claire, weeks ago. She wasn't on that morning flight. She arrived the evening before, more than 12 hours earlier. Claire stared at him in disbelief. Why didn't you tell me this? I saw no reason to blow Yasmin's secret. I figured she came in early to see her lover and didn't want you to know because you disapproved of the affair. It was an issue between 2 friends, and I didn't want to be caught in the middle of it. But now her lie has taken on new significance. He sat down on the corner of his desk, facing her. Claire, did you know that Yasmin was in New Orleans that night? No. Did she borrow your car? No, I didn't see her until the next morning. Did you know that she carried a gun? She wavered. He could tell she was toying with the idea of lying, and was relieved when she answered, Yes. I knew she owned a gun. She has, since I've known her. I urged her several times to get rid of it. Why didn't you tell me about it before? Because Yasmin said she had mislaid it? You mean lost it? For a while, yes. Later it turned up. You mean it was lost and then suddenly reappeared? Claire nodded. She had to pack it in luggage whenever she flew so it wouldn't get confiscated by airport security. She said she had apparently overlooked it in a bag. And you still didn't tell me? Things get lost all the time, she said with irritation. We're talking about a lethal weapon, Claire, again. Why didn't you mention Yasmin's gun to me? Because I didn't think it was important. That's a damn lie. All right, she cried. I was afraid you'd link that damn gun to Jackson Wilde's murder. It is linked to it. Yasmin didn't use that gun to kill Jackson Wilde. Somebody did. Not Yasmin. Who else had access to it? No one that I know of. You did. I've never fired a gun. I wouldn't know how. I've told you that a dozen times. Which could be another dozen lies. I'm not lying. How did Yasmin say her gun got lost? She didn't know. Where'd she lose it? In her luggage, I guess? I don't know. How long was it missing? A couple or 3 weeks. I'm not sure. How'd she get it back? She said it just reappeared in her handbag. Claire? I don't know. Cassidy? A man knocked once abruptly before opening the door. Sensing the tension, he glanced uneasily at Claire, then back at Cassidy. Crowder wants to see you. I'll check with him later. Despite Cassidy's irritation, the young intern held his ground. Excuse me, sir, but Mr. Crowder said now. Said it'd be my ass if I didn't bring you back. He's got somebody with him, and it's mandatory that you be there too. Chapter 27. Cassidy, muttering curses, reached for his coat. As he was pulling it on, he said, If Yasmin was in Wild's room that night, she tracked in the carpet fibers from your car. For the 100th time, I didn't see Yasmin that night. I was using my car. Claire kept her head down, her eyes averted, but her voice was steely. I didn't see Yasmin until the following morning when I picked her up at the airport. If she was in New Orleans, she kept it a secret from me. In any event, she didn't have access to my car. I'll make this meeting with Crowder as brief as possible. Don't leave this room. He went out and pulled the door closed behind him. On his way to the elevator, he met Howard Glenn. "Hey, Cassidy, I was on my way to see you." "Anything?" "Some pretty interesting stuff is coming out of those lists of Wild's contributors." "Thanks." Cassidy took the sheets of paper Glenn extended him, folded them twice, and slipped them into his breast pocket. "I'll get to it as soon as I can. Right now I'm due in Crowder's office. In the meantime, stay with it." He stepped into the elevator. When he emerged, he didn't break stride until he was standing at the edge of Crowder's desk. "For Christ's sake, Tony, what's so damned important that it couldn't wait? I was questioning Claire Laurent. She's protecting Yasmin, but the more I pull out of her, the more apparent it is to me that Yasmin killed Wild. That's what we wanted to talk to you about." Cassidy, remembering that the intern had mentioned someone with Crowder, followed the direction of his gaze. Alistair Petrie was complacently seated across the room in a leather wingback chair. Cassidy had never liked Petrie, either as an individual or as a statesman. Having impressive political connections was his sole qualification to legislate. Petrie's family roots were sunk deep into Delta dirt, but weren't as deeply embedded as his wife's. Cassidy considered him a pompous nerd who, through no achievement of his own, had enough money to buy a congressional seat. Because Cassidy had been weaned on the work ethic, he held Petrie in contempt, which he barely concealed. "Hello, Congressman, Mr. Cassidy," he replied coolly. "Sit down, Cassidy," Crowder said, brusquely, signaling him into a chair. Cassidy's instincts were sizzling like exposed electrical wires. Something was afoot, and if his intuition was to be trusted, it was something he wasn't going to like. Tony Crowder was having a hard time looking him in the eye. "That was a bad sign. I'll let Congressman Petrie explain why he asked us for this meeting." Tony coughed uncomfortably behind his fist. "When you hear what he has to say, you'll realize its importance and urgency." "Congressman," Petrie began by saying, "I was stunned by the headlines I read in this morning's newspaper. Mr. Cassidy, it's pretty stunning stuff. If a technician hadn't been on his toes, he wouldn't have noticed the similarities between the results of the ballistics test he ran on Yasmin's suicide bullet and the ones he'd recently conducted on the bullets we took out of Jackson Wild. There was a deep groove running the length of the bullets that was worth remembering," he said. So he compared them. "And bingo, same weapon. He fired it just to make sure there's no mistake. There has to be. There isn't. Nevertheless, your investigation into a possible connection between Yasmin's suicide and Jackson Wild's murder must cease and desist, immediately." The command was issued so pedantically and with such bald arrogance that Cassidy's initial reaction was to laugh. He glanced at Tony Crowder, but there wasn't a trace of a smile on his superior's face. In fact, it looked as stern and indomitable as a totem hewn out of solid oak. "What the hell is going on?" He faced Petrie again. "Where do you get off telling me to cease and desist my investigation? Yasmin did not kill Jackson Wild. How would you know? Because she was with me that night throughout the night." Silence stretched through the room again. Cassidy turned to Tony, his hard stare demanding elaboration. The DA cleared his throat with obvious discomfort. Cassidy's respect for him slipped several notches. He was old enough to be Petrie's father, but he was kowtowing to the jerk like he was a friggin' prince. "Congressman Petrie came to me this morning and freely admitted that he'd been having that is, he and this Yasmin had a relationship." "No shit," Cassidy said sarcastically. "I know all about his affair with her." "Miss Laurent told you, I assume," Crowder said. "That's right." "Then you can appreciate the embarrassment that a lengthy and thorough investigation could cause Congressman Petrie and his family. He should have thought of that before he started screwing around." Petrie bristled. "All this embarrassment would be for nothing, Mr. Cassidy, because, as I've informed you, I'm Yasmin's alibi. She was with me." Cassidy looked at him scornfully. "And you get credit for her suicide, don't you, Petrie? She sprayed your walls with her brains because you're a lying cheat. What happened to make you call it quits? Did the new wear off, or did you get cold feet over the upcoming election? Did you get scared that your white voters weren't going to look kindly upon your black mistress?" "Cassidy," Tony banged his fist on his desk. Cassidy shot from his chair and turned his anger on Crowder. "This is the first piece of real evidence we've uncovered since we began investigating this crime. Do you really expect me to toss it away because it might get out that the woman implicated in the crime was our illustrious congressman's mistress?" Petrie's previous nonchalance had vanished. Red-faced with indignation, he too came to his feet. Yasmin was not my mistress. She had formed an unnatural attachment for me that was entirely one-sided, a fatal attraction. You're a liar. It was a two-way love affair until you turned gutless. She was a terribly disturbed young woman.
That's bullshit.
She was addicted to mind-altering drugs. Dr. Dupuy's autopsy report says she didn't have so much as an aspirin in her system. Obviously, Yasmin didn't agree with my position on. Oh, I'll bet you agreed on most positions. Which one did you like best? On top or on bottom? Cassidy, I won't have this. Crowder bellowed, surging to his feet. I won't have Congressman Petrie insulted in my office when he came here of his own accord and at great personal cost. I can't fucking believe this, Tony, Cassidy exclaimed. You're going to sweep this under the rug, pretend those ballistics tests don't exist? You know as well as I do that those tests are inconclusive. Besides, he makes good sense. Hear him out. Why, Tony? Cassidy asked, seething. He's convinced me that the young woman had no motive to kill Wilde. Cassidy swiveled his head and fixed a hard stare on Petrie. You've got the floor. Make it good. Petrie tugged on the hem of his suit jacket and composed himself. Yasmin thought Jackson Wilde was a joke, he said. Even though he called the French silk catalog pornographic, she didn't take him seriously. To her, he was a comic figure, that's all. She teased me about rolling out the red carpet to him while he was here. Oh, you're a specialist at kissing ass? Cassidy, shut up. He ignored Crowder and advanced on Petrie. You looked right at home sitting on his podium. You're as full of shit as he was, in my opinion. Wilde was the Alistair Petrie of clergymen like you. He was a self-important, self-serving opportunist whose only talent was duping people. Petrie's face turned even redder, but he kept his voice calm. Insult me all you want. The facts remain the same. Yasmin was with me the night. Jackson Wilde was shot and killed. Where? At the Doubletree. You stayed overnight at the Doubletree, and that didn't arouse Mrs. Petrie's suspicions. I frequently stay downtown overnight if I'm going to be out late and have an early meeting scheduled for the next day. Sleeping over spares me a short night and a long commute the following morning and gives you an opportunity to cheat on your wife. I'm trying to be up front with you, Petrie exclaimed angrily. I've admitted to being with Yasmin at the Doubletree. I'll check on it. I'm sure you will. How do you explain her gun being used to kill Wilde if she didn't pull the trigger? I may be able to shed some light on that. Then please do. Following that sarcastic crack, Petrie addressed himself to Crowder. I was with Yasmin when she rediscovered her gun. Rediscovered? Yes. She was surprised to find it at the bottom of the handbag she was carrying at the time. She said it had been missing. She thought she'd lost it in transit between here and New York. Mentally, Cassidy cursed. It perfectly matched Claire's story and shot his case all to hell. His expression, however, remained pugnacious. I suggest you start questioning anyone who had access to Yasmin's handbag, Petrie said, and put an end to investigating her activities that night. Which will be convenient as hell for you, won't it? Unruffled by Cassidy's snide remark, Petrie stooped down to retrieve his briefcase. I leave the crime solving and prosecuting to you, Mr. Cassidy. He flashed a brittle smile. Actually, I'm sparing you hours of time, effort, and eventual public disgrace. I didn't have to come here and admit that I was with Yasmin that night. I felt it was my civic responsibility to do so. Now the taxpayers' money won't be wasted on another wild goose chase. The only one you're protecting is yourself, Cassidy said with a sneer. You admitted to us that you and Yasmin were lovers only so you wouldn't have to admit it to your constituents. Again, Petrie gave him a fleeting smile. You'd do well to take the advice of your mentor, Mr. Crowder. Your ambition has been noted and duly recorded, Mr. Cassidy. But if you want to fill that chair, he said, nodding toward Crowder's desk, you'd better learn to play the game. I don't shovel political bullshit, if that's what you mean. Everything is political, Mr. Cassidy. Most everything is also bullshit. If you're going to be in public office, get used to shoveling it. Cassidy cocked his head to one side. That's quite a speech, Petrie, but it sounds rehearsed. Did your wife write it for you? Petrie's arrogance collapsed like a dead parachute. He sputtered, In this evening's Times-Picayune, I expect to read that the technician conducting the ballistics tests made a gross error, that Assistant District Attorney Cassidy's allegations regarding Yasmin were incorrect, that this office is retracting previous statements suggesting her possible involvement with the Wilde murder, and that you're redirecting your investigation. Let her suicide stand as the inexplicable action of an unbalanced woman who, for reasons known only to her, chose to end her life on my doorstep, possibly in an attempt to make a radical political statement. Have you washed all the brain tissue off your wallpaper yet? Cassidy! Or have you replaced the wallpaper altogether? Cassidy! Once again, Crowder's reprimands were ignored. Can you clean up that quickly, Petrie? A pail of water and some spick and span, and whoosh, she's expunged? Is that all her life meant to you? Using his words like a battering ram, Cassidy had hoped to smash the protective facade that was inherent to the public office Petrie held. He wanted to confront Petrie man to man where he would have equal footing if not the advantage. He wanted Petrie angry, scared, and upset. He finally got what he wanted. Yasmin wasn't worth the hell she put me through. Petrie smirked. She was nothing but a whore with the hottest snatch I'd ever had. Too bad for you that you homed in on her cool friend, Claire Laurent, and not Yasmin. Cassidy lunged at him, knocked him backward into the leather chair, and wound up with his forearm across Petrie's throat and his knee gouging his crotch. If Yasmin was a whore, what does that make you, you son of a bitch? He increased the pressure against Petrie's windpipe and ground his knee into his vulnerable testicles. Petrie uttered a high-pitched squeal. Cassidy delighted in the terror he saw in his eyes, but Cassidy's pleasure was short-lived. Crowder was almost 30 years older, but he was 40 pounds heavier and as strong as a bull. His hands landed like sacks of wet concrete on Cassidy's shoulders, almost causing the legs supporting him to buckle. He pulled him off Petrie, who was clutching his throat and wheezing. He cowered from Cassidy and blubbered. "He's crazy." "I apologize for my deputy's short temper," Crowder said. He had one hand splayed against Cassidy's chest. Cassidy strained against it. Crowder shot him a warning look. Petrie scooped up what was left of his dignity, straightened his suit jacket, smoothed the hand over his hair. "I intend to file assault charges. You'll be hearing from my attorney." "No, we won't," Crowder said curtly. "Not unless you want to expose the topic of our discussion here this morning. Right now, it's confidential. You litigate, and it'll be a matter of public record." Petrie was puffed up like an adder. Nevertheless, he took Crowder's subtle threat for what it was. Without another word, he stalked from the office. For several moments after he left, neither of them moved. Finally, Cassidy reached up and angrily shoved Crowder's hand off his chest. "I know what you're thinking," Crowder said. "You couldn't begin to know." Cassidy's temper was momentarily corralled, but it was going to be a while before his anger subsided. He was still furious with the man he had respected and admired. Like a disillusioned child who spots weakness in a hero, he was as hurt as he was angry. "Why'd you do it, Tony?" Crowder returned to his desk and sat down heavily. "I owed Petrie the favor. He endorsed me during the last election. He's a slimy, snot-nosed, cocky little bastard, but unfortunately he's got lots of political muscle and money behind him. He'll get re-elected. I retire next year. I don't want Petrie's foot on my throat my last year in office. I want to go out peaceably, not embroiled in a political gumbo." He looked up at Cassidy, silently asking for his understanding. Cassidy, saying nothing, moved to the windows. From there he could see Petrie on the street, surrounded by media, making a statement into microphones and cameras. He couldn't hear what the congressman was saying, but every lying, dulcet word was sure to be reported on news at 5. The sad thing was that he'd be believed by a gullible public that was always inclined to trust a handsome face and sincere smile. "Maybe at one time, when I was young and full of piss and vinegar like you, I'd have nailed his balls to the floor," Crowder was saying. "I'd have told him that criminal investigations were exempt from the bargaining table, that deals couldn't be struck when they conflicted with due process, that mutual back-scratching ended at that door." He pointed to his office door. "There's no doubt I would have told him all that and sent him packing this morning if I had a strong case to back up my position. But at the bottom line, he's right, Cassidy. If he's willing to come in here and acknowledge having a mistress, we've got to believe him when he says she was with him that night." Cassidy was still staring out the window, watching the pantomime being acted out below. Wild's followers cheered Petrie as he left the area. His entourage packed him into a van and whisked him away. Motorcycle police provided escort. "Fuck it," Cassidy muttered, turning back into the room. "Sometimes I think I dreamed Wild's corpse, those 3 bullet wounds, the blood. He was murdered, wasn't he?" "He was. Then, goddammit, somebody killed him." "But it wasn't Yasmin. I already sent a policewoman over to the Doubletree to check out Petrie's story. Before you got here, she called in. Petrie was registered there that night. So far, she's talked to 4 people who remember seeing him there. The doorman, a bellman. Okay, what about Yasmin? No one claims to have seen her. But if they were having a tryst, she would naturally keep a low profile. And if you enter the hotel by the side door, you can get to the elevators without having to go through the lobby." Cassidy shoved his hands into his pants pockets. "So it's back to square one?" "Not really," Crowder said quietly. "What do you mean?" "It's so damn simple, Cassidy. It has been from the beginning. As we speak, your killer is sitting in your office. Claire didn't do it." Crowder stabbed the surface of his desk with his index finger. "She had the same motive as Yasmin, only stronger. She had opportunity because she can't account for all of her time that night. We've got her voice on tape asking her friend at the Fairmont to lie for her. The fibers found at the crime scene matched the carpet in her car. She had access to Yasmin's gun and opportunity to replace it once she'd used it. My God, man, what more do you need? She didn't do it, Cassidy said tightly. You're that sure of her innocence? Yes. Sure enough to stake your career on it? Crowder's secretary stuck her head around the door. I'm sorry, Mr. Crowder, but she insisted on. The secretary was pushed aside by Ariel Wilde as she sailed in, her pale hair rippled over her shoulders. She was dressed in a white suit reminiscent of the robe she wore on her TV show. Well, Mrs. Wilde, how nice of you to stop by, Cassidy said caustically. Have you met District Attorney Anthony Crowder? Mr. Crowder, Mrs. Ariel Wilde. She turned her frigid blue glare on Cassidy. God is going to rain judgment on you. You've made a mockery of my husband's murder. Cassidy's eyebrows shot up. Mockery? You want to talk mockery? What about the mockery you made of your marriage by having an affair with your stepson? I no longer have a stepson. Influenced by you, he turned out to be a Judas. God will punish him, too. How does God punish liars, Mrs. Wilde? Because you lied to me, didn't you? The night your husband was killed, you left Josh's room for a trip to your hotel suite around midnight. Cassidy, what are you getting at? Crowder asked. I found out a few days ago that Josh leased a Chrysler LeBaron convertible while he was in New Orleans. Coincidentally, it is similar to Claire Lorentz and has the same type of carpet. I came here to tell you, Cassidy didn't give Ariel an opportunity to speak. You rode in Josh's rental car. You could have tracked the carpet fibers into your husband's bedroom when you went in there to shoot him. I could have tracked it in there any time, she cried. Rather than finding my husband's killer, you persist in torturing me and my unborn child. As though on cue, 2 reporters and 1 video photographer rushed past the flustered secretary and through the open door. Ariel cupped her abdomen with her hands. If I lose my child, the guilt will rest on your head, Mr. Cassidy. From what I read in the newspapers, it appears as though my husband's death is connected to that filthy catalog and the whore who posed in it. Yasmin, he wasn't a whore. That calm statement came from Claire, who unexpectedly appeared in the doorway. Cassidy's temper snapped again. I told you to stay put, harlot. Ariel shouted, pointing a finger at Claire. Everyone vacate this office at once, Crowder yelled. Who let the media in here? The video camera swung around to get a shot of the DA's flushed, angry face. Ariel bore down on Claire. Her eyes narrowed to malicious slits. Finally, we meet face to face. I avoided it as long as possible. The wages of sin are death, Ariel hissed. Exactly, Claire replied. That's why your husband had to die. She turned and looked directly into Cassidy's eyes. That's why I had to kill him. Chapter 28. From then on, everything happened so quickly that, later, Claire couldn't recall the exact sequence of events. Ariel Wilde dropped to her knees, raised her clasped hands toward heaven, and began loudly thanking God for wielding his mighty sword of justice. Crowder bellowed for the security guards to clear his office. The reporters thrust microphones toward Claire and began firing questions. The video photographer planted his soiled sneakers in the seat of an expensively upholstered chair in order to get a better camera angle on the unfolding scene. The secretary behind Claire shrieked, "Oh my God!" when she turned to see a throng of Wilde disciples swarming toward the office. When Claire had time to reflect on those first tumultuous moments following her confession, the recollections were blurred images as though she had experienced them from behind a foggy window pane. One memory, however, stood out with painfully stark clarity the way Cassidy looked at her. A myriad of emotions flickered across his face. Disbelief, remorse, guilt, befuddlement, disillusionment, pain.
Yet this kaleidoscope of reactions didn't affect his stare, which remained steadfastly on her, glinting and hard. It was broken only when one of Ariel's followers jostled Claire from behind, and in order to keep her balance, she had to grab the door jamb. Unchecked by security guards who hadn't yet arrived, the crowd pressed in from behind. Ariel ended her prayer and sprang to her feet, pointing an accusing finger at Claire.
She murdered my husband, one of the century's outstanding spiritual leaders. The video cameraman had a hard time capturing it all on tape. The reporters continued to shout their questions into Claire's face. Those outside the office undulated toward the door like a tidal wave, gaining momentum, going over and around the desks of secretaries, fighting Crowder's staff and each other for better vantage points. Claire's name rippled through the crowd as word of her confession spread. It was repeated with mounting hatred. Within moments, the crowd resembled a lynch mob. It was her all along, she heard a man shout. May her and French Silk be damned to eternal hell. The animosity escalated. The shouts became louder, the epithets meaner. Crowder ordered the reporters to leave. He yanked the video photographer from his perch. That unbalanced the camera on the man's shoulder. It crashed to the floor, and he began angrily accusing Crowder of infringing on his First Amendment rights. Since the camera was no longer operative and therefore undamaging, Crowder ignored him and turned his attention to Ariel Wilde. "Get your flock out of here." "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord," she cried, her eyes fanatically bright. Cassidy, apparently galvanized to action by the increasing size of the crowd and their growing hostility, rushed toward Claire and wrapped his hand around her forearm. "If this keeps up, they'll tear her to pieces?" He had to shout to Crowder to make himself heard. "I'm getting her out of here." "Where are you taking her, Cassidy?" That was the last Claire saw or heard of Crowder, because Cassidy threw his arm across her shoulders, turned her around, and began battling a path through the wall of malcontents. "Clear this area. Get these people out of here." The secretaries and clerks responded to the authoritative ring in Cassidy's voice and began making ineffectual attempts to disperse the crowd by nicely asking them to leave. The crowd wasn't listening. Uniformed security guards finally converged on the scene and joined the melee, barking orders and issuing threats of imminent arrest that went unheeded. It became obvious to Claire that Cassidy was trying to get her to the stairwell, but when they reached the marked exit, a burly Bible thumper wearing a T-shirt that read "God is Love" blocked the door and sneered at Claire. "You'll burn in hell for what you did, sister. Get out of our way or you'll see hell a lot quicker than she does," Cassidy threatened. The man snarled, reached out, and grabbed a handful of Claire's hair and pulled hard. Several strands were ripped from her scalp. Claire cried out in pain and instinctively raised her hands to protect her head. Cassidy acted on instinct too. He rammed his fist into the man's gut, then, when he doubled over, caught him beneath the chin with a blow that sent his head crashing back into the wall. The people nearest them began to scream. In a matter of seconds, full-fledged panic broke out. Cassidy yanked open the door and gave the center of Claire's back a hard shove that sent her stumbling onto the landing. He grabbed a security guard by the back of his collar and used him as a shield to block the exit. "Give me time to get her away from the building. Don't let anyone through this door," he shouted as he pulled the door closed. The guard, still unclear as to what was going on, nodded dumbly. Cassidy gripped her hand and began running down the stairs. "Are you all right?" Claire discovered that she was too frightened to speak. Like the bewildered guard, she nodded, but in his haste, Cassidy didn't even look back. The stairs served as a fire escape and opened to the outside, so they were able to avoid the chaos occurring in the atrium lobby of the building. It was crawling with Jackson Wilde's followers, confused employees, and those unfortunate enough to have business in the DA's office that afternoon. As soon as they were outside, Cassidy dragged her along behind him around the rear of the building, toward where his car was parked on the opposite side. Shit. He halted so quickly, it jarred Claire's teeth. "My car keys are on my desk." He didn't waste a moment to think about it, but went in search of something to break the window. He returned precious seconds later with a loose brick from a nearby construction site. "Turn your head." He bashed the window with the brick, reached inside the shattered glass and unlocked the door, then barely gave Claire time to get in before slamming it behind her. She reached across the interior and opened the driver's door for him. "How are you going to start it?" "The way the thieves do." While Claire brushed broken glass from the seat, he hot-wired the car. Within minutes they had made their escape. Surrounding the City Hall complex was a maze of one-way streets that required careful negotiation even by those who drove it every day. As he drove, Cassidy jerked his cellular phone off its stand and tossed the receiver into Claire's lap. "Call French Silk. Tell them to shut down for the day. Tell everybody to get the hell out and away from there." They wouldn't dare. "You saw them back there?" God only knows what these maniacs will do when they hear you've confessed. Claire feared for her building and its costly inventory, but mostly for the safety of her employees. She fumbled with the rubberized digits on the transmitter. "My mother? I've got to get her to a safe place. I'm thinking," he said tautly as he raced through a yellow light. Claire spoke to her secretary. "There's been a new development in the Wilde case." She cut her eyes to Cassidy. He glanced at her briefly. "It might be dangerous for French Silk to remain open today. Send everyone home. Yes, right now. Tell them not to report to work until notified, but assure them they'll receive full pay. Secure the building, quickly. Now, please patch me into the apartment phone." While that was being done, she said to Cassidy, "You have to take me home so I can see to my mother. I can't take you near that place, Claire. Ariel's got a communication system more effective than any public utility. But you're right. If they storm the building, it'll be unsafe for Mary Catherine to be there." The thought filled Claire with panic. "You've got to take me to her now, Cassidy. I can't. The hell you can't." "Could she go home with Harry?" "I've got to." "Don't argue with me, goddammit. Can Harry take her home with her? He averted his eyes from the traffic long enough to look at her. Claire wanted to dispute him, but the suggestion was viable. She spoke tersely into the telephone. "Hello, Harry. It's me. Listen closely." Once she had made her request, she said, "I know it's an imposition, but I need to know that Mama's safe and being well taken care of. Don't alarm her. No, I'm sure you'll handle it beautifully, but timing is vital. Get her out immediately. Yes, I'll be careful. I'll call later and let you know where I am." She replaced the telephone and sat stiffly, staring forward. Cassidy weaved through traffic, taking the streets in a random zigzag pattern. He drove well but fast. His eyes remained in constant motion, moving from side to side like a minesweeper. "Shouldn't you be taking me to the police station? Later, when they've scattered the crazies and I don't have to worry about losing you to some fanatic who wants an eye for an eye." "Then where are we going?" "I'm open to suggestions." "You mean you don't have a destination in mind? About a dozen so far? I've discarded them all. I can't take you to French Silk. Once they figure out you're not there, they'll look for you at my place. There are hundreds of hotels and motels. They'll be checking the registration desks, even out of town?" He shook his head. "No, with a broken window. I can't keep this car on the road for long. Too easy to spot." "Take me back," he made a scoffing sound. "Not likely. Even if you've got a death wish, I don't. I've confessed to murder, Cassidy. A felony. Every police officer in the state will be out looking for me. I don't want to make matters worse by becoming a fugitive. You're not a fugitive as long as you're in my custody. As soon as we get where we're going, I'll call Crowder. Once the coast is clear, I'll take you to the sheriff's office to be booked. Hopefully we can get you in before the press gets wind of it." He shot her a quick glance. "Between now and then, I've got to make sure you're not taken out by some bastard with a Bible in one hand and a sawed-off shotgun in the other." He wasn't over-dramatizing. She touched the sore spot on her scalp and shuddered when she remembered the hatred she had seen in the man's eyes. "Any ideas?" he asked. "Unfortunately, I don't own a fishing cabin, or a boat, or a place. Aunt Laurel's house," Claire said suddenly. "It's been closed up for years. Only a few people know I still own it. Have you got a key with you?" "No, but I know where one is hidden." She found the latchkey beneath the rock under the third camellia bush in the flower bed on the left side of the porch, where it had been secreted for as long as Claire remembered. Cassidy had expressed concern about leaving his car on the street in front of the house, so they parked it in the rear alley. Entering the old townhouse was like stepping through a time warp. Although it had the close, musty odor of any unoccupied dwelling, Claire's sense of smell was stirred by dozens of fond memories. Aunt Laurel's rose sachet, pomander balls made of dried oranges spiked with cloves, dusty old lace jasmine tea, and Christmas candles. The entryway catapulted Claire's childhood to the forefront of her mind. Some memories were as gauzy as the curtains that hung in the slender windows flanking the front door. Others were as vivid as the colors in the authentic Persian rug. Some were golden, like the butter-colored sunlight that cast dappled shadows on the walls. Others were as somber as the grandfather clock that had stopped ticking and stood tall and silent. Cassidy shut the door behind them and relocked it, then peered through the curtains until he was satisfied that no one had followed them and that they hadn't aroused the curiosity of nosy neighbors. Turning his back to the window, he surveyed his surroundings. Claire watched closely for his reaction, realizing that she wanted him to like and appreciate the house as she did. "How long has it been since you were here?" he asked. "Yesterday?" He shot her a stunned look, and she smiled. "It seems that way." His eyes took a more detailed inventory of the two-story entry. "It looks like a granny's house." "Did you have a granny, Cassidy?" "Only one on my mother's side." "Did you have aunts and uncles and lots of cousins?" Azorted. "I always wished for them." She gave him a wistful smile, then asked him to follow her. "Let me show you the courtyard. That's my favorite part of the house. Later, I'll take you upstairs." "What about a phone? It was disconnected when we moved out. I'll have to use my car phone." "This minute?" she asked with disappointment. "Not this minute, but soon, Claire." "I understand." He followed her through a formal dining room and a quaint kitchen into what she called the sunroom. It had windows on 3 sides and was furnished in white wicker with floral chintz cushions that were comfortably sagged in their centers. The sunroom opened onto the courtyard. Claire unlocked the French door, pushed it open, and stepped outside onto the ancient bricks. "Over there, where the double French doors are, is the living room," she said, pointing. Or the parlor, as Aunt Laurel called it. "Up above it, on the 2nd floor, is my bedroom. Sometimes in the summer, when the mosquitoes weren't too bad, Mama and Aunt Laurel would let me make a pallet there on the balcony. I loved falling asleep to the sound of the water trickling in the fountain, and in the morning I could smell fresh coffee and honeysuckle before opening my eyes. A struggling wisteria vine and one quick, shy chameleon were all that remained alive in the courtyard. Foundation of the fountain was cracked and crumbling. The basin around the naked cherub was filled with stagnant rainwater and dead leaves. The glider was rusty and squeaked when Claire gave it a gentle push. We used to have ferns hanging everywhere. When the airplane ferns made babies, we'd pinch them off and root them in water before planting them in clay pots. Every spring we'd plant perennials in the flower beds, and they'd bloom sometimes through December. On mild evenings we'd eat supper out here. Before I started school, Mama used to sit in this chair and tell me fairy tales, she said, lovingly running her hand over the rusty wrought iron. Seeing it like this makes me sad. It's like viewing the corpse of someone you love. She gave the courtyard another poignant glance, then stepped back into the sunroom. In the kitchen, she checked a tin in the pantry and found that it still contained Bigelow tea. I made tea the last time I was here. Would you like some? Without waiting for his answer, she rinsed out the kettle and turned on the stove beneath it. She was reaching into the cabinet for china when Cassidy captured her busy hands and drew her around to face him. This moment had been inevitable. She had known that eventually Cassidy would ask her about it, and she would have to tell him. She had prolonged it for as long as possible, but could delay no longer. "Claire," he asked softly, "why did you kill Jackson Wilde?" His eyes were gazing intently into hers. The time had come. Jackson Wilde was my father. Chapter 29. Spring 1958. It was hot in the Vieux Carré, even though May was only a few days old. Blossoms had burst in such abundance that the air was heavily perfumed. Leaves were new and vibrantly green. The vitality of spring rushed through the veins of 3 schoolgirls, filling them with a lust for life that couldn't be appeased by English literature, geometry, French, or chemistry. With energy pumping and looking for an outlet, they abandoned their studies to sneak off in search of the forbidden pleasures to be found in the French Quarter. They gorged on lucky dogs bought from a street vendor and had their palms read by a strolling gypsy lady with a parrot on her shoulder. On a dare from Lisbeth, Alice glanced inside one of the strip joints on Bourbon Street when a teasing barker swung the door open as she passed. Squealing, she raced back to where her friends were waiting. "What you see?" "It was gross," Alice squealed. "Was she naked?" "Except for tassels. She was twirling them." "Liar," Lisbeth said. "I swear. No one can really do that. It's anatomically impossible." "It is if they're no bigger than yours," Alice taunted. Mary Catherine Laurent diplomatically intervened. She often played the role of peacemaker, disliking strife of any kind, but particularly among her friends. She didn't have on anything else. Not a stitch. Well, she had a tiny triangle of glitter over, you know what? Her pussy, dumbfounded. The 2 other girls gaped at Lisbeth. "Well, that's what my big brother calls it." Lisbeth's brother was a sophomore at Tulane and often inspired awe among his younger sister's friends. Alice sniffed loftily. "That sounds like something he'd say. He's rude, crude, and socially unacceptable." "And you're passionately in love with him," Mary Catherine teased. "I'm not, or so."
"It doesn't matter,"
Lisbeth said, striking off down the sidewalk, the pleats of her blue and gray plaid parochial school skirt brushing against her calves. "He likes Betsy Bouvier. He told me he got his hand up her skirt on their last date." She glanced over her shoulder at Alice, who looked stricken. "Gotcha, Alice. Oh, does cunt mean the same thing as pussy?" Mary Catherine asked as she skipped to catch up. "Shh!" She was sprayed by the admonitions of her 2 friends.
"My God, Mary Catherine, don't you know anything?"
"Well, I don't have any brothers," she said defensively. "Does it mean the same thing?" "Yes, but," Alice added, "if any man ever says that to you, you should slap his face or knee him hard right in the nuts. It's bad then. It's about the worst," Lisbeth said, dramatically rolling her eyes. "Yesterday you said fuck was the worst?" The 2 girls looked at each other and shook their heads over Mary Catherine's ignorance and confusion. She's hopeless. They browsed in the gaudy souvenir shops lining both sides of Bourbon Street, pretending to admire the feathered, spangled Mardi Gras masks while actually studying a coffee mug with a detailed phallic handle. "Do you think they really get that big when you're doing it?" Alice whispered. Lisbeth answered with an air of superiority. "Oh, much bigger than that. How would you know?" "I've heard." "From who?" "I can't remember, but she said it was huge and hurt like hell when he put it in." Mary Catherine was aghast. "You know somebody who's actually done it?" When pressed, Lisbeth couldn't produce an actual name, so the accuracy of her statement was doubtful. "I can't wait to do it," Alice admitted as they left the shop and continued down the sidewalk. Even though it hurts, Mary Catherine thought the whole business of sex sounded unappealing and unladylike. It only hurts the first time. Goose. After he busts your cherry, it's okay. What's a cherry? That sent the other two 17-year-olds careening into the exterior wall of a jazz joint, collapsing in a fit of giggles. Invariably, their conversations revolved around human sexuality. They were told by the nuns that it was a grievous sin to contemplate such matters, so that was largely what they contemplated. Mary Catherine and her two very best friends had speculated on everything from if the nuns shaved their pubic hair as well as their heads to exactly how the male anatomy was constructed. They sneaked copies of novels by James Joyce, James Baldwin, and James Jones. Lisbeth had remarked that there must be something to the name that made the men who had it highly sexual, and pored over the passages describing copulation, which had been conveniently underlined by previous readers. But sometimes even those were annoyingly euphemistic and vague. It seemed to Mary Catherine that the more she learned about sex, the more there was to learn. To vent her frustration, she added each tidbit of knowledge to her diary. After her prayers each night, she faithfully confided everything to the leather-bound book with the small gold lock. Tonight, she would be able to fill pages with impressions and new vocabulary words. She and her friends meandered through the quarter, a trio of striking young women whose ripe young bodies seemed out of place in the austere school uniforms. Their slender calves seemed designed to wear high heels and silk stockings rather than the despised Oxfords and bobby socks. They arrived at Jackson Square and paused to flirt with a sidewalk artist with a red goatee who was indolently soliciting business from the tourists. Of the samples displayed, his best work was a colored chalk portrait of Marilyn Monroe. "He's probably done another one of her in the nude," Lisbeth said knowingly. "He keeps it hidden away in his ratty little garret. At night, he takes it out and jerks off while he's ogling it. Do you think any man will ever jerk off while ogling a picture of me?" Alice asked wistfully. "You'd better go to confession twice this week," Lisbeth said. "You've got sex on the brain." "Me? You're the walking encyclopedia on the topic, or at least you think you are. I've been exposed to much more than you have. I've seen my brother. He's here again." Mary Catherine's quiet observation brought the two other girls to a standstill. They followed her absorbed gaze to the statue of Andrew Jackson in the center of the square, more particularly to the young man who was delivering a fiery sermon to a few pedestrians, one unconscious wino and a flock of pigeons. "The Lord is sick and tired of his children sinning," he declared, slapping the worn Bible in his hand. "He looks down here on earth and sees the lying and the cheating and the gambling and the drinking and the fornicating." "That's another word for fuck," Lisbeth informed Mary Catherine in a whisper. Mary Catherine shrugged her off impatiently. She was drawn to the young preacher not so much by what he was saying, but by the passion with which he was saying it. "His judgment is near, ladies and gentlemen. He ain't going to stand for our sinning much longer. No, siree." He plucked a handkerchief from the breast pocket of his shiny navy blue suit and mopped his forehead, which was perspiring beneath a lock of dark blonde hair. "I weep for sinners to be saved." Gnashing his teeth and closing his eyes, he threw back his head and appealed to heaven. "Lord God, open their eyes. Sweet Jesus, have mercy on the weak. Give them strength to fight Satan and his wily, wicked ways." The girls entered the gate and moved closer for a better look. "He's kind of cute," Lisbeth said. "You think so?" Alice asked, eyeing the preacher critically. "I do." Lisbeth turned to Mary Catherine, who was still staring enraptured at the sidewalk preacher. I do believe Mary Catherine is smitten, Alice." She blushed. "I've seen him here before. Last Saturday my daddy brought me to Café du Monde for breakfast. He was here then, too. There was a larger crowd. He laid hands on some of the people." "On their what?" Alice asked, crowding in closer to Mary Catherine. "On their heads, stupid," Lisbeth said scornfully. "It was their heads, wasn't it?" "Yes," Mary Catherine replied. "When you get saved, he lays his hands on you so you'll receive the Holy Spirit." "Let's get saved," Lisbeth suggested excitedly. "We're already saved." Then, with less conviction, Alice asked, "Aren't we?" "Well, sure. We've been baptized, we go to Mass, but he doesn't know that." Lisbeth turned to Mary Catherine. "Go get saved." "Yeah," Alice seconded. "We'll watch." "Go on." "No, chicken." The preacher was extending an invitation for anyone within the sound of his voice to take his hand. It would be the same as accepting the Lord Jesus by the hand, he told his listeners. "Dear brothers and sisters, you don't want to go to hell, do you?" "You don't want to go to hell, Mary Catherine," Alice said seriously.
"Go on. He's looking straight at you."
"No, he's not. He's looking at all of us. He's looking at you. Maybe he sees that you're truly a sinner. Go get saved." Lisbeth gave her friend a firm push. Mary Catherine demurred, but in ways she couldn't understand or explain. She was drawn to the young preacher's compelling voice. Years before, a young, good-looking priest had trained at their parish. She and all her friends had developed passionately sinful crushes on him. They attended nearly every Mass that he conducted. Yet Mary Catherine hadn't felt moved by that young priest as she did by this shabbily dressed, marginally articulate, but positively dynamic sidewalk evangelist. Urged on by her friends, she walked toward him, sending pigeons scuttling aside, drawn as though by a power beyond herself. When she was within several feet of him, he stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hello, sister. Hello. Do you want Jesus to come into your heart?"
I think so. Yes, I do.
"Hallelujah. Take my hand." She hesitated. His hand was perfectly formed, strong-looking, the smooth palm turned up invitingly. She stretched her hand forward and laid it in his. She thought she heard Alice and Lisbeth gasp in disbelief of her courage, but all her senses were shocked by the sudden fist the preacher closed around her hand. "Kneel, now, sister?" She did. The pavement was hard beneath her bare knees, but when he laid his hands on her head and invoked God's forgiveness and blessings, she didn't feel anything except the heat emanating from his fingers and palms. After a long prayer, he placed a hand beneath her elbow and assisted her to her feet, just like Jesus told the woman taken in adultery, "Go and sin no more." Then he took a wooden offering plate out of a battered suitcase that was lying open at his feet and thrust it at her. The gesture took her by surprise. Oh, for a moment she was too flustered to think. Then she hastily opened her purse, clumsily removed a $5 bill, and dropped it into the plate. "Thank you kindly, sister. God's going to reward you for your generosity." He quickly replaced the offering plate with her $5 bill, along with his Bible, inside the suitcase and snapped it shut. Picking it up, he jauntily walked away. Wait! Mary Catherine couldn't believe her audacity, but to let him casually walk out of her life was unthinkable. "What's your name, Reverend Jack Collins?" "But everybody calls me Wild Jack." He'd been reared in a poverty-stricken rural town in Mississippi. About the only thing the town had going for it was the railroad. A section crew was headquartered there. For the most part, the men were single and lived in boarding houses. His mama provided evening entertainment for them. Being the only whore in town, she did a lively business. She'd conceived and given birth to little Jack without ever knowing which of her customers had sired him. Jack's first memory was of toddling around their cramped room to fetch his mama her lucky strikes. By the time he was 8, they were fighting over the packs her gentleman friends sometimes left behind. He went to school only because the truant officer gave his mama hell if she neglected to get him up and send him off. She in turn gave him hell if he didn't go. Out of sheer stubbornness, he learned as little as possible, although he was a natural leader, because he didn't give a damn about anything or anyone, because he never even whimpered when he got licks, but looked at the principal eyeball to eyeball with open contempt. He earned the fear and admiration of his classmates. He used that to his advantage and wielded more authority on campus than did the faculty. When he was 13, he called his mama a fat, stinking whore one time too many. She coaxed one of her Johns to ambush and beat the hell out of him. The next day he regained consciousness near the railroad tracks with a freight train barreling down it. Holding his broken ribs with one hand, he jumped the freight. He never went back and never saw his mama again. He hoped she died and rotted in hell. He hoboed through the South for several years, taking odd jobs until he had enough money to get drunk, get laid, and get in a fight. And then he moved on. One night the freight he was on stopped somewhere in Arkansas. It looked like a happening town, the kind that appealed to a wild young buck like him. But to his irritation, the happening turned out to be a tent revival. The next freight wasn't due till morning, and that evening it came a downpour. He reasoned that the tent would at least provide shelter, so he attended the revival with everyone else in town. He scorned everything about the service and everyone who listened with misplaced hope to the preacher who admonished his congregation to seek treasures in heaven, not on earth. What a dope, Jack thought. He changed his mind when he saw how full the offering plate was when it was passed to him. Pretending to put a bill in, he took out a 10. But he looked upon the smug preacher standing on the podium with new respect. Jack Collins made a career decision that rainy night in Arkansas. With a portion of that $10 bill, he bought a Bible and struggled through a first reading. He attended more revival meetings. He listened and learned to pass the hours in freight cars. He imitated the inflection and gestures of the preachers. When he felt ready, he stood on a street corner in a hick town in Alabama and preached his first sermon. Coins pitched to him added up to $1.37. It was a start. "Hello. You probably don't remember me." Mary Catherine shyly intercepted him at the corner of the presbytery. He'd just finished his sermon and had cut across the square with his brisk, quick stride. Having observed him for several days, she had noticed that he always moved as though he were in a hurry to get where he was going. He smiled at her. "Course I remember you. I got saved the other day. And you've been back twice since then, without your friends." She'd hung back at the edges of the crowd, afraid of appearing bold. He had seemed not to notice her. Flattered that he had, she blushed. "I don't want to bother you." "No bother, sister. What's on your mind? You said the Lord needed help in getting his work done? Yeah? So I brought you this." She pushed a $10 bill into his hand. He stared down at it for a moment before raising his eyes to hers and saying emotionally, "God bless you, sister. Will it help? More than you know." He cleared his throat. "Say, I'm hungry as a bear. Want a burger?" Her previous dates had always come in the form of a telephone call. She'd never consented without first getting parental approval. It felt deliciously wicked to be asked out and to accept without anyone knowing, even Alice and Lisbeth. "That sounds lovely." Grinning, he took her hand. "If we're going to be friends, I got to know your name." When school was dismissed for summer vacation, it became easier for Mary Catherine to sneak off and meet Wild Jack Collins, where he preached daily on the street corners of the French Quarter. They ate cheap suppers that, as often as not, Mary Catherine paid for. She didn't mind. He was the most fascinating person she'd ever met. People were naturally drawn to him, from the seediest ladies of the evening to the shrewdest con men who worked the streets. Jack regaled her with anecdotes that had happened during his 7 years in the ministry. He'd had more adventures than Mary Catherine could dream of as he'd traveled from city to city, spreading the gospel, preaching God's love and salvation to sinners. "What I need is somebody who can sing," he told her one evening. "Do you have any musical talent, Mary Catherine?" "No, I'm afraid not," she said, woefully. How glorious it would be to join Jack's ministry and travel with him. His sermons didn't resemble the formal, ritualistic masses she was accustomed to. Although the underlying message of Christ's redemption was the same, she doubted that her parents would approve of Jack's rough street manners or the fanatical doctrine he preached. That's why her meetings with him remained secret, shared only with her diary. As the summer heated up, so did their relationship. One night, Jack suggested they pick up Chinese food and take it to his place to eat. Mary Catherine's conscience gnawed at her. Going into a young man's apartment without a chaperone led to disgrace and destruction. But when she saw the wounded look on Jack's face because of her hesitation, she accepted and paid for their Chinese food. The squalid, roach-infested building in which he lived shocked her sensibilities. Even the colored people who did yard work for her family lived in much better housing. The wretchedness of the place demonstrated to her exactly how poor Jack was, how unselfishly dedicated he was to his mission, and how materialistic her upbringing had been. Out of shame and pity, she began to cry. When she explained to him the reason for her tears, he pulled her into his arms. "There now, honey. Don't cry for me. Jesus was poor too." That only made her cry harder. He held her tighter. And soon his hands were skimming her slender back and his lips were moving in her hair, whispering how much he needed her, how sweet she was, how generous it was of her to contribute offerings to his ministry. His lips eventually reached hers. When he kissed her, she whimpered. It wasn't the first time she'd been kissed. But it was the first time she'd been kissed with her mouth open and felt the urgent thrusting of a man's tongue against her own. Confused and afraid, she struggled out of his arms and rushed for the door. He caught up with her there, took her into his arms again, and smoothed his hands over her hair. "That's never happened to me before, Mary Catherine," he said in a hushed, rapid voice. "When I kissed you, I felt the Holy Spirit moving between us, didn't you?" She had definitely felt something stirring inside her, but she wouldn't have guessed it was the Holy Spirit. "I've got to go home, Jack. My parents will start to worry." She had reached the bottom of the dim, derelict staircase before he called down to her from his doorway. "Mary Catherine, I think Jesus wants us to be together." Over the course of the next few days, she filled her diary with agonizing questions for which she had no answers. She certainly couldn't take her problem to her parents. Intuitively, she knew they would take one look at Jack in his cheap, flashy suit, see his frayed cuffs and dingy collar, and dismiss him as white trash. Involving her friends would force them to divide loyalties, and she couldn't risk them telling their parents, who in turn would tell hers. She considered confiding in her Aunt Laurel, who had an understanding and kind heart, but she decided against it. Aunt Laurel might also feel duty-bound to inform her parents of her newfound love. She was confronted with a grown-up problem, the first one of her life, and it must be resolved in a grown-up fashion. She was no longer a child. Jack spoke to her as one adult to another. He treated her as a woman, but that was the most intimidating problem of all, being made to feel like a woman was a scary prospect. From the nuns at school, she had learned all about sex. Kissing led to petting. Petting led to sex. Sex was a sin. But she argued mentally. Jack had said he'd felt imbued by the Holy Spirit when they kissed. Since the nuns who condemned gratification of the flesh had never experienced it, how could they know what it was like? Maybe the lightheadedness, the feverishness, and the yearning one felt when kissing weren't carnal reactions at all, but spiritual ones. When Jack's tongue had grazed hers, She'd felt transported. How much more spiritual could you get? Few days after their first kiss, she was waiting in his apartment when he returned home. She had a supper laid out on the scarred table with the uneven legs. She'd stuck a candle in a pool of wax she melted in a saucer, along with a bud vase of daisies. The candlelight helped to hide the ugly squalor of the room. Feeling awkward, she said, "Hi, Jack. I wanted to surprise you." "You did?" "I brought crawfish étouffée and a loaf of French bread. And this." She slid a folded $20 bill across the tabletop. He looked at it but didn't pick it up. Instead, he pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. He bowed his head as though in prayer. Several moments passed. "Jack?" Her voice wavered around his name. "What's the matter?" He raised his head. Tears glistened in his eyes. "I thought you were mad at me because of the other night." "No." She quickly rounded the table so that it wouldn't be a barrier between them.
"I was startled when you kissed me. That's all."
He pulled her into a tight embrace. "Oh, God, thank you. Sweet Jesus, thank you." He ran his hands over her hair. "I thought I'd lost you, Mary Catherine. I don't deserve somebody as sweet as you in my miserable life, but I prayed and prayed that God would send you back to me. Let's pray." He dropped to his knees, pulling her down with him. While they knelt on the grimy, peeling linoleum, facing each other, he offered up a prayer that praised her purity and beauty. The adjectives he used to describe her made her blush. Words of adoration poured from his lips, so that by the time he said, "Amen," she was gazing at him with wonder and love. "I had no idea you felt that strongly about me, Jack." He stared at her as though she were a vision. "If you don't look like an angel with that candlelight shining through your hair, I pray that God will strike me blind before my next heartbeat." God didn't, so he gingerly raised his hand and touched her hair. As he caressed it, he leaned forward and placed his lips on hers. Mary Catherine was disappointed that he didn't French kiss her again, but when he pressed his parted lips against her throat, she drew a catchy breath of surprise and delight. Before she quite realized what was happening, he was nibbling her breasts through her thin cotton dress and undoing the pearl buttons. "Jack, you're right. We should move to the bed. God didn't ordain that I make love to you on the floor." He carried her to the bed and laid her down. Leaving her no time to protest, he kissed her mouth while undoing her dress to the waist. The fabric seemed to melt as quickly as cotton candy beneath his hot, anxious hands. She was wearing a full slip and a stiff white brassiere as impregnable as armor, but he deftly got rid of them. His hands moved over her bare flesh in a manner that could only be described as carnal. The caresses felt marvelous and awfully sinful, but Jack was a preacher, so how could it be wrong? He led people away from sin, not toward it. While removing the rest of her clothing, he murmured about the beauty and perfection of his Eve. God created her for Adam, to be his helpmate, his partner in love. "Now he's given you to me." The biblical references quelled Mary Catherine's moral concerns. But when Jack's pants came off and she felt the hard, urgent probing of his sex, she looked up at him with alarm and fear. "Are you going to bust my cherry?" He laughed. "I guess I am. You're a virgin, aren't you?" "Of course, Jack, yes." Her breathless avowal became an outcry of pain. Lisbeth had been right. It hurt like hell. But the second time wasn't so bad. It was a rainy afternoon in September when Mary Catherine informed Wild Jack Collins that he was going to be a father. She was waiting for him under the arches of the Cabildo, one of their several meeting places. He had stopped preaching early because the drizzle had become a cloudburst. Sharing her umbrella, they ran to his apartment house, where the smell of stale food and unwashed bodies made her queasy. Once they were in his room, stripped of their wet clothes, huddled in bed beneath the drab linens, she whispered to him, "Jack, I'm going to have a baby." His wandering lips ceased their exploration of her neck. His head snapped up. "What? Didn't you hear me?" Nervously, she pulled her lower lip through her teeth, not wanting to repeat the words. For weeks, she had anguished over the possibility. After her second missed period, coupled with morning nausea and a constant shortness of breath, there could be little doubt. She lived in fear of her parents noticing her swelling breasts and thickening waistline. She told no one. Months ago, she'd forsaken her friends in favor of Jack's company, and she didn't feel she could go to them now with a problem of this magnitude. Besides, girls who got into trouble were scorned and shunned by everyone, including best friends. Even if Lisbeth and Alice chose to remain her friends, their parents would never have permitted it. She had made her confession at a church outside her own parish. While whispering to the disembodied voice behind the screen, her cheeks had flamed and her words had faltered when she admitted to the lustful things she and Jack had done together. Confessing them to a real person face to face would be too mortifying to consider, so she'd borne the guilty burden alone. Now she lay in stark terror of Jack's reaction. He got up and stood at the side of the bed, looking down at her but saying nothing. His glibness seemed to have deserted him. "Are you angry?" she asked in a feeble voice. No." Then stronger. "No." He sat down and took her damp, cold hand between his. "Did you think I'd be angry?" Her relief was so vast she could barely speak. Hot, salty tears flowed from her eyes. "Oh, Jack, I didn't know what you'd think. I didn't know what to do." "Have you told your folks yet?" She shook her head. "Well, that's good. This is our baby. I don't want anybody horning in on our joy until it's time." "Oh, Jack, I love you so much." She threw her arms around his neck and kissed his face ecstatically. He indulged her, laughing, then set her away from him. "You know what this means, don't you?" "What?" "We've got to get married." She clasped her hands beneath her chin. Her eyes were radiant and glowing. "I was hoping you'd say that." "Oh, Jack, no one's ever been this happy." They made love, then spent hours entangled beneath the covers, planning their future. "I've been wanting to leave New Orleans for several months, Mary Catherine. I haven't left before now because of you." He stroked her tummy. "But with the little one coming, I've got to consider our future in doing the Lord's work." He outlined his plans for augmenting the ministry. "Maybe I can find somebody to play an instrument and sing hymns. Some preachers have several people working for them. These helpers go into the towns first and set things up, like the disciples used to do for Jesus. By the time the preacher gets there, they've got folks hyped up about him. That's what I want. I wasn't meant to preach for pennies on street corners. Someday I might even get on the radio and then TV. Now, wouldn't that be something?" Mary Catherine was touched by the evangelical zeal that burned in his eyes. "I'll do whatever I can to help, Jack. You know that. Well, the kind of help I need right now, never mind." "What?" She sat up and shook his shoulder. "Tell me." He looked downcast. "I don't know what I'll do for money, especially now that I'll have 2 extra mouths to feed. I suppose my mission will have to be put on hold while I get a regular job." "No, I won't hear of that. You must continue preaching no matter what. I don't see how I can. Leave that to me. I've got some money." Looking close to tears, he pulled her down onto his chest and held her tight. "I don't deserve you. You're a saint. Look at this crappy place. I've got to find better lodging in the next city." He gave the shabby room a look of rank disgust. "This place was all right for me. John the Baptist ate locusts and lived in the desert. But I can't ask my wife to make that kind of sacrifice." The next day, she brought him $2,100 bills. I took them out of my account at the bank. "It's Christmas and birthday money that I've been saving for years. It's too much. I can't accept this, Mary Catherine." "Of course you can," she said, pressing the bills back into his hands when he tried to return them. "I'm going to be your wife. What's mine is yours. It's for us, for our baby, for God's ministry." They planned their elopement to take place 3 nights from then. "Why so long? Why not tomorrow?" "I've got to make arrangements," he explained. "You don't get married without a bunch of red tape, you know." "Oh," she said with disappointment. She hadn't known that. "Well, I'll leave all the legalities to you, Jack." They kissed goodnight, lingering over it, dreading the hours of separation. Mary Catherine went home, locked herself in her room, and wrote several pages in her diary. Later. Unable to sleep due to a slight case of indigestion, brought on by pregnancy and excitement, she went to her closet and planned what she would wear when she went to meet her groom. Chapter 30. Of course, when she went to meet him, he wasn't there. The shadows on the kitchen walls of Aunt Laurel's house were long. They stretched across the round table where Claire and Cassidy sat across from each other over cups of orange-flavored tea that had grown cold. Claire spoke in a distant voice. Her expression was melancholy. At first, Mama thought that in the excitement of the moment she had mistaken the time and place of their rendezvous. She went to his apartment building, but he had cleared out. He'd left no forwarding address with the building manager, or any mention of where God might send him next, she added sarcastically. When a week went by and Mama received no word from him, she realized that he'd stolen her money and abandoned her. She glanced up at Cassidy. "Would you care for more tea?" "No, thanks," he replied gruffly. Claire continued her story. Wild Jack Collins played his hand extremely well. When Mama told him she was pregnant, he could have bolted. But he was too smart. Undoubtedly, he had discovered that the Laurents were well connected. For all he knew, Mama could have sixed the sheriff on him. He saw the advisability of proposing marriage instead. He made it all sound very romantic. Elopement. Running away together on a mission for the Lord. Remember, Mama was a devout Christian and believed in saving the lost, but she was also incredibly naive. Her expression turned remote and cold. To the day he died, to the day I killed him, Wild Jack must have still been laughing at her and patting himself on the back for being such a clever chap. If he even remembered her, that is. It's anyone's guess how many other young women he left with illegitimate children in those early years of his traveling ministry. Cassidy scooted aside his teacup and saucer and rested his elbows on the table. How did you learn about all this, Claire? In Mama's diaries. They meticulously documented everything from that Saturday morning when her daddy took her to Café du Monde for breakfast and she saw Jack Collins preaching in the square. I found the diaries after Aunt Laurel died. She had continued the journal when Mama was no longer capable, so she knew all along who your father was. Claire nodded, but only Aunt Laurel when it became obvious to my mother that she'd been jilted. She confronted her parents and told them she was pregnant. Did they make an attempt to apprehend Jack Collins? No, remember, she never identified her lover but led my grandparents to believe that he was among their elite circle of acquaintances. Only person who knew the truth was Aunt Laurel. Mama had confided in her. So when Wild Jack Collins emerged years later as the televangelist Jackson Wild, and his name change is doubtless due to the many tracks he had to cover, Aunt Laurel began to chronicle his rise to fame. Apparently he wooed Josh's mother the way he did mine. Her family was Protestant, which made him slightly more acceptable to them than to staunch Catholics. They were also much wealthier than the Laurents. He saw a good thing and seized it. In her writings, Aunt Laurel surmised that he used his in-laws' money to expand his ministry into radio and television. "This makes Josh," my half-brother, she interrupted with a gentle smile. "That's why you arranged to meet him. I wanted to see if he was like our father or a man of integrity. He's weak, but based on that one brief meeting, I think he's a respectable individual. Not too respectable. He was sleeping with his father's wife." She didn't appreciate the mild rebuke and rushed to her stepbrother's defense. Josh was another victim of Jackson Wild's emotional abuse. Having an affair with Ariel was his way of retaliating, and yours was to kill him. I did the world a service, Cassidy. Ariel pretends to be a grieving widow, but she's gotten out of Jackson's death what she wanted, the celebrity previously held by him. Josh has been released from his tormentor. Isn't that exaggerating it a bit? Wild didn't keep Josh on a ball and chain. On an emotional level, he did. Josh wanted to be a concert pianist. Wild Jack had other plans. He wanted a musician identifiable exclusively to his ministry. So he scoffed at Josh's ambition and disparaged his talent until Josh's self-confidence was in tatters. In the long run, he became what his father wanted him to be. Josh told you all this? He told me that since Ariel has disassociated him from the ministry, he wants to resume his study of classical music, his first love. I filled in the blanks. What about your mother? What about her? Did she ever connect Jackson Wild to Wild Jack Collins? No, thank God. His appearance must have changed over the last 30 years. You know, she can't hold a thought for long, so even if recognition flickered, it didn't register. Cassidy frowned, his eyes squinting with skepticism. Claire, I strongly advise you not to say anything more without an attorney present. I'm waiving my right to an attorney, Cassidy. I've made a public confession, and a crowd of people witnessed it. I don't intend to retract it. I'll tell you anything you want to know, although, she added, you've already guessed most of it. What do you mean? You guessed how I got into Jackson Wild's room. Remember when we walked through the French Quarter, retracing the route I took the night of the murder? You're about to tell me that that was an exercise in futility? Actually, I did go for a walk that night afterward. It was when I returned to French Silk from my walk that I discovered Mama was gone. By a bizarre coincidence, she had wandered to the Fairmont Hotel that night. Yes, that's quite a hike for her. She might have taken a bus. Cassidy declined to comment. Go on, he said. You were about to tell me how you got into Wild's suite, Andre to the rescue? No, never, she said with an adamant shake of her head. He's entirely innocent. I never lied about that. No one knew what I intended to do. Yasmin? Not even her. I did this on my own. I would never compromise a friend. Heaven forbid. But you'd murder a man in cold blood. Do you want to hear this or not? Cassidy shot from his chair, rattling teacups. What the hell do you think?
Hell, no. I don't want to hear it, he shouted. And if you had an ounce of sense, you would call an attorney who would insist that you not say God bless if I sneezed. He had removed his suit jacket when they came into the house, before the windows they'd opened had had a chance to air it out and cool it down. Gray suspenders crisscrossed his back. His shirt sleeves had been rolled to his elbows. Now he loosened his tie.
Claire watched his nimble fingers working at the Windsor knot. Knowing that she would never feel his touch on her skin again. The reminder created an ache in her lower body, a painful, gaping void. Rather than dwell on that yearning, she focused on his anger and used it to make him her adversary. While we were at Café du Monde, she said, you guessed that the killer was waiting for Wild when he returned to his suite. You were right. Don't tell me this, Claire. Disregarding his advice, she continued. I waited in an adjacent hallway. When the maid went in to turn down the beds, I sneaked into Wild's suite and hid in a closet. I was there almost an hour before he came in. Alone? Without Ariel, yes. He watched TV for a while. I could hear it from the closet. He showered, then went to bed. When I heard him snoring, I crept out and tiptoed into his bedroom. I shot him 3 times. Did you ever speak to him? No. I was tempted to wake him. I wanted to see fear in his eyes. I would have liked him to know that he was going to die at the hand of his own child. I would have liked to speak Mama's name to see if it would elicit any response from him, trigger any memory at all. But he was a large man. I was afraid to wake him up. He could have overpowered me and taken the gun. But I stood at the foot of his bed for a long time. I stared down at him, hating the abuse he had inflicted on people who had loved him. Mama, Josh, Ariel. I did it for all of us. He lay there sleeping so complacently in a luxurious suite paid for by people who couldn't afford to send him offerings, but did so because they believed in him. There was a Rolex wristwatch lying on top of his Bible on the nightstand. The symbolism of that made me sick to my stomach. He profited from what martyrs through the centuries had died for, what they're still dying for. Cassidy eagerly returned to his seat across from her. You shot him 3 times.
Why, Claire?
Why 3? In the head for the way he deliberately distorted Christianity to serve his own purposes, in the heart to atone for all those he'd broken, in his manhood for the unconscionable way he seduced and then deserted a wholesome young woman who deserved to be loved. You blew him away, Claire. Yes. She swallowed hard. It was messy. I didn't expect when I saw all the blood. I ran. How'd you get out of the hotel? The same way I got in. No one saw me on that floor because the only people registered to the rooms there were the Wilds. I took the elevator down to the lobby and walked out the University Street exit. She moistened her lips and glanced at him nervously, and to help conceal my identity in case I'd left clues, I dressed like Mama. You did what? I wore one of her dresses and her elopement hat and carried her suitcase. Very clever. Later, if a witness was asked who they'd seen in the hotel at that time of night, they would describe Mary Catherine. Then she would be immediately dismissed because she's known to behave strangely, and the hotel staff is accustomed to seeing her wandering through there, dressed that way, carrying a suitcase. Precisely. What I didn't count on was Mama actually going there that night. Without her hat and suitcase, the question threw her off for a moment. Naturally, she had them.
I thought you said you had them. I did. But I returned home and changed clothes before going on my walk. That's when she went out. I'm not sure all that corresponds with the time of Wild's death, Cassidy said, frowning. If I were your defense attorney, I'd use those time discrepancies to establish reasonable doubt with the jury. There won't be a jury because there won't be a trial. I've confessed once I'm sentenced. That'll be the end to it.
You sound as though you look forward to it, he said angrily. Are you that eager to go to prison for the rest of your life? For the rest of my life? She looked away. I just want to get it over with. Swearing lavishly, he combed his fingers through his hair. Why didn't you dispose of the gun, Claire? Why didn't you toss it in the river that night while you were on your walk? I wish I had, she said miserably. I never expected it to wind up in a police lab.
Only fingerprints on that revolver were Yasmina's. I had on Mama's gloves, which we can test for powder burns. I destroyed them and bought her new ones. You won't find anything. You're real smart, aren't you? Well, my first choice would have been to get away with it, she snapped. But you're so damned persistent. He ignored that and asked, when did you sneak the gun out of Yasmin's purse? The week before I used it. She came down for a quick overnight trip. She was so flighty and often careless with her possessions. I knew that when her gun turned up missing, she'd shrug it off. I replaced it a few days later after you'd questioned me about the weapon. Just as I expected, Yasmin passed it off as an oversight. That sounds out of character for you, Claire. By using her gun, you implicated Yasmin in a murder. I didn't think the gun would ever be fired again. I certainly didn't expect Yasmin to take her own life with it. Tears formed in her eyes. Because of the events that had unfolded so quickly since her return from New York that morning, she still hadn't had an opportunity to grieve privately over the loss of her friend. I wish I had disposed of the damn thing. Yasmin was in more emotional distress than I guessed. She was a disaster waiting to happen. I was too busy to notice, too caught up in my own crisis, too involved with... Suddenly she broke off and glanced at Cassidy, then quickly lowered her eyes. I was too involved with this murder investigation to realize that she was silently crying out for help. I failed her. Cassidy said nothing for a moment, then he asked that night, when you met Jackson Wild face to face in the Superdome, what did you feel toward him? Interesting, she said softly. I didn't feel the unmitigated hatred that I expected I would. Believing me to be a new convert, he laid his hands on my head. There was no cosmic current. I felt no mystical attachment, either physical or emotional. When I looked into his eyes, I expected to experience a tug of recognition, a biological click, something deep inside me. Instead, I gazed into the eyes of a stranger. I felt no magnetic attraction to him. I didn't want to claim him as my father any more than he had wanted to claim me 32 years ago. She raised her head slightly. I'm glad he never knew me. After the heartache and mental illness he inflicted on my mother, he didn't deserve the privilege of knowing me. Bravo for you, Claire. He stared at her for a long moment, his gaze full of admiration. He even lifted his hand toward her cheek, but let it drop before touching her. Eventually, he scraped back his chair and stood up. I've got to go to my car and call Crowder. He's probably had a stroke or two by now. Is there anything to eat in the house? I'm not hungry. You should eat anyway. She shrugged indifferently. There's a cafe around the corner. It doesn't look like much from the outside, but Mr. Thibodeau makes good fried oyster sandwiches. Sounds fine, let's go. I'll stay here. Not a chance. Besides, you promised Harry you'd call. Claire didn't have the energy to argue with him. His mouth was resolutely set, his stance unarguable. Feeling like she weighed 1,000 pounds, she preceded him from the house. I'm trying to reach Assistant District Attorney Cassidy. You dialed the wrong number. You've called the NOPD, sir. I know that, but the DA's office is closed for the day. That's right, it is. Call him tomorrow. No, wait, don't hang up. Andre Philippi was in a tizzy. He'd finally worked up enough nerve to call Mr. Cassidy, but his attempts had been thwarted, first by the time clock, now by an uncaring, dull-witted incompetent at the police station. It's imperative that I reach Mr. Cassidy tonight. There must be some way to contact him after hours. Does he have a pager? I don't know. Then will you please check with your supervisor? Do you want to report a crime? I want to speak to Mr. Cassidy. Andre's naturally high-pitched voice rose to a full falsetto, knowing he was reaching hysteria and realizing that his speech was conveying that he willed himself to calm down. It's about the Jackson Wild case. The Jackson Wild case? That's right. And if you refuse to cooperate, you'll be obstructing justice. Andre hoped that was the correct term. He'd read the phrase once, and it seemed appropriate to use now. In any event, it was intimidating enough to get results. Hold on. While Andre waited for the officer to return to the line, he scanned the front page of the evening papers again. According to the latest articles, Yasmin had been cleared of any involvement in the Wild murder case. But beneath a blurry black and white photo of her, the caption suggested that she had participated in subversive activities and was very possibly deranged. The unfairness of the allegations struck Andre like a stinging slap in the face. Like his maman, Yasmin hadn't been properly appreciated or protected. He could no longer tolerate it, to add insult to injury. The second headline declared Claire Laurent Jackson Wild's confessed killer. Surely the report was inaccurate. Why in heaven's name would Claire confess to murder? It was preposterous. Moreover, it was untrue. His attempts to reach her for an explanation had gone unrewarded. No one was answering the phone at French Silk. The entire world seemed to have gone haywire. He alone stood sane amid rampant insanity. To correct these grievous wrongs, he had no alternative but to contact Mr. Cassidy. Hey, you still there? Yes, Andre replied eagerly. Can you give me Mr. Cassidy's private number? Sorry, no. I was told he had left for the day and was unavailable until tomorrow morning, when he'll probably make a statement. I'm not media. Sure, if you say so. I swear it. Tell you what, if you want, I'll give your name and number to a detective, name of Howard Glenn, who's been working with Cassidy. Andre remembered the untidy brutes who had invaded his hotel the morning following the murder. I'll speak only with Mr. Cassidy. Suit yourself, fella. The policeman disconnected him, leaving Andre feeling adrift and agitated. He stewed over what he should do. He couldn't concentrate on his work. For the first time in his tenure as night manager, he neglected his responsibilities and his guests. Why wasn't the telephone at French Silk being answered? Where was Claire? Where was Mr. Cassidy? And when he finally spoke with him, could he bring himself to tell him what he must? Chapter 31. From Cassidy's car, Claire had phoned her mother at Harry's house. For the time being, Mary Catherine was out of harm's way. Cassidy had been unable to reach Crowder and had become extremely upset about it. Call that detective you've been working with, Claire suggested after hearing a litany of curses. No, I know what he would want me to do. Bring me in handcuffed and shackled? Something like that? Cassidy shook his head. It's imperative that I speak to Tony first. I'm not taking you back until I do. So she had been granted one night's reprieve. They had returned to Aunt Laurel's house. After eating the supper they had bought at Mr. Thibodeau's café, Claire had pleaded exhaustion and retreated to her bedroom upstairs. She undressed and hung her clothes in the closet where some outdated garments were still stored. Now she scooped cool water from the pedestal sink onto her face and neck. The bathroom looked exactly as it had the day she moved from Aunt Laurel's house. She had designed the Art Deco bathroom in her new apartment, but she still loved the Victorian quaintness of this bathroom with its claw-footed tub, pedestal sink, and tile floors. She found towels and washcloths stored in the chiffonier. They smelled of floral potpourri. She used one of the towels to blot her dripping face. When she straightened up, she saw Cassidy's reflection in the oval-framed mirror above the sink. He was standing in the doorway, silent and still, watching her. The lamplight in the bedroom behind him was dim, so half of his face was cast in shadow, heightening his intense predatory aspect. He was bare-chested, and his suspenders had slipped from his shoulders, forming loops against his hips. One forearm was raised, bracing him against the jamb. The other arm hung at his side. Although he hadn't moved, his stance conveyed power, strength, and a suggestion of latent violence. Wearing nothing except an apricot satin bra and panties set, Claire felt more naked than if she'd been nude. She resisted the impulse to grab one of the towels to cover herself. The expression on Cassidy's shadowed face intimated that any attempt at modesty would be wasted effort. Besides, she didn't think she could move. His stare had captivated her. He walked forward until he was a hair's breadth from touching her. They regarded each other in the mirror, their gazes hungry. He raised his hands, slipped them beneath her hair, and rested them on her bare shoulders. "I'm going to make love to you." Her shoulders slumped forward as though from the weight of his hands. "You can't. We can't." He brushed aside her hair and laid a tender kiss on her shoulder. "Don't, Cassidy," she murmured. "Don't," belying her protests when his lips moved to her nape. Her head dropped forward in compliance. "Claire," he whispered into her hair, "I've fallen in love with you. You can't say these things to me. I want you now. Stop, please. You'll regret this." "I know you, Cassidy," she said with feeling. "I know how you think. You'll hate yourself for the rest of your life if you do this." "No, I won't." "Yes, yes, you will." "Shh." He massaged his way down her back and unhooked her bra. Claire moaned when his hand slipped beneath the lace-trimmed cups. He palmed her breasts, reshaping them with gentle squeezes. Then he caressed the nipples with his fingertips until they were stiff and distended. His mouth moved to the other side of her neck and took tender love bites. "Cassidy, don't. I don't want to be a blot on your conscience. This isn't right. You know it. Please stop." Her pleas sounded weak and insincere even to her own ears, and when his hands slid down her belly and into her panties, she stopped making them altogether. She could lie to him, but her body couldn't. At her center, she was creamy and warm. He pushed down her underpants. She stepped out of them. He unfastened his trousers and moved closer to her until she felt the firm pressure of his sex. When he sent it deep into her wet, silky heat, their sighs of gratification harmonized. Bracing herself against the porcelain sink, Claire was able to meet his slow, deep thrusts. He took her hips between his strong hands and drew her against the warm fuzziness of his middle. Then, splaying his hand over her abdomen, he held her motionless in place. She used her interior walls like a tight fist to squeeze him. He grimaced in ecstasy and turned his face into her neck. "Oh, Jesus," he groaned, "I could never get too deep inside you." Claire tilted her head and ground it against his. "Cassidy." He reached around and laid his fingertips against her parted lips, then covered them with his hand. She kissed his palm, sponged the pads of his fingers with her tongue, sank her teeth into the fleshy base of his thumb. His thrusts grew faster, more urgent, animalistically possessive. Claire's passions, too, rose to a feverish pitch. She couldn't contain the cry she uttered when he slid his hand from her tummy to between her thighs and fondled the swollen, sensitive hood of her sex, which he so amply filled at his stroking touch. A current of electricity shot through her body. It radiated through her thighs, and she clenched them tightly. It shimmied up through her belly and into her breasts and concentrated in their tight centers. Cassidy folded both arms around her waist and leaned over her until she was bent over the sink and his chest was resting on her back. She was totally surrounded by, filled with, immersed in him. The glory of it made her heart soar. With a joyful sob, she submitted to a burst of love and fulfillment. When the hot rush of his climax filled her, she turned her head and captured his mouth in a deep, long, searching kiss that was seasoned with her tears.
"You didn't have to say that you love me," Claire whispered as she threaded her fingers through his hair. It had been neglected and needed a trim. She liked it better this way, shaggy and unmanageable. "I would have succumbed to your charms anyway," she teased. "I told you because that's the way it is." He adjusted his leg more comfortably against hers beneath the bedsheet. I started falling in love with you from the minute I met you.
Or maybe it was when you blew those damn bubbles at me from that vial you were wearing around your neck. It was symbolic and suggestive and erotic as hell. I didn't intend it to be. No, maybe it was the way you held your mouth. He ran his finger over her lips, smiling wistfully before his expression turned bleak. Every time Crowder accused me of letting my feelings for you get in the way of my investigation, I denied it. But he's right. He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment. I didn't want the killer to be you, Claire. She burrowed her face in his chest hair. I don't want to talk about it. Please, let's talk about something else. Something that ordinary lovers talk about. We aren't ordinary, Claire. But for an hour, let's pretend we are. This is Nolans, where anything's possible. So let's make believe that we met under normal circumstances. We were instantly attracted to each other. We've made love, but are still in that magical getting acquainted stage. She propped herself on her elbows and gazed down at him. Tell me what hurt you so badly. What do you mean? Don't insult my intelligence, Cassidy. There's something very painful in your past. I recognize the symptoms. What hurt you? What made you angry and determined to do well at all costs? Was it your wife? The divorce? No, that was amicable. I didn't love her. He rubbed a strand of her hair between his fingers. Not like I love you. You're changing the subject. I'm trying. It won't work. I'm as persistent as you. He sighed with exasperation. It doesn't make very good pillow talk, Claire. But I want to know. Why? Because I've got so little time with you, she cried impatiently. All joking aside, softening her tone, she added, I want to make the most of it. You're the last lover I'll ever have, Cassidy. I want to know all I can about you. It's important to me. His eyes stayed linked with hers for a suspended moment before he said, You'll be sorry you insisted. She shook her head. Following a brief hesitation, he related the painful story he had recently told Tony Crowder. Claire said nothing, giving him time to tell it in his own way. When he finished, he said, Know where they found the bastard. Playing pool and drinking beer with his buddies. He'd left an 11-year-old girl raped and murdered in a dry creek bed, and he was out partying with friends. He didn't fear arrest. He didn't think anything could touch him. I helped make him that arrogant. She laid a gentling hand in the center of his chest. His acquittal was determined by a 12-person jury. You weren't responsible. I did my part, he said bitterly. You had an obligation to your client. I've tried 1,000 different ways to justify it, Claire. There is no justification. If not for me and my grandstanding, he wouldn't have been on the streets. That little girl suffered and died on the altar of my conceit and ambition. Claire's heart was breaking for him. He would carry the guilt with him to his grave. There was nothing she could say or do to change the past, but she wanted to make him see that he had atoned. It was a hard lesson, Cassidy, but you learned from it. It's made you a better prosecutor. He drew a deep sigh. That's my only hope for redemption. I'm sorry, she said earnestly. He looked at her with surprise. Sorry? Sorry that it happened to you. I thought you'd be put off. I'd only be put off if you hadn't taken it so hard. Ducking her head, she kissed his chest, flicking it lightly with her swirling tongue as her lips continued on a downward path. She pecked soft kisses over his navel and inched her way down the silky strip of hair below it, then nuzzled that dark, dense thatch surrounding his sex. When her lips grazed his cock, he rasped her name and took her head between his hands, tunneling all 10 fingers through her hair. Daintily, her tongue moistened the velvety tip and stroked the smooth shaft. She withheld nothing, did everything, tasted, teased, loved him thoroughly. He pulled her up to straddle his lap and sheathed himself within her only heartbeats before his stunning climax. Crushing his face against her breasts, he sucked her nipple into his mouth. She clutched his head and rode his erection, which was still full and firm inside her, as light splintered through her. She mentally chanted what she couldn't speak out loud. Cassidy, my love, my love, my love. Chapter 32. When Claire awakened, she was alone. She hastily dressed in the clothes she'd worn from New York the day before and rushed downstairs. A policewoman and her male partner were waiting for her in the foyer. When she saw them, she drew up short and, using her fingers, nervously combed back her mussed hair. Hello. Mr. Cassidy had to leave on urgent business, the policewoman told her. We were dispatched to drive you downtown. Oh. She was vastly disappointed by the way Cassidy had chosen to handle this. Why hadn't he awakened her before he left so they could have one last private conversation? As soon as you're ready, Miss Laurent, the policewoman said tactfully. Claire secured Aunt Laurel's house, locking inside it memories of loving Cassidy, along with the treasure trove of memories the rooms already held for her. It broke her heart to cross the porch for what would probably be the last time, but she couldn't nurse any regrets. This was only the first of many sacrifices she would be required to make. I'd like to shower and change, if that's possible. I haven't been home since I returned from New York yesterday. The arresting officers agreed to stop at French Silk when they pulled up in front. Claire was alarmed to see several patrolmen posted around the building. What are they doing here? Her first concern was for her mother, although Mary Catherine was safely ensconced with Harry. They're here to keep Ariel Wilde from doing any mischief. Oh, thank you. The officers rode in the elevator with her up to the 3rd floor and waited while she bathed and dressed. Her vanity seemed misplaced, but she wanted to look her best and took pains with her makeup and hair. She dressed in a simple, elegant two-piece black suit with a slim, short skirt. The jacket had a white shawl collar on the lapel. She pinned a marcasite brooch, a gift from Aunt Laurel. The silver cuff bracelet she slipped onto her wrist had belonged to Yasmin. In her purse, she carried one of Mary Catherine's hand-embroidered handkerchiefs. Bolstered by the possessions of the people who had loved her, she left her bedroom and confidently announced, "I'm ready." But her confidence flagged as she took one last look at her spectacular view of the river. Everything in the apartment testified to the hours of hard work she had dedicated to building a successful business. She had done very well for a girl who had grown up with an emotionally unstable mother, no father, and nothing in the way of commodities except a Singer sewing machine and a wealth of imagination. When she crossed the warehouse floor for the last time, tears blurred her vision. What would happen to French Silk without her and Yasmin? The outstanding orders would be shipped, receivables would be collected and invoices paid, but there would be no new business. There wouldn't be another catalog. French Silk would cease to exist. What an ironic twist. Jackson Wilde had achieved his goal. Mentally, Claire squared her shoulders. She had done what was necessary. She had known the consequences of her decision and was willing to accept them. The district attorney's building was still under siege by Wilde's disciples. Onward, Christian Soldiers was being sung by the marchers who carried pickets condemning Claire Laurent to eternal hellfire and damnation. She was escorted into the building under armed guard. "I thought you'd take me directly to the sheriff's office," she remarked as she was being hustled into the elevator. "Isn't that where I'll be formally booked?" "Mr. Cassidy instructed us to bring you to the DA's office," the male cop informed her. "Do you know why?" "No, ma'am. She was taken directly to Tony Crowder's office." Outer area seemed to have suffered no adverse effects from the chaos that had taken place there the day before. Secretaries were at their desks. Going about their business, Crowder's personal secretary stood as they approached. She held open the door for Claire and closed it behind her immediately, leaving her alone with the district attorney. He was seated behind his desk. His expression was grave. Annoyance showed in his eyes. Brusquely, he said, "Good morning, Miss Laurent." "Good morning. Would you like some coffee?" "No, thank you." "Sit down." Once she was seated in the chair he indicated, he said, "I apologize for what happened in this office yesterday afternoon. I was partially responsible, Mr. Crowder. But your safety was placed in jeopardy. That's inexcusable. We beefed up the security this morning. I noticed. I also want to thank you for posting policemen at French Silk. Although my business no longer has a future, I'd hate for it to be destroyed by vandals." "That was Cassidy's idea." "I see," she said softly. "I must remember to thank him. He's due here in a matter of minutes. Don't ask me why. You don't know? Haven't a clue. He called before I was even out of bed this morning and arranged this meeting." He clasped his hands on the edge of his desk and leaned toward her. "Miss Laurent, did you kill Jackson Wilde?" "Yes." "With your friend's gun?" "Yes." "How long has Cassidy known this for fact?" The door behind her opened with gust of air and a blast of energy that was palpable. She quickly turned. Cassidy's stride was long and confident as he advanced into the office. His hair had been washed and neatly combed. He had shaved recently. His dark suit was wrinkle-free from the fitted vest, hugging his torso to the hem of his trousers that broke the vamp of his shoes in exactly the right spot. "Good morning, Tony." Claire was taken aback. She didn't know this Cassidy. This wasn't the Cassidy who had made love to her with matching degrees of tenderness and fervency, who whispered words of passion in her ear while his body moved within hers, who had touched her in ways, both emotionally and physically, that no one else ever had. This Cassidy was a stranger. "Good morning, Claire." His voice was the same. His handsome features were dear and beloved to her. It was the well-tailored suit that put her off. That bureaucratic uniform had made him her adversary from the moment he walked in the door. "Good morning, Mr. Cassidy," she replied in a husky undertone. "Can I get either of you some coffee before we begin?" "Forget the coffee," Crowder said crossly. "What's this about? As a courtesy, shouldn't Glenn be in on this?" "He's otherwise occupied. I'll get to that later." Cassidy wasted no time, but came straight to the point. Claire's confession was phony. She didn't kill Jackson Wilde. Oh, for Christ's sake, Crowder exploded. She sat right there not 30 seconds before you breezed in here and admitted to me that she did. She's lying. Cassidy looked down at Claire with a trace of a smile. She has a bad habit of that. She appears to be in full control of her faculties. Why would she confess to a felony homicide she didn't commit? Crowder demanded to know, to protect someone else from prosecution. That's not true, Claire exclaimed.
She says that's not true, Crowder echoed. Bear with me, Tony, Cassidy said. Give me 5 minutes. I'm counting. Last night I had Claire recreate the crime for me. Without a lawyer present? Jesus. Crowder dragged his hands down his face. Just shut up and listen, Cassidy said impatiently. Claire waived her right to have an attorney present, but it doesn't matter. She didn't kill Wilde. She wasn't even there. You mean at the murder scene? That's exactly what I mean.
He fished something from his breast pocket and handed it to Claire. Read the part that's underlined. What is it? Crowder asked. It's a portion of the press release we issued to the media the morning following the murder. Claire scanned the underlined sentences. They described the scene of the crime. I don't understand. The statement is inaccurate, Cassidy told her. Deliberately so. I planted a bogus fact to weed out the crazies and chronic confessors who invariably surface after a sensational murder. Claire's heart began to beat hard against her ribs. She reread the sentences, frantically trying to pinpoint which detail might be a decoy. Cassidy bent over her chair and lowered his voice. Last night, when you recounted the murder, you quoted this almost verbatim, Claire. You got your facts from the newspaper, not from the scene itself. I was there. I killed him. If that's so, then show me the discrepancy, he challenged. You can't, can you? No? Yes. She groped blindly for a way out. I can't remember every little detail. You remembered them last night? You're confusing me. You're confusing me too, Cassidy, Crowder said. If she said she did it, she did it. You just want to end this thing, Cassidy shouted, and you want to continue sleeping with Ms. Laurent? Damn you, Tony, then deny it. I can't. I don't even want to. But whether I'm sleeping with her or not, do you want to sentence a woman to life imprisonment for something she didn't do? The question momentarily silenced Crowder, although he continued to fume. Cassidy knelt in front of Claire and covered her hands where they were tightly clenched in her lap. Claire, last night you said that when you stood at the foot of Wilde's bed, you noticed his Rolex wristwatch lying on top of his Bible on the nightstand. You said the symbolism of that made you sick.
Wait, it wasn't a Rolex. It was an expensive wristwatch. But it might not have been a Rolex. I've never placed much importance on labels, so when I said Rolex, I meant it in a generic sense after I read the newspaper accounts. It probably stuck in my mind that his watch was a Rolex. So now you're saying that the watch lying on top of the Bible wasn't a Rolex. It might have just looked like one to me. A smile spread slowly across Cassidy's face. It was a Rolex, all right.
But there was no Bible. Claire gasped softly. Crowder grunted. Cassidy leaned in closer to her. Claire, you didn't kill Jackson Wilde, did you? Before yesterday you had dozens of opportunities to confess? But I never denied it, did I? Think back, you accused me of it repeatedly, but I never once denied it. In principle, that's like you. It's also like you to confess in order to protect someone else. No, she said, shaking her head. I killed him. You've got to trust me. For once, damn it, you've got to trust me enough to tell the truth. She tried to concentrate only on the earnestness in his voice and the compelling facets of his eyes, but what he represented blocked out everything else. He reminded her of the social workers who had claimed to be doing what was best for little Claire Louise. They had asked for her trust even while dragging her from Aunt Laurel's house with her mother screaming and in tears. Claire, do you love me? Tears spilled over her eyelids and ran down her cheeks, but she refused to answer him because the truth might trap her. You can't really love me if you can't trust me. You were right last night, you know. I could never have made love to you if I were convinced you were the killer. But I'm convinced that you're not. I swear to you that everything will turn out all right if you'll tell me the truth now. The words wanted to be spoken. They were dammed up in her throat. But she was afraid. By telling him the truth, she would be entrusting her life to him. More important, she'd be entrusting the life of one she loved to him. Those one loved were more important than the truth, weren't they? People were more valuable than ideals. People were more valuable than anything. Claire. He squeezed her fingers until the bones ached. Trust me, he whispered urgently. Trust me. Did you kill Jackson Wilde? She was perched on a precipice, and he was urging her take a leap into the unknown. If she loved him, she had to believe that her landing would be gentle and safe. If she loved him, she had to trust him. And looking into his face, she knew unequivocally that she loved him. No, Cassidy, she said, her voice cracking emotionally. I did not. His tension snapped, his head dropped forward between his shoulders, and he remained bent over their clasped hands for several silent moments. Finally, Crowder asked, "Why did you confess to a murder you didn't commit, Ms. Laurent?" Cassidy raised his head. "She was protecting her mother." "No." Claire's wide, disbelieving eyes followed him as he stood up. "You said, 'Everything will be all right, Claire,'" he said, touching her cheek. "But I have to tell Tony everything you told me last night?" Claire hesitated, then nodded. Cassidy turned to Crowder and bluntly stated, "Jackson Wilde was Claire's father." Crowder listened in stunned, absorbed silence while Cassidy related the story of Mary Catherine's seduction and abandonment by the sidewalk preacher, Wild Jack Collins. As the investigation progressed, Claire came to believe that in a lucid moment, Mary Catherine had recognized Wilde and connived to kill him. Her suspicions were confirmed when we determined that Yasmina's .38 had been the murder weapon. Mary Catherine had access to it, and she sometimes borrows things and later replaces them. He told Crowder about the incident with his fountain pen at Rosa Sharon. Yesterday, Claire was afraid I would remember that and put two and two together, just as she had, so she quickly confessed to throw me off track. Crowder exhaled a deep breath and leaned back in his chair. He fixed his most intimidating frown on Claire. "Is Cassidy's assumption correct?" She glanced up at Cassidy, who gave her a terse nod. Trusting him came more easily this time. She reached for his hand. He firmly clasped hers. "Yes, Mr. Crowder," she admitted quietly. "Shortly after the murder, Yasmin mentioned to me that her gun had been missing but had mysteriously reappeared. That was when it first occurred to me that Mama might have taken it, used it, then replaced it. She had been in the Fairmont Hotel that night and showed more than a passing interest in the news stories about Jackson Wilde and the murder case." "But you didn't tell Cassidy any of this?" "No. In fact, each time Ariel Wilde brought my mother's name up, I panicked. I was afraid that someone, particularly Mr. Cassidy, might discover that Jackson Wilde was her long-lost lover, which would certainly provide her with motivation to kill him. I thought of taking legal action to silence Mrs. Wilde, but was advised by an attorney that litigation would only spark more interest. I wanted to avoid that at all costs. You could be charged with obstruction of justice. I would protect my mother with my dying breath, Mr. Crowder. She poses no threat to the rest of society, and I don't sit in judgment of her for taking her revenge on Wild Jack Collins. You figured that after a while Cassidy would give up, call off the investigation, and the case would go unsolved. I was hoping that's the way it would be. What if we'd convicted somebody else? It would never have happened. You had no evidence. You had it all thought out, I see," he said, regarding her with a degree of admiration. "All but one element. I didn't think that Yasmin's gun would ever be fired again." She glanced down and touched the bracelet around her wrist. "When Cassidy told me that it was the weapon that had been used to kill Wilde, I confessed so that my mother wouldn't fall under suspicion." She looked at Crowder imploringly. "She can't be held accountable. She doesn't even realize she's done anything wrong. It would be like a child killing a scorpion that stung him and caused tremendous pain. She probably doesn't even remember now that." "Claire, you don't have to worry about Mary Catherine," Cassidy said. "She didn't kill Wilde." His confident statement took them by surprise. "How do you know?" Crowder asked. "Because he was shot by Congressman Alistair Petrie." Chapter 33. "This is getting silly." Belle Petrie, who was making her bed, gave her husband a quizzical glance. "What's silly, dear?" Petrie felt an almost overwhelming urge to piss on the carpet, send the étagère full of baccarat crystal crashing to the floor, or place his hands around her throat and choke the life out of her. He wanted to do something rash to destroy the cool scorn with which his wife had been treating him. "I'm getting tired of sleeping in the guest room, Belle," he said testily. "How much longer am I going to be condemned to marital Siberia? I've admitted to being a naughty boy, so when will you permit me to sleep in my own goddamn bed?" "Lower your voice. The children will hear you." He lunged at her, knocked the decorative bolster pillow from her hand, and took her roughly by the shoulders. "I've apologized 1,000 times. What more do you want? I want you to let go of me." The words were as sharp and brittle as icicles. Coupled with the arctic glint in her eyes, they served to dismantle Alistair's temper tantrum. He released her and stepped back. "I'm sorry, Belle. This last month has been a living nightmare. Yes, I imagined that having your mistress blow her brains out in front of your daughter could put a wrinkle in your month. Christ, you won't give an inch, will you?" He'd apologized repeatedly for his affair and its ghastly denouement. So far, his apologies hadn't made a dent in Belle's tough armor. The marital harmony that had been briefly reestablished when he broke off the affair with Yasmin had been shattered again by her sensationalized suicide when her revolver was linked to the Wilde murder, He'd panicked and thrown himself on Belle's mercy, pleading for her help. "I've done everything you told me to do, Belle," he said now. "I confessed my affair to Tony Crowder and that Cassidy character." Petrie's eyes turned dark. "If I can help it, he'll never get that DA's office. Smug son of a bitch. You should have heard the way he talked to me. He attacked me physically." She appeared singularly unsympathetic. "Okay, so I got myself in a mess. We had to stop Cassidy's investigation before my affair with Yasmin became public. In order to do that, I called in a favor from Crowder. I didn't like standing there in front of them with my pants down, but I did it because you advised me to, and in retrospect, I think it was good advice. Crowder ordered Cassidy to redirect his investigation pronto. In a day or two, no one will remember Yasmin's suicide because everyone's attention will be on that Laurent broad's confession. Now can't we drop this subject once and for all? Can I sleep in my own bed tonight? You never told me she was black." "What? Your mistress was black." Belle's fists were clenched at her sides. Her nostrils flared with indignation and disgust. "It's humiliating to both of us that you had to find your fun outside this bedroom. But to think of the father of my children sleeping with a did you kiss her on the mouth? Oh, God," she rubbed the back of her hand across her lips in a scrubbing motion. "The thought of it makes me sick. You make me sick. That's why I don't want you in my bed." Alistair didn't like being upbraided like a 12-year-old caught jerking off. He'd suffered enough humiliation yesterday in the DA's office, so he struck back. "If you knew just half the sex tricks Yasmin did, I wouldn't have had a mistress in the first place." "Black, white, or any other color." Belle's eyes drilled into his. She didn't raise her voice, but her soft-spoken tone was more sinister than a shout. "Watch yourself, Alistair. You've committed a series of monumental blunders. Left to your own devices, you probably would have dug yourself in so deep you couldn't get out. But thanks to my quick thinking, you walked away from your mistakes unscathed." She turned and took something from the nightstand drawer. "I'm curious about the misdeeds you've committed that haven't yet come to light." She tossed a small object in the air, flipping it end over end like a coin. "You see, I know that you had words with Reverend Wilde the day of his death. Despite appearances, the two of you weren't on the best of terms when you joined him on the podium that night." She caught the object in her hand and looked down at it musingly as she continued. "If I discovered your mistress, perhaps the Reverend had too. You're not smart enough to hire someone discreet to do your dirty work for you. You might have been stupid enough to take matters into your own hands, tried to solve your problem without guidance, which we both know you desperately need." Alistair watched as she replaced the matchbook, bearing the logo of the Fairmont Hotel, in her bedside drawer. "I hope I'm wrong, but I suspect that you eagerly grasped my idea to confess to your mistress only to cover up an uglier transgression. If that's so, then heed this warning. I'm through with covering up for your mistakes, Alistair. For instance, if Mr. Cassidy came to me with questions about that night, I would be forced to tell him that I had called your room at the DoubleTree repeatedly and received no answer. To protect myself and my children, I would be pressed to show him that matchbook." Her voice turned cold. She pointed her finger at him. "I'm giving you fair warning. If you get out of line again, I'll divorce, disgrace, and disinherit you. Once my family and I are finished with you, you'll be lucky to get a job skimming out cesspools." "You're being placed on probation, dear," she said with saccharine sarcasm. "In public, you'll be the shining example of truth, justice, and the American way. You'll be a devoted husband and a doting father, a smiling, sterling pillar of virtue and integrity. After a while, you might earn back your place in my bed. Until the time I deem you worthy, don't even ask to rejoin me there. I can't bear the thought of having your hands on me. Do I make myself clear?" "As a bell," he replied flippantly. No pun intended. He marched from the room, slamming the door behind him. Who needed her arid, sterile bed? He asked himself angrily as he returned to the guest room to finish dressing. She was so stiff and dry he'd just as soon fuck a corn husk. He relished his anger. It kept him from acknowledging his fear, which was insidiously lurking in the dark shadows of his mind like a rat, waiting for an opportune time to dart out and seize him. Not for a single second did he doubt Belle's threat of exposure and desertion if he messed up again, nor did he question her ability to ruin him if she so desired. She had not only the impetus of a woman scorned to motivate her, she had the muscle and the money behind her to make good her threats. She liked being a congressman's wife. It elevated her, gave her prestige, but hell, with her fortune, she could buy herself a judge or a governor or even a senator if she wanted one. In other words, Alistair Petrie could be replaced. What if Cassidy hadn't bought his story? What if he did question Belle? That possibility made his knees weak and his bowels loose. He stumbled to his unmade bed and sat down on the edge of it, holding his throbbing head in his hands. Belle had him by the short and curlies, and she damn well knew it. The bitch, what could he do about it? For the time being, nothing except wait. He'd had several close calls. Belle was still on his side, but for how long? Only as long as her cushy position in the world wasn't threatened. God forbid it ever was. All he could do now was hope to sweet Jesus that Claire Laurent's phony confession stuck. Cassidy's stunning statement brought Crowder to his feet. "Have you lost your friggin' mind?" "Pardon me, Ms. Laurent." Claire didn't notice his crude language. She was in shock, coupled with profound relief. Her mother wasn't a suspect, but Alistair Petrie? "I know it sounds crazy," Cassidy said, "but when I lay out all the facts, you'll begin to see, as I did, that Petrie is guilty of killing Jackson Wilde." "You're just pissed off at him," Crowder said. "A word of advice, Cassidy, don't mess with him. He's poison. You're making my case for me, Tony. Petrie's got enough money supporting him to float a battleship." Cassidy held up both hands. His wife has the money, and Petrie was using it to pay off Wilde. Crowder resettled his bulk in his chair. "Pay off Wilde? You mean Wilde was blackmailing him?" "Look at this." Cassidy produced the list of Wilde's contributors. "Glenn gave this to me yesterday right before all hell broke loose. I forgot about it when Claire confessed and didn't have an opportunity to look at it until early this morning. But by then it only proved what I'd already figured out." "It doesn't prove a damn thing," Crowder said, grouchily flicking his hand at the sheets of paper. "Listen to me, Tony. Several people, and more than a handful of companies, were funneling offerings into Wilde's ministry. Glenn has found several who'll testify that it was hush money. Joshua virtually admitted to me that his father took bribes in exchange for absolution," Claire told Crowder. "He admitted it to me, too," Cassidy said. "This block bag and box company is a pissant business owned by Petrie's wife's family. Right after they married, he was made president of the corporation, but it's a figurehead position from which he draws a handsome monthly salary. It also gives him access to the company books and the authorization to sign checks." Cassidy pointed to the printed material lying on Crowder's desk. "Why in hell would Block Bag and Box Company contribute over $100,000 to a televangelist ministry, Tony? It started with a check for $5,000 dated almost a year ago. Amounts increased in increments. Somebody else would have reviewed the books. If anybody questioned him about it, Petrie probably passed off the contributions as needed tax deductions. Who's going to cross the owner's son-in-law?" Crowder gnawed his lower lip. What was Wilde blackmailing him for? They kissed each other's ass, publicly. Because it behooved both of them. My guess is that Wilde knew about Petrie's affair with Yasmin and threatened to expose it. Clara said, "Yasmin told me several times that Petrie secretly disliked Jackson Wilde. He only used him to win votes. Petrie had access to Yasmin's gun, Tony. He could have taken it, used it that night, and then replaced it during a rendezvous. I'm sure he'd be smart enough to wear gloves or wipe off the fingerprints. How to get into Wilde's suite? Maybe Wilde was expecting Petrie to deliver another offering," Cassidy said caustically. He would have had no qualms about admitting Petrie to his room late at night. "Naked?" Claire asked. It was documented in the newspapers that they had exercised together at a local health club that afternoon. Wilde wouldn't have been self-conscious about his nudity. Cassidy turned to Crowder. "Yesterday I moved to that window," he said, pointing. "I watched as Petrie left the building. His entourage hustled him into a van. It's white with blue interior. It's a Chrysler van, Tony." Claire's mind was clicking along faster than Crowder's. "The carpet in that van would match my LeBaron's," she said excitedly. "Most probably. Petrie had been in that van the night Wilde was killed. He tracked the fibers into Wilde's bedroom. If we get carpet fibers from that van, I'm betting they'll match those taken from the scene." Crowder's wide fingertips were doing push-ups against each other. "It's all interesting, but it's not enough. What else have you got?" Petrie's cunning. "He'd be smart enough to place the wounds so it would look like a woman shot Wilde. It worked. It threw you off from day one." "Yeah," Cassidy admitted grimly. "Petrie probably thought Ariel would become our chief suspect. He'd been around the Wildes enough to know that they didn't have a marriage made in heaven. He might even have known about her affair with Josh. Why'd he come to us yesterday?" "He was covering his ass. Our investigation into Yasmin's involvement would have eventually exposed their affair, but it also could have implicated him in the murder. He confessed to one sin in order to throw up a smokescreen to hide the other. But he's got alibis at the DoubleTree who will testify that he was there that night." Crowder reminded him. He was there. He checked in at the registration desk and made certain he was seen, but he spent a good deal of the night at the Fairmont. Crowder stubbornly shook his head. "It's still guesswork and circumstantial, Cassidy. A defense attorney, and he can afford the best, will chase your ass out of the courtroom unless you can substantiate that Petrie was in the Fairmont Hotel that night." "I can." "You can? I have an eyewitness." Crowder's eyebrows sprang up. "Who?" "Andre Philippi." "Andre?" Claire gasped. Cassidy nodded. He tried to reach me several times last night, and when he couldn't, he relented and spoke with Glenn, who hasn't let him out of his sight since. As soon as I got the message this morning, I joined them. Claire will understand this. You will after you meet him, Tony. He has this thing about safeguarding the privacy of his guests. It's like a code of honor to him. He's passionate about it. He kept Claire's secret until we caught him at it, remember? Likewise, he was keeping Petrie's. Until this morning. Why is he blowing the whistle on Petrie now? It seems that Andre's second passion was Yasmin. That's true, Claire said. She told them about Andre's mother and the parallels between the two women. Andre grew up resenting the distance his father kept from his mother, even though he supported her financially. A few days before Yasmin's suicide, he called me terribly worried about her. He's sure to have seen the correlation between her tragic ending and his mother's. Cassidy elaborated. He knows that Yasmin killed herself over Petrie. And since Petrie's letting her name be dragged through the muck and circulating vicious lies about her, Andre no longer feels obligated to protect him. He swears on his mother's grave that Petrie spent the night at the Fairmont with Yasmin. He arrived shortly after 11 and left around 7 the following morning before Ariel discovered Wilde's body, and we sealed the doors. Andre himself called Yasmin a cab. She went to the airport in time to meet Claire at the designated time. I'll bet no one at the DoubleTree can swear under oath that they saw Petrie between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. Why would a jury believe this, Andre fellow? They'll believe him, Cassidy said confidently. Furthermore, they'd believe Belle? His wife? Crowder exclaimed. Right. It wouldn't surprise me if she knew about the murder. She's covered Alistair's tracks this far, but somehow I don't think she'd go out on a limb if it involved murder. I don't think so either, Claire said quietly. I only met her a few times years ago, but she impressed me as a woman who values her own skin. Crowder tugged on his lower lip. Petrie might toss it back and say it was Yasmin who killed Wilde. She had motivation and the murder weapon belonged to her. He might even accuse Ms. Laurent. He might, Cassidy said, grinning craftily. But he'd still have to answer to spending the night at the Fairmont Hotel with his mistress. Either way, he's screwed. At the very least, he's guilty of ducking out when he had information pertinent to the investigation of a murder. Cassidy leaned over Crowder's desk. I want the bastard, Tony. I want to launch a full-fledged but covert investigation. He's got to be puzzling over why Claire made a confession and probably reasons correctly that she's doing it to protect either Yasmin or Mary Catherine. In any event, he thinks he's gotten away with murder. He hasn't. Tony Crowder held Cassidy's stare for several moments, glanced at Claire, then returned his gaze to his deputy prosecutor. Proceed with caution and absolute secrecy, but nail the son of a bitch. Ariel Wilde answered Cassidy's knock with the cordiality of a rattlesnake poised to strike. Whatever she'd been about to say died on her lips when she saw who accompanied him. I thought she'd be behind bars by now. I asked Mr. Cassidy to arrange this meeting, Claire said. May we come in? Radiating a hostile aura, the widow stepped aside and admitted them into her hotel room. Without specifying why, Cassidy had called an hour earlier, telling her that he wanted to see her and Joshua alone. Josh, who'd been sprawled on a sofa and looking very unhappy about being there, rose to his feet when they came in. His eyes bounced between them, curious and wary in equal proportions. I'm waiting. Ariel crossed her arms over her middle. I'm very busy this afternoon. Organizing more demonstrations? Cassidy asked pleasantly. They're working, aren't they? They got her to confess. I didn't kill your husband, Mrs. Wilde. What? Ariel rounded on Cassidy. You're sleeping with her, right? So you're not letting her confession stick. Wait till the media gets hold of this. You won't. Mrs. Wilde, Claire spoke softly but with such authority that Ariel fell silent. I confessed because I thought I was protecting my mother. I thought she had killed your husband. Why would you think that your mother's a Looney Tune? Claire pulled herself up to her full height and struggled to keep a rein on her temper. My mother has emotional problems, yes. Their origins date back to over 30 years ago when she fell in love with a young street preacher named Jack Collins, who went by the nickname of Wild Jack. He seduced her, robbed her of money, and deserted her, leaving her pregnant with his baby. Wild Jack Collins was Jackson Wilde, and I was the baby. Ariel barked a harsh laugh. What the hell are you trying to pull, do you? Shut up, Ariel. The unexpected rebuke came from Josh, who was staring closely at Claire. I knew there was something. When I met you, You're my half-sister. Yes. Hello again, Josh. Smiling, Claire extended her hand. He reached out and shook it, but his eyes never wavered from hers. I hope you'll forgive me for testing your character by offering you a bribe. You didn't disappoint me by refusing. This is all very touching, Ariel sneered. But I'll be damned before I believe this crap. This much is true, Josh said. Before he married my mother, Daddy was known as Wild Jack Collins. I once overheard my grandfather referring to him by that name, and it made Daddy mad as hell. Claire gave Josh's hand a light squeeze before releasing it and turning to Ariel again. I have no intention of disclosing my relationship to Jackson Wilde. Frankly, I'm not at all proud of it, and it would focus attention on my mother, which I hope to avoid. Then what are you doing here? To strongly suggest that you forget you ever heard of French silk or anyone connected to it. Or what? Or I'll reveal to the world the real Jackson Wilde. I'm sure you don't want your late husband exposed as a seducer of young girls, a fornicator, a thief, a liar, and a child deserter. It wouldn't be good for the ministry, would it? Ariel's wide blue eyes blinked rapidly. She was obviously afraid, but not yet ready to concede. You can't prove it. You can't disprove it. And people always believe the worst, don't they, Ariel? In fact, you've used that human trait to your advantage each time you've spoken my name to the media. Ariel opened her mouth, but no words came out. I was certain you'd see the wisdom in my argument, Claire said. I think it would be best for both of us if we let this matter drop. I want nothing of Jackson Wilde's, not even his hateful name. If I'm allowed to pursue my interests without any further interference from you, your husband's treachery will remain a secret. However, if you continue your crusade against me and French silk, I would be forced to reconsider my position. Claire smiled. But I'm confident I won't. She looked at Josh. Goodbye for now. I'll be in touch soon. She turned and moved toward the door. Cassidy paused to deliver a parting shot. I'm continuing my investigation into your husband's murder, Mrs. Wilde. I have new evidence which I'm certain will result in a conviction. In the meantime, I advise you to stay out of my business, keep out of my way, get your butt back to Nashville, and concentrate on winning lost souls. I'd like to help Josh further his music career. I know a lot of people in New York. I could introduce him around, get him in the right circles. He should have the opportunity to cultivate his talent as he always wanted to. Claire and Cassidy were cuddled together on the glider in the courtyard of Aunt Laurel's house. Late that afternoon, news that she had retracted her confession reached the media. Every reporter in the country wanted statements from her and Cassidy. Crowder had told them to clear the hell out, lay low for a couple of days, and let him handle it. He intended to hold a press conference and announce that Claire Laurent had made a false confession in order to spare herself, her business, and her family any further distress. He planned to dismiss her confession completely, as it had been induced by harassment from the media and the Jackson Wilde ministry, and bereavement over the loss of her friend and business associate, Yasmin. He would also suggest that the joint investigative forces were in possession of evidence that negated any involvement on Ms. Laurent's part, and that opened up a whole new avenue of investigation. That was stretching it a bit. But Crowder was first and foremost a politician. After leaving him, Claire and Cassidy had gone to Harriet York's house to see Mary Catherine. She had beaten Harry in every game of gin they'd played and proudly showed them the 82 cents she'd won. Harry's a perfect hostess. But when will we be going home, Claire Louise? Consider this a vacation, Mama? In a few days, we'll all go home. She drew her mother close and hugged her tight. You've always been such a wonderful daughter, Mary Catherine said, stroking Claire's cheek. When we get home, I'll bake you one of Aunt Laurel's famous French silk pies. Do you like chocolate pie, Mr. Cassidy? Love it, her face lit up. Then we must have one very soon for you to share with us. I'd like that. Thanks for the invitation. Now, Claire nestled her head on Cassidy's shoulder, content to be in this quiet retreat. They'd thrown a quilt over the weather-worn canvas cushions of the glider. It squeaked rustily each time it rocked, but Claire had never been as comfortable. Is Josh going to be another of your adoptees? Cassidy asked with a smile in his voice. What do you mean? You have a habit of adopting people and assuming their problems as your own, Mary Catherine. To an extent, Andre Yasmin. Not Yasmin. She took me on, maybe at first. But you were the strong one, Claire, the backbone of French silk, the creative genius and the one with the business sense to market your product effectively. Her name might have helped to launch you, but she had come to need French silk more than it needed her. Claire knew that what he said was true, but it seemed disloyal to her friend to agree. I'm going to miss her. I find myself trying to remember what day she's coming in from New York before I remember that she won't be coming. That's natural. It'll take a while, a long while. They were quiet for a moment, the silence broken only by the squeaking of the glider. Finally, Cassidy said, What about me? Claire raised her head and looked at him quizzically. What about you? Are you going to adopt me too? I don't know, she said airily. The last thing I need is another adoptee.
What would I do with you?
You could acquaint me with the vieux carré, which you love, which is as much a part of you as your heartbeat. Teach me French. Talk over ideas for French silk, discuss my more interesting cases, listen to me gripe, go out for ice cream, neck in public places. In other words, be your companion and lover. Exactly. They kissed in the balmy twilight. Several blocks away, a saxophone bleated out the blues. Someone living nearby was cooking with filet and cayenne pepper. The spicy aromas permeated the air. Cassidy opened her suit jacket and covered her breast with a possessive hand. Their kiss deepened. Claire rubbed her bent knee against his fly, and he murmured her name with arousal. When they paused for breath, he said, "You're a fascinating woman, Claire Louise Laurent. The most intriguing, the most mystifying. Not any longer, Cassidy." She took his face between her hands. "You know all my secrets now?" "Everything. I hope that you can understand and appreciate why I lied to you so many times. I had to. I had to protect Mama from any more pain." He assumed that darkly intense expression that she associated with him and had come to love. "I've never known a woman, or a man for that matter, who had such a capacity to love that she would sacrifice her life. I know that's the way it's supposed to be, but until I met you I thought it was an unattainable ideal. What I want to know is, does that love extend to me?" She kissed him softly. "I've loved you from the day I met you, Cassidy. I was afraid of you and contemptuous of the system you represented, but I loved you. I haven't got much to offer you," he said ruefully. "What I mean is, I'm not as wealthy as you. I love my work. I'm good at it, but I'm not an entrepreneur. As long as I'm in public service, there'll be a ceiling on my earning capacity." His eyes moved over her face, scanning every feature. Then he whispered, "But I love you, Claire." "God knows I do. Will you marry me?" "How unfair," she said breathlessly when he bent his head to her breasts. "You're asking me at a weak moment. Will you?" "Yes." Anxiously and clumsily, they grappled with clothing until she was astride his lap. When she sank upon his hard shaft, their sighs rose into the evening air. The saxophone began another soulful song. Someone named Desiree was called to supper. A blue jay flew into the courtyard, perched on the basin of the fountain, and drank from the puddle of rainwater. On a breath of breeze, the leaves of the clinging wisteria rustled against the ancient brick wall and startled the chameleon into taking cover. And the glider's rhythmic squeaking escalated until, with a shudder and a sweet sigh, it fell silent and settled into repose. About the author, Sandra Brown is the author of over 60 New York Times bestsellers, including most recently Low Pressure, Lethal Rainwater, Tough Customer, Smash Cut, Smokescreen, Played Dirty, Ricochet, Chill Factor, White Hot, Hello Darkness, The Crush, Envy, The Switch, The Alibi, Unspeakable, and Fat Tuesday, all of which jumped onto the New York Times list in the numbers 1 to 5 spots. There are over 80 million copies of Sandra Brown's books in print worldwide, and her work has been translated into 34 languages. In 2008, Brown was named Thriller Master by the International Thriller Writers Association, the organization's top honor. She currently lives in Texas. For more information, you can visit www.sandrabrown.net. Journalist Dawson Scott knows well the horrors of war. But when he investigates a pair of domestic terrorists, his true ordeal begins. Please turn this page for a preview of Deadline, prologue. Golden Branch, Oregon, 1976. The first hail of bullets was fired from the house shortly after daybreak at 6:57. The gunfire erupted in response to the surrender demand issued by a team of law enforcement agents. It was a gloomy morning. The sky was heavily overcast and there was dense fog. Despite the limited visibility, one of the fugitives inside the house got off a lucky shot that took out a deputy U.S. Marshal, whom everybody called Turk. Gary Headley had met the Marshal only the day before, shortly after the law enforcement team comprised of ATF and FBI agents, sheriff's deputies, and U.S. Marshals met for the first time to discuss the operation. They'd congregated around a map of the area known as Golden Branch, reviewing obstacles they might encounter. Headley remembered another Marshal saying, "Hey, Turk, grab me a Coke while you're over there, will you?" Headley didn't learn Turk's actual name until later, much later when they were mopping up. The bullet struck half an inch above his Kevlar vest, tearing out most of his throat. He dropped without uttering a sound, dead before landing in the pile of wet leaves at his feet. There was nothing Headley could do for him except offer up a brief prayer and remain behind cover. To move was inviting death or injury because, once the gunfire started, the open windows of the house spat bullets relentlessly. The Rangers of Righteousness had an inexhaustible arsenal, or so it seemed that wet and dreary morning. The second casualty was a red-headed, 24-year-old deputy sheriff. A puff of his breath in the cold air gave away his position. 6 shots were fired, 5 found the target. Any one of 3 would have killed him. The team had planned to take the group by surprise, serve their arrest warrants for a laundry list of felonies, and take them into custody, engaging in a firefight only if necessary, but the vehemence with which they were fired upon indicated that the criminals had taken a fight-to-the-death stance. After all, they had nothing to lose except their lives. Capture meant imprisonment for life or the death penalty for each of the 7 members of the domestic terrorist group. Collectively, the 6 men and 1 woman had chalked up 12 murders and millions of dollars worth of destruction, most of it inflicted on federal government buildings or military installations. Despite the religious overtone of their name, they were wholly without conscience or constraint. Over the relatively short period of 2 years, they had made themselves notorious, a scourge to law enforcement agencies at every level. Other such groups imitated the Rangers, but none had achieved their level of effectiveness. In the criminal community, they were revered for their audacity and unmatched violence. To many who harbored anti-government sentiments, they had become folk heroes. They were sheltered and were provided with weapons and ammunition as well as with leaked classified information. This underground support allowed them to strike hard and fast and then to disappear and remain well hidden while they planned their next assault. In communiques sent to newspapers and television networks, they'd vowed never to be taken alive. It had been a stroke of sheer luck that had brought the law down on them in Golden Branch. One of their arms suppliers, who was well known to the authorities for his criminal history, had been placed under surveillance for suspicion of an arms deal unrelated to the Rangers of Righteousness. He had made 3 trips to the abandoned house in Golden Branch over the course of that many weeks. A telephoto lens had caught him talking to a man later identified as Carl Wingert, leader of the Rangers, when this was reported to the FBI, ATF, and U.S. Marshal Service, the agencies immediately sent personnel who continued to monitor the illegal weapons dealer, and upon his return from a visit to Golden Branch, he was arrested. It took 3 days of persuasion, but under advice of counsel, he made a deal with the authorities and gave up what he knew about the people holed up inside the abandoned house. He'd only met with Carl Wingert. He couldn't or wouldn't say who was sequestered with Wingert or how long they planned to harbor there, fearing that if they didn't move swiftly, they'd miss their opportunity to capture one of the FBI's most wanted. The federal agents enlisted help from the local authorities, who also had outstanding warrants for members of the group and were more familiar with the rugged terrain. The team was assembled and the operation planned, but it became immediately obvious to each member of the team that Wingert's band had meant what they'd said about choosing death over capture. Rangers of Righteousness wanted to secure their place in history. There would be no laying down of arms, no hands raised, no peaceful surrender. The lawmen were pinned down behind trees or vehicles, and all were vulnerable. Even a flicker of motion drew gunfire, and members of the Rangers had proven themselves to be excellent shots. Team commander radioed the operations post requesting that a helicopter be sent to provide them air cover, but that idea was nixed because of the inclement weather. Special ops teams from local, state, and federal agencies were mobilized, but they would be driving to Golden Branch, and the roads weren't ideal even in good weather. The team was told to stand by and to fire only in self-defense, while men in safe, warm offices debated changing the rules of engagement to include using deadly force. They're playing patty cake because one of them is a woman. The commander groused. And God forbid we violate these killers' civil rights. Nobody admires or respects us, you know, he muttered to Headley, who was the rookie of the team. We're feds, and even before Watergate, government had become a dirty word. Whole damn country is going to hell in a handbasket, and we're out here freezing our balls off waiting for some bureaucrat to tell us it's okay to blast these murdering thugs to hell and back. He had a military background and a decidedly hawkish viewpoint, but nobody, especially not he, wanted a bloodbath that morning. Nobody got what they wanted. While the reinforcements were still en route, the Rangers amped up their firepower. An ATF agent took a bullet in the thigh, and from the way it was bleeding, it was feared his femoral artery had suffered damage, the extent of which was unknown, but on any scale that was life-threatening. The commander reported this with a spate of obscenities about their being picked off one by effing one unless he was given the authorization to engage with their assault rifles and one submachine gun in the hands of the wounded ATF agent. They went on the offensive. The barrage lasted for 7 minutes. Return fire from the house decreased, then became sporadic. The commander ordered a ceasefire. They waited. Suddenly, a man bleeding from several wounds, including a head wound, charged through the front door, screaming invectives and spraying rounds from his own submachine gun. It was a suicidal move, and he knew it. His reason for doing it would soon become apparent. When the agents ceased firing and their ears stopped ringing, they realized that the house had fallen eerily silent except for a loose shutter that clapped against an exterior wall whenever the wind caught it. After a tense 60 seconds, the commander said, "I'm going in." He levered himself up into a crouch as he replaced his spent cartridge with a fresh one. Headley did the same. "I'm with you." Other team members stayed in place. After checking to see that they were loaded and ready, the commander crept from behind his cover and began running toward the house. Headley, with his heart tightly lodged in his throat, followed. They ran past the body sprawled on the wet earth, took the steps up to the sagging porch, and then stood on either side of the gaping doorway, weapons raised. They waited, listening. Hearing nothing, the commander hitched his head, and Headley barged in. Bodies. Blood on every surface, the stench of it strong. Nothing was moving. "Clear," he shouted, and stepped over a body on his way into an adjacent room, a bedroom with only a ratty mattress on the floor. In the center of it, the ticking was still wet with a nasty stain. In less than 60 seconds from the time Headley had breached the door, they confirmed that 5 people were dead. 4 bodies were found inside the house. The 5th was the man who died in the yard. They were visually identified as known members of the Rangers of Righteousness. Conspicuously missing from the body count were Carl Wingert and his lover, Flora Stimmel, the only woman of the group. There was no sign of the 2 of them except for a trail of blood leading away from the back of the house into the dense woods where tire tracks were found in the undergrowth. They had managed to escape, probably because their mortally wounded Confederate had sacrificed himself, taking fire at the front of the house while they sneaked out the back. Emergency and official vehicles quickly converged on the area. With them came the inevitable news vans, which were halted a mile away at the turnoff from the main road. The house and the area immediately surrounding it were sealed off so evidence could be collected. Photos and measurements taken and diagrams drawn before the bodies were removed. Those involved realized that a thorough investigation of the incident would follow. Every action they'd taken would have to be explained and justified not only to their superiors but also to a cynical and judgmental public. Soon the derelict house was filled with people, each doing a specialized job. Headley found himself back in the bedroom, standing beside the coroner, who was sniffing at the stain on the soiled mattress. To Headley, it appeared that someone had peed in addition to bleeding profusely. Urine? The coroner shook his head. "I believe it's amniotic fluid." Headley thought surely he'd misheard him. "Amniotic fluid? Are you saying that Flora Stimmel gave birth?" "Look for Sandra Brown's Thrillers.